isn't. A good friend of mine has one arm and feels very worried about defending herself given her disability, and she cannot effectively operate a firearm within the confines of this bill. Colorado has a very vibrant and diverse gun company.
Thank you. If we can invite one of you to maybe trade seats with the fellow in the plaid shirt whose name was also called up. We also have a witness online. And sir, did we get your name too? Yes. Okay, if somebody could tag out for the fellow in the red here. All right, thank you. So please go ahead.
My name is Clinton Stokovich. Ladies and gentlemen of the chair, thank you for allowing me to testify at this hearing. The want to curb gun deaths is an honorable cause, but this is not the way to go about it. It is a fact today that we recognize that we're failing the victims of these crimes, but also the perpetrators. The majority of mass shootings are gang shootings, and the minority of mass shootings take place in highly populated areas with the goal of taking as much human life as possible, perpetrated by outcasts of society who feel like the only way to be heard is to commit these heinous acts. The real issue our government is avoiding is the destigmatization and access to mental health services and strict action towards violent offenders. The lack of policing and persecution in gang violence-ridden areas and the mental health of our people is the root cause, not the tool they are using. In both cases, it starts in our homes, gets worse in our schools, and ends in bloodshed. We already know the answer to what if guns weren't accessible. Chemical and blunt weapons can be found in our homes and driveways. Look at the Nice truck attack, 95 Tokyo sarin attack, the Boston Marathon bombing, and the 2014 Kunming attack. The scariest part about half these attacks is that you couldn't fight fire with fire. Every mass shooting either could have been or was stopped by a good guy with a gun. The firearms brought into question by this bill are in common use by normal, everyday people whose worst offense is a parking ticket. Every citizen has a right to own 50 caliber firearms, firearms with a removable magazine, folding or collapsing stock, threaded muzzle, or a grip to be held by the non-dominant hand. A majority of these features can be found on nearly every intermediate cartridge rifle designed and manufactured in the past 60 years. The Second Amendment wasn't written about sporting or hunting, but to ensure that you have access to the tools that ensure your right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Got the memo.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hello all.
Please make sure the mic's on. Gray button on the stem.
Hello all. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Dominic Bobian. I'm a hardworking father, son, and contributing member of society. I'm representing myself, my wife, and my community. I'm here today to testify against this bill and as well as protect and preserve our rights as American citizens. The Second Amendment was put into place for American citizens to protect all God-given rights and keep the government from infringing upon them. It is rights like this that help us keep and protect our other rights, one of which being the First Amendment. When I see a bill like this, I understand that self-proclaimed socialists, communists, and extremists are the sponsors of this bill. They want to take the power from we the people and instill it into the known government. Colorado's freedoms, as well as Americans' freedoms, are at stake. What I see today is laws being pushed or killed by the Colorado legislators so that criminals may have more lenient sentencing and let them get away with whatever they'd like to, such as stealing firearms from said law-abiding citizens, all the while simultaneously disarming their lawful citizens and imposing us penalties for not following their socialist ways. As if we are told that criminals have the right to commit criminal acts, but we do not have a right to defend against them. These bills are made directly to disarm law-abiding citizens because, let's get it straight, criminals do not care about the law and will not follow said laws. To that I say, jail thy criminals and honor thy responsible citizen. Allow our constitutional rights to be exercised the way that the founding fathers seen fit.
So anyway,
this is the only way to show that we have a right to protect our lives, liberty, and happiness. Without responsible gun ownership, we are in a position that can and will make us defenseless to any enemy of a free state, foreign or domestic. Bear in mind, this bill is unjust to our very own constitutions, both the United States Constitution and the Colorado Constitution. It says that these rights shall not be called into question, yet here we are arguing as to why our rights are being trampled on every day. Benjamin Franklin once said, those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. I urge you all to vote no on this bill. Thank you for my time and have a good day.
All right, thank you. We'll hear from our witness online, then we'll see if there are questions. Mr. Abel, please go ahead.
Cool, brother.
Good afternoon, Chairman and committee, and thank you for letting me speak today. I'm Bradley Abel, United States Marine Corps veteran, avid hunter, and firearm collector. I urge you to oppose this bill. I truly feel we can make a meaningful progress in enhancing public safety without infringing on the rights of law-abiding citizens. Although the actions of less than 1% should not affect the hundreds of thousands of, again, law-abiding and responsible firearm owners in this state.
Let's see.
It is disproportionately unfair, unjust, and promotes collective punishment. We need to educate and mentor the next generation on the responsibility and usage of firearms. Education and training is key. It is an American tradition of families
I
across the
wish I
state
hadn't
to pass on
hadn't
firearms, and
misstreamed
learn
in some of the
values,
comments
responsibility, morality,
in the
and
last panel.
ethics while
A
raising
couple of
the
those
next
guys are
generation.
really good.
There's a history and legacy of passing down these firearms from one
PLA,
generation
what
to
is
the
up, my
next.
brother?
To not be able to do that
Welcome
destroys
to
a rich
yet another
American
clown
heritage
show.
and tradition which built this great nation.
This is how we roll.
While yes, firearm-related crimes have risen dramatically in Colorado, this rise also coincides with an increase in
Sam, what's up,
restrictions.
brother? Good to see you
We need
again.
to address the violence and crime another way. We need to refocus away from bans
Yeah,
and
it was a little
restrictions,
sketchy there at the
come up with
store for a little
solutions
bit
both
with some
sides can
crazy ass
agree
chick.
on,
But yeah,
which respects
we
the
back in.
rights,
Safe
wants,
and sound.
and needs of all. Finally, progressive Colorado voters are among the fastest growing group of
There are
firearm
definitely a
owners.
lot of cartoons
Despite
out
this
there.
bill's intention, the actual text of the bill would ban over
are there
80% of almost all firearms sold in this state, like previously mentioned. So why do future Coloradans and my own children not get the same rights and chances to purchase safe, modern firearms to protect themselves as do current Coloradans? So in conclusion, we need to focus on strategies that address the root causes of gun violence and respect the rights of all
Oh
responsible
no, it's just
gun
this
owners.
freaking
And please listen to the over
get
200,000
slow
people
lady damn
and
snapping
businesses
out on
who signed
everybody at the
petitions
store,
against this bill,
trying to get
the
people's
hundreds who have
faces
taken
and
the
all
time
kinds
to
of shit.
testify against this bill,
I just kind of
and along with
didn't
the
let her
local
get too
police and
close to me and was
sheriffs
like, "No, you can go
in
do something
opposition to
somewhere
this
else."
bill.
I just
Thank you
I'm
for
here
your
to buy
time.
smokes and
All
beer
right,
later.
thank you. Members, questions of these witnesses?
Well, I was a little more polite than that, but yeah, she was running around the
Vice
store
Chair.
in everybody's face. Damn cashiers yelling at her.
Is it
People.
Mr. Schumacher?
Yes, ma'am.
Sure.
I
Sure.
knew it was my way.
Well, it sure looks very
Mental
I digress.
illness
Yeah.
issues.
One, thank you for teaching me something today on the ableist language and modifications.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
two,
Warsaw.
I am curious
Explains a lot, doesn't
if
it?
you can tell me
What's
why
up,
the Black
Abby? What's happening, my
Panthers
brother?
advocated to arm themselves.
Because the racist police
Nah,
were
just
kicking the
damn
shit out of them in
customers
their own
store.
neighborhoods.
And do you think, oh, sorry, may I dialogue? We're just.
One of the hood stores
ahead,
I
Madam
stop
Chair.
at sometimes.
I mean, do you think it was just
limited?
limited to the police?
Yeah.
No,
You're
no,
gonna
it
run
was,
into some
it was their white
cartoons.
neighbors all the same. I mean, I got a mixed baby at home. My biggest concern is that if a cop is having a bad day and he happens to have one of these things, regardless of when it
It's
was
all good, man.
purchased,
Hopefully everything's good
he's
with
going to
everybody
go
out
through
there.
a terrible time. He's going to have to deal with all sorts of nitpicking of, oh, well, let's look up this serial number to make sure when it was purchased. Let's look up where you purchased it, why you purchased it, how you purchased it. If I go to the gun range under these same laws, it doesn't affect me the same. The cop is not going to ask me all these same questions. The cop isn't going to pry as hard, you know?
And let's be honest, any cop who
And I don't,
enforces
I'm
this
sorry, I don't mean
is a
to,
piece of shit.
because I'm sure we could have this conversation all day.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I think
Put too fine
what
a
I'm
point on
getting
that.
at is, why are we not having conversations in here on
There were some
mitigating
sheriffs that
those
testified
problems?
earlier in this.
You know?
and
I
they didn't
would
say they
love
would
to,
enforce it,
honestly. Like
but they
Philando
said they were
Castile, the
completely
murder
against
of
it. So
Philando
we'll
Castile,
see.
I cried about that. I still cry about it. Philando, that was a tragedy. He was doing everything right. He was doing everything right, and he was murdered in front of his wife and his kid. And
By a cop.
for next to no reason other than that cop was having a bad day, and he had an obvious racial bias.
And so is a conclusion that you're advocating for, and it might be unfair that I'm saying that you're advocating for, and I don't want to make any assumptions, but are we, it sounds like we're getting close to conclusions that we should arm ourselves to deal with bad actors. Is that
Yes.
a
No,
fair?
I'm
Okay.
not saying we should harm ourselves. Right? Either way, right? If you
Why do
look
you
at the
think I
rest of my
say?
statements,
keep that thing
It's quite
on you.
obvious. I believe in equal access to everything on this list for everybody.
Okay.
Right?
Thank you.
Don't
Yeah,
harm
anytime.
yourself, lady.
All
Don't
right, members,
harm
other
yourself.
questions? All right,
You
seeing
want
none,
other
thank you all
people
for testifying
protected,
with us
you want
today.
to subcontract out your rights, go ahead and do it. Leave the rest of us the fuck alone.
Okay, I'm going to keep calling names of folks who have indicated that they are in person to testify. Jack Stewart,
It's funny, why would I be interested
Brendan
in bringing this
Sewell.
to Colorado? Because this is pretty much this exact same bill is in the Alabama House.
Cole
right now.
Wickland,
And these bills are all written by Brady in every town in Gifford.
Russ Lown, Lown. Dalton Weishar,
This bill would make, and I showed him on a stream not too long back. This
Mike
bill would
Gonzalez.
ban my Glocks with threaded or polymer 80s with threaded barrels with compensators.
Peter Dang,
Those would then be assault weapons and banned under this.
Teddy Collins,
Simple freaking handgun.
Barima Aka
Matter of
Yensu,
fact, if you got a Browning semi-automatic, doesn't matter what caliber it's in, if it's got a detachable magazine and you got
Gage
that barrel
DeYoung.
threaded for a muzzle brake, that's an assault weapon.
Anubis Heru,
Matter of fact, I think by the reading in the Alabama bill, and I have to read all the way through Colorado's, my old Sears and Roebuck semi-automatic 22 that I got when my granddad passed, the gun was probably made in the 60s. That semi-automatic 22 would be illegal under this.
All right, and I know folks are still streaming over from the other room. What we'll do is we'll hear from these four folks. We'll ask a few people to tag out. You
They
can come
talk
up as
about
part
it,
of this
but
panel.
in the Alabama bill,
Okay,
it's criminal
let's
penalty.
start here. Please go ahead.
Here it's fines, but if you don't pay the fines, guess
Please hit the little gray button on the stem of the mic.
There we go. All right. My name is Jack Stewart. I'm a United States Marine Corps veteran. I'm a licensed NRA firearms instructor. I'm the founder and owner of the Colorado Outdoorsman Skillshare. I'm going to take a little bit different of approach than everyone else has. People are naming a lot of statistics. They're putting out a lot of personal testimony. Here's my word for you. We will not comply. If you try and force this on us, we will not comply. We will not. Do not silence my support.
Sir, you are allowed to testify.
And I'm
I
going
am
to.
enforcing the rule that there are not going to be outbursts
It's
in
fine.
this room. Please
Doesn't
go
bother
ahead.
me one bit. We will not comply with the laws that you try and enforce on us. You're
Thank you.
usurpers of liberty, usurpers of our liberty. We will not play this game with you. You might think you can strong arm us. You might think you can force us. You might think you can bully us into participating in your
blast.
pinko fascist
Bernie?
world. We will
What's
not
happening,
do
my
it.
brother?
We will not do it. You can push this as much as you want to on us. Our firearms stores will continue selling semi-automatic weapons. Our law enforcement will not enforce your tyrannical laws, and your citizens will disregard your state's decisions and the agents of the state you send after us, of which there are few. You are outnumbered in this. Your law enforcement does not stand with you. And you can say this as many times as you'd like to. We understand the reason you want to pass this law is because you want to see people like us dead or in jail. That's why you want to pass these laws. Yes, ma'am, that's why you want to. And we understand that. And I think that the reason why this list is so extensive
I
is
am
because you have a
glad
full
this dude
understanding
hit
of what the
while I
Second Amendment
about
was meant
to be
for.
on
It's not for
screen.
hunting, folks. It isn't. It's for usurpers of liberty. That's all I have for you.
Please go ahead.
Members of the committee,
Buy
my name
that
is Russell
guy.
Lown, and I'm here to speak against HB 24-1292. I believe that a majority of the citizenry who would support this bill and bills like it have the best intentions. In fact, many of them are intelligent people I respect, work with, and care about. Unfortunately, they are mistaken when they believe that this bill and other victim disarmament
No,
bills
I'm
like
done
it
being nice to those
are any
folks.
kind of
They can
solution
all
to the
eat
problem of
bag.
gun violence. Today, I'm sure you'll hear from many others speak on the bill as an affront to the Bill of Rights. It is, and it should be treated as such. But today, I'd like to speak to the practical reality of the increasingly restrictive gun laws that have been implemented within our state and across the country. What passing this bill would not accomplish. This bill will do nothing to stop the unhinged and the evil from attacking the vulnerable.
Bernie, how you doing
Broken
today,
and
man? You
evil are
doing
not
good?
concerned with our morals. The kind of people who hurt and kill others will not be dissuaded by this law or any law that could be passed within a legislature. They are only given pause and can only be stopped by the force of arms. The same type of force that this bill aims to strip from the rest of us.
while the very
I wish I could
wealthy,
get the video,
the
but all
very
I could
wealthy,
find was
and
the
the politically
audio.
connected
It was live.
continue to enjoy the protection that these arms
You
afford.
guys have to look at my shining
The same
face.
type of force which right now guards this building and all of us personally, you would deny to the constituents you claim to serve, including the most vulnerable among us. What passing this bill would accomplish: it will encourage those who already prey on the defenseless. Good people are only less safe because of it. It will further defang your constituents and create more victims for the broken and the evil who lurk among us.
Let's see if I can
It will
find
senselessly
here.
punish a large portion of your constituents.
Do-do-do.
We, who resent yet another law that restricts our ability to respond to unjust violence with justified force. Orwell gets quoted a lot, but this one seems appropriate. The rifle on the wall of the laborer's cottage or working class flat is the symbol of democracy. It is our job to see that it stays there.
All right, thank you. Tell you what, I'm going to ask you guys to tag out for the two folks who are waiting over here to be part of this panel, and then we'll continue.
I don't
All right,
want
please
to
go
watch
ahead.
past session, jackass. I want to watch it live.
I'm Gage D. Young. I represent We the People of Colorado. It's WTPCO.org. You may
It's
as
like
well
right now we're
retitle this
stuck with
bill
audio.
the Make Colorado a Soft Target Bill. We the People of Colorado have a duty to remind you of the oath you took when you assumed your position in Colorado government, specifically your oath to support the Constitution of the United States of America. The Second Amendment of our Constitution states a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state.
Good deal, Bernie.
To keep and
Jay,
bear arms
just
shall not be
Stick
infringed.
with your
House
physical
Bill
therapy on that, man, and
24-1292
work it,
clearly
and you'll
infringes on
recover
our
good.
Second Amendment rights as legal citizens.
Everybody I know has
of the
had
United
knee
States.
replacements and
And your
stuff.
vote to support
As
House
long as
Bill
they stick with the physical
24-1292
therapy,
would be
typically do really good.
interpreted as a violation of your oath to support the
I've seen
Constitution
some
of the
people that
United
didn't
States
stick with it.
and an implied
it
resignation
wasn't
from
fun
your
for them.
position in Colorado government through that violation of your oath. It is insanity that the government of Colorado has opened its borders to a significant almost 200,000 population of undocumented illegal people. And now you wish to infringe on our Second Amendment right to defend ourselves and others when you clearly are unable to arrange for the protection of the legal Colorado population. This reckless recipe is sure to result in law-abiding, legal Colorado residents being impacted by violent criminal activity to a degree significantly higher than the combination of historical mass shootings in Colorado, most of which we and you know were primarily committed by mentally ill people using SSRI drugs. Successful attacks on the Second Amendment by the liberal governments of California, Washington, Oregon, and Illinois should serve as an example to you with their significant increases in violent crime and the deterioration of their cities. You should know that we will be holding you personally, legally accountable when these crimes occur, and you have infringed on our ability to defend ourselves. Colorado Constitution clearly acknowledges God and seeks to ensure tranquility, provide for the common defense, and secure blessings of liberty. We pay our Colorado taxes in faith for this very representation from you. We hope you'll take this into consideration when you're presented this bill to vote on.
All right, sir, at the end, please.
Yeah, dude, it was shoot in the 30s.
My name is
this
Teddy
morning.
Collins,
Now,
and I'm the proud owner
great
of Spartan
outside.
Defense Armory and Training based in Colorado
It's a
Springs.
beautiful day.
My journey in firearms began over 14 years ago while I was in college. Initially, firearms weren't on my
It was
radar
freezing
until
this morning.
witnessing
It's
tragic
supposed
events that
to
struck
be
close to
freezing
home,
tonight.
prompting me to
Not
seek
anything
training
like what
and
you
eventually
get. You
become an
keep all that
instructor with the
snow.
intent to help others. In my time, I've had the
I'll take
privilege
that
of
stuff
training
in
over 10,000 individuals
November,
before expanding
December,
into our store here in
January.
Colorado, a state we
Right
love
now,
and have
it's
come to call
time to
home
get
for my
ready to
wife
fish.
and my two beautiful daughters. Our commitment has always been to empower individuals to protect themselves and their loved ones, embodying the American spirit of self-reliance and individual freedom. This bill makes mention of the so-called success of the Clinton assault weapons ban. Tragic events like Columbine, the Oklahoma City bombing, and many others occurred despite restrictions being in effect. It's
They let the
evidence that
assault weapons
regulations
ban
alone
lapse
cannot prevent
because
determined
DOJ
individuals
had to
from causing
admit it had
harm.
statistically no
Violence
effect on gun
transcends
crime.
the tools used, as seen in mass shootings in Asia, bombings across the globes, and vehicle
They're
attacks
supposed
on
to get up there
crowds
and
here in
lie
the
about
United
those
States.
statistics.
This bill threatens the right of those who rely on firearms for self-defense, particularly marginalized and minority communities, disproportionately, affecting those of lesser economic means without providing
Hey,
real
man, it's good they
solutions
held
to
on
the
to you
root
overnight,
problem.
man, to watch.
This also does not prevent a
The
madman
hospital
from
food
driving a
sucks.
short distance to a nearby
No
state
place
to
in
acquire
any
the
kind
means
of
to
rest.
commit evil, as they can easily go
Wake you up
across
every 2
the state
hours.
lines. Any attempt to undermine the Second Amendment disregards our fundamental rights enshrined in our most sacred Bill of Rights of this most sacred republic. In conclusion, I'd like to also note that the fundamental reason of the Second Amendment seems to be lost by many here. To be clear, the Second Amendment isn't about hunting. It's about our right to defend ourselves, not only against the evil of other man, but to paraphrase Susanna Hupp, a victim who lost her parents in the Luby's massacre. It's also about our right to protect all of us from all of you sitting up there. If any of you would like to actually receive proper training on the items proposed to be banned, which I'm sure many here have never touched, I am happy to provide my time and ammo so an informed decision from a place of education versus that of ignorance can be made.
All
I
right,
have to
thank
go
you.
back and
Sir,
find
again.
old buddy who trolled the shit out of
Good
him.
afternoon to the committee. My name is Dalton Weishar. I'm here today to speak in opposition of House Bill 24-1292. The proposed legislation is nothing more than a blatant attack on the fundamental rights guaranteed to the people under the Second Amendment of the United States Constitution and under Article 2, Section 13 of the Colorado Constitution. We, the people, have a basic fundamental right to keep and bear arms in self-defense. Support of this legislation is a direct violation and contradiction of the very oath required to hold public office in the state of Colorado, an oath that requires you to support the constitutions of the United States and those of Colorado. This legislation states specifically assault weapons are not suitable for self-defense. Someone who says this is either intentionally ignorant to reality or lying. There are multiple examples across the world today in Ukraine, Haiti, Israel, Palestine, Nigeria, and others where assault weapons are actively being used and even in some cases distributed to the people specifically for the purpose of self-defense and defense of those people's families and property.
I said, just take care,
These countries
brother.
and others are
Definitely stick
undeniable
with the
examples
physical
of where
therapy.
the lack of these types of weapons has led
you'll
directly
recover
to massacre and death for countless innocent, vulnerable civilians. In fact, the majority of human existence has been a glaring example where the lack of distributed armaments has directly enabled slavery, genocide, and other mass slaughter of innocents. This proposed legislation aims to penalize those in violation with civil penalties of $250,000 and $500,000 for first and subsequent offenses, respectively. My question to you, what is your penalty for supporting unconstitutional, human rights violating legislation? I challenge you. Add an amendment to this bill that holds this bill's sponsors to the same standard the bill intends to hold the citizens. Make each of the bill's sponsors personally, financially responsible for any portion of this proposed legislation that is later found to be unconstitutional or otherwise illegal. The penalty being the same, $250,000 for the first section found to be illegal or unconstitutional and $500,000 for each subsequent section found. Let's find out exactly how many on this legislative body truly believe that this proposed legislation is anything more than a blatant violation of the most basic constitutional rights once they are held to the same standards we are.
All right. In the blue shirt, please go ahead.
Yeah, there was no
Thank you.
hunting
My name is Mike Gonzalez. I'm an Air Force veteran.
involved in either the.
I came in this morning. I was sitting in the overflow room for the last 5 hours. As I was walking up into the Capitol today, I noticed there was a statue outside of a Native American.
Defensive
I sat in the other room.
Whether that
there's lots of stained glass with Native Americans holding hands with people, and I wondered while I was sitting there I wonder what they would think about you all sitting up here talking about disarming people. Would they be for or against it? I can look around the room. I don't see a whole lot of Native Americans. I wonder why.
Make
our government
and feathers great again.
The Constitution was put in place not to put checks and balances on the civilians and citizens of this country. It was to put checks and balances on all you all. When it was written by men who had just finished fighting against tyrannical governments in Europe. They had no problem coming here and trying to slaughter as many people as they could. So when they wrote everything down that they did, it was because they had been persecuted for years and years. It goes throughout history. All you have to do is read a history book.
My computer will.
And I implore any of you that you're sitting up here in a spot for government, read a history book and tell me about one government that didn't at some point enslave their own citizens, slaughter their citizens, hold them under their thumb. Name me one. This country is unique in that we gave these rights to these people. This government is supposed to be for us. We are extremely unique. Do not chip away. I understand that the emotions of the people that have personal issues, but those with great freedom does come great responsibility. And our rights do not end where your fears begin.
All right, thank you. Members, questions? Rep. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is to Mr. Collins. You had indicated that you are a trainer. You've trained a lot of folks in this. So just two pieces of the bill that I wanted to get your opinion on. Page 4, it talks about assault weapons are not suitable for self-defense. But then later on page 8, it's going into the definition of what an assault weapon is. And it very clearly says semi-automatic pistol and goes through a long list
They're
of
so useful for
features that
mass
would make a
shooters that are
semi-automatic
unskilled
pistol
at
an
shooting.
assault weapon.
Do you
So
not
my
think
question
it'd
to
be
you in your
suitable for
capacity as a
someone defending
trainer
themselves
is,
in a stressful
do
situation?
you train people to lawfully carry concealed handguns, because it says handguns on page 8, lawfully carry concealed handguns, and do you think that that should fall under the definition of assault weapon like it says on page 4?
No, it should not. No, it should not. In my opinion, it should not. We should not be at a disadvantage as the citizenry versus the criminals. At the end of the day, these illegal items, these items that we're trying to make illegal in the state of Colorado, the criminals are not going to follow these laws. We've seen it time and time again. And some of the cities with the strictest gun controls in this nation have some of the worst gun crime in this nation. That's fact. You can go to the streets of Chicago. You can look at Philadelphia. You can see this happen. So no, we should not be at a disadvantage because they're not going to follow the rules. The bad guys are not.
No, never mind.
Rep. Garcia, did you have a question?
I changed my mind.
Okay, Rep. Mabry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for Mr. DeYoung. You had mentioned the influx of migrants into the country in connection with this legislation. And I just wanted to note that last year, the Denver police noted a steep decrease in the crime rate in Denver, including violent crimes and murders compared to 2022. I'll also note that the Cato Institute, which is a libertarian think tank, did a study in Texas, and that study showed that undocumented immigrants are 37% less likely to be convicted of crimes than U.S. citizens. And the Department of Justice did a study in Texas a few years ago, and they found that U.S. citizens were 2 times more likely to be convicted of violent crime and 4 times more likely to be convicted of property crime. So we see, and last year, as you did note, there was an influx of migrants into Denver. So the year that we saw more migrants in Denver, we also saw a steep decrease in crime in our city. So my question is, why are you connecting your need to possess a weapon with migrants coming into this country?
Because they don't have to follow our laws and they're being allowed to come in and do whatever they wish to do. And then they're being released almost immediately. And even after they commit a crime, rather quickly, this is happening in New York on a daily basis. And it's going to happen here too, because you guys want to be Washington, California. You're watching what's going on over in these states. And the same thing is going to happen here. I'll be eating popcorn in Texas when you guys are going down the way of San Francisco.
Members, other questions of these witnesses? All right, thank you all for testifying.
We gotta keep the mosh pit running. Hey Skilly, I just made you a mod, brother. Post your channel. And Krabby, did I get you? Oh, Krabby's gonna be one too. I think I got
Okay, David Allums, A-L-L-U-M-S. Kyle Babcock.
Mod. Good deal.
Dylan Armbrust.
Glad you and the fam's doing good, Skilly.
Missy Espinoza. Michael
That's
Mithoff.
it, man. I want my chat. I want my chat to be basically a mosh pit. If you guys are hanging around, I figure out you guys are cool, you're going to get a wrench. Because I want you guys to be able to post links. I want to be able to post your channels, post your links. I want to be able to spread everything as quick as we can spread it. Now, if someone comes in,
we'll start on the end. Please go ahead.
There's enough mods out there. If someone comes in and they're being a douchebag, that Blue Ridge Mafia can take care of that shit.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is David Allums, and it's a pleasure to be able to talk to you today, and a shame that it has to be about the risk of losing something I believed was an inalienable right.
I have the goal of making the most
To
riches
make
out there
laws
that I
that
can
man
possibly.
cannot and will not obey serves only to bring
Keep
all
kicking those
law
channels
into
out, guys.
contempt. Elizabeth Cady Stanton. What I come here to argue is the deliberately complex, obfuscatory, and arbitrary nature of the proposed regulations in this bill. To start up, I want to bring up this document's definition of a muzzle brake, or more specifically, lack thereof, even though they're banned. Can any of the sponsors tell me the difference between a muzzle brake, a compensator, and a ported flash hider? Can any of you articulate their specific differences in venting gases out of the muzzle of the weapon in a way that lowers recoil, and how all three of these items will accomplish that task differently? Will the police be able to? Will your citizens? There are several other terms, conditions, and laws that will affect millions of people in this bill that are left as gigantic question marks in much the same way. A giant question mark on a set of murky laws where any mistake means $250,000 in penalties. This law is not only contemptuous to the rights of your citizens, your friends, and your family, it is contemptuous to the stability of the law itself. Your already existing magazine ban is outright ignored in nearly every county in this state, save for Denver, Boulder, and Vail. All this will do is further those sentiments. A law so out of touch, so overly engineered that it will only result in malicious punishment for those few caught exercising their rights, and those who aren't will be further assured that this administration, this state government, no longer acts in the interests of their people.
All right, thank you. Ma'am, please go ahead.
You know what's faster than calling 911? Than screaming for help? My draw, how fast I can pull my gun, point, and shoot. I used to have really bad nightmares. At age 20, I was the victim of an armed home invasion. I've told that story here before, how I got myself a gun within the next 24 hours. The nightmares, I paid attention to them. Invasion, rape, kidnapped, being chased in the dark. I'm here today to fight for what made the nightmares stop, my weapons. I've slept with a loaded rifle next to me for years and years. I carry a pistol and more 24/7. I will not be disarmed, and when I have children, they will be armed and capable too. They will not be victims. The Second Amendment is a miracle. Those written words are timeless. You will vote no, or we will make an example out of you. And a special message to Tim Hernandez. You were not elected. You were appointed. Fuck you, you call me tyrant.
Oh, all right, all right.
And to your virtue
Committee's in recess.
co-sponsor, educate yourself.
Committee's in recess. Committee will come back to order. Michael Mitoff, yeah, please come up. All right, sir in the blue, please go ahead.
I appreciate everyone's time today. My name is Jonathan Wilson, and I appreciate the opportunity to urge you to oppose HB 1292. I believe this bill is extremely misguided if the end goal is to reduce gun violence. This bill does very little to address the root cause of gun violence and instead aims to completely destroy the gun industry in Colorado and alienate the 40+% of lawful gun owners in the state, and demonstrates a lack of understanding of how firearms work claiming them to be more lethal due to mostly features that make the firearm safer to fire. This bill assumes that anyone intending to make a firearm safer to manipulate may also cause harm to others with more ease. However, this ignores the fact that these types of semi-automatic firearms are in common use by millions of lawful gun owners in this state and takes an extreme position to eventually end their right to possess these firearms by not allowing them to transfer them to their children and grandchildren. The bill states that mass shootings decreased in the 10 years that the federal assault weapons ban was in effect and skyrocketed 180% after the bill expired in 2004. However, data published in both March 99 and July of 2004 by the U.S. Department of Justice finds that assault weapons ban, quote, failed to reduce the average number of victims per gun murder incidents or multiple gunshot wound victims. An April 23 Pew Research Center article analyzed what data says about gun deaths in the U.S. It states that U.S. gun deaths have actually decreased from 14.6 in 21 to its peak of 16.3 in 74 per 100K. Now, obviously, we shouldn't be complacent with any gun deaths. However, this data just goes to show you that we are focusing on the wrong things and looking for a simple solution. Unfortunately, this issue is more complex than taking an extreme stance on banning firearm ownership from the law abiding. We need to stop creating division between gun owners and gun control advocates and find a more collaborative and comprehensive approach to safety. You cannot legislate people's behavior and you cannot alienate such a large population of our state. We have families and children and loved ones too. We have the same goals to keep any guns out of the hands of the wicked. So let's focus on a nonpartisan approach to that instead of trying to chip away at rights of all gun owners. That is why I strongly urge you to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead next, and if you wouldn't mind starting with your name.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. My name is Michael Mitoff. I'm a sales associate at a local FFL, a competitive shooter, a firearms advocate, and enthusiast. So much of what I had written down has already been discussed over and over and over, so I'm going to try and just focus on a couple things that I see haven't been discussed as much. Specifically, well, one, I'm going to lose my job. The family that I work for has been wonderful and helpful, and they worked very hard to build the business that they have. One day they're going to have to lock their doors and fire their staff, and that's it. My other concerns are how different the world is today and how it's constantly changing, yet evil still remains the same. It doesn't discriminate what it uses. It can use acid, a hatchet, a truck, a bomb, groups of individuals, home invasions with multiple assailants breaking in, more and more violent crimes, blatant crimes out in the middle of the street. So disarming us with this bill is tantamount to declawing a cat before you send it out to go live in the wild. Sorry, I tried to reshuffle and condense everything. I got 50 seconds left, but I think I kind of said the important stuff. The question was asked earlier too, and I don't know if I really heard an answer of what is more destructive. And I think time is the most destructive variable that nobody's looking at. How long is that able to destroy? If the AR-15 is so destructive, how come every law enforcement officer, or maybe every other, has one in their vehicle? Because it's probably the most optimal way to mitigate a threat quickly. So if we have the same capabilities and we don't have the time because something is being destroyed because law enforcement isn't there for us, our own security is in our own hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, sir, if you would just share your name as you begin to speak.
I already went.
Oh, you did? I'm very sorry. Whoever did not speak, please go ahead. It's on the mic. There you go.
Thank you, Rod Brandenburg, Longmont, Colorado. Grandpa's Pawn and Gun, 30 years. It's interesting sitting back watching this today. Why in the hell don't we have more guards at our schools? Columbine happened 25 years ago, 1 month from now. And why don't we have more guards at our schools? Maybe some of you could volunteer, or some of these folks behind us, to make our environment a lot cleaner. More eyes on a prize, get some parents in the schools. Those parents wouldn't even be paid. They'd be volunteers. And who has a more vested interest in the kids' safety than the parents and grandparents? I addressed Boulder City Council and Longmont City Council about this 7 years ago, and I revisited it 6 months ago, why they hadn't done anything. And I'm getting that same starry gaze from them. And then I received 3 death threats within the next week at my store. So who's the bad guys? Parent patrols would work, and there's no reason why they wouldn't work. In fact, Erie High School and Skyline High School, they have worked in the past. The schools even bought security jackets for the people. Do you guys realize that FBI, ATF, CBI, our local sheriff's department, and cops scrutinize what we do? There are 71 items on every 4473 that we're responsible for. And I'd love to entertain some technical questions if you have them. My colleague in Boulder and I have been in business over 75 years. We have sold over 100,000 guns and never been involved in a mass shooting, but you want to penalize us. Shame on you. Real quickly, Roxanne Aguilar broke into our store 4 years ago, broke into 7 gun stores in a month, contacted by the police 56 times from January 1st to August 1st. Give me just a little more time, please.
Thank you.
She spent 7 months in jail after breaking into 7 gun stores, 40 felony charges in our store. The gun she stole wound up with the drug cartel.
Thank you. If you could wrap up. Time's up.
I'm wrapped and I'm ready for some questions.
Thank you very much. Everyone has spoken on this panel? Okay. Members, are there any questions for this panel? Sorry, Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is either for Mr. Brandenburg or Mr. Motif. You indicated you were an FFL. Was that correct?
Mitoff, I work for an FFL.
Okay. So read the bill. It's talking about rifles, shotguns, handguns, anything with semi-automatic, detachable magazine, and then a long laundry list of other features. So I think, which means the way I read this bill, pretty much the only thing in the handgun world that's not impacted by it or potentially impacted by it is revolvers, wheel guns. So I think back to a situation I encountered when I was a cop, in which an individual was carjacked at gunpoint by 4 individuals. So if somebody is being carjacked by 4 individuals in a situation like that, do you think that a revolver is sufficient to be able to defend yourself?
Overall, no. You'd probably have to run.
Sorry, let me just recognize you. I just have to recognize you. Is it Mitoff?
Mitoff.
Mitoff. Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, it would work for 1 at a minimum, but you'd have to probably hit the other ones with the car.
Representative Armagast.
If these people act like ammonium
My
nitrate
question
diesel
is for you,
fuels
sir.
don't exist.
If I was getting interest in your story, if you can
Or I
elaborate a little bit
mentioned
more
it
on your
earlier
story that you were
today,
telling on the
about our
truck attack
break-in?
in East Franks.
I was in
I
Berthoud
was
when that
84 to
was going
87
on, and
dead
so
in
I
less
never
than
heard
30
the outcome of
seconds
that. If
with
you can elaborate a little more on
a
that,
box
please.
truck roughly the
I'd be
size
glad
of a
to.
Ryder
Thank you.
truck.
Sorry, I have to acknowledge you. It's Mr. Brandenburg.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah. 30
Evil
years.
people want to do
34
evil
years.
things. Taking
in
away
Longmont.
assault
And,
weapons ain't
I
stopping
have never had an
shit.
insurance claim.
And yeah, Bradley, yeah, the tyrant show. That's about
And
it.
we get
That's-
broke into, stolen
Yeah.
pickup out of Westminster, rammed it through the side of our business. It's concrete walls. They're cinder blocks reinforced with concrete and rebar. The 4th time she smashed into the building, she finally made entry. Stole 12 guns. We've got 8 back. And they were all cartel related. They were dealing drugs. They were violent fugitives. who
Stevie,
should not
what
be in
is up,
possession
my
of guns.
brother?
So folks, guess where stolen guns go? They go to the underworld. Meanwhile, you want to penalize law-abiding citizens? That ain't going to work.
Don't get you started, BV.
And
I'll
after
send
30
you a
years
link.
of doing this, I think I know what
I'll
the hell I'm
crank you up.
talking about.
Pull the
Well,
nail
yeah,
beads and crank up
insurance
like a
went up. I was
lawnmower.
paying $4,200 a year. We were $10,700 this year. Oh, and to add insult to
chainsaw.
injury, Roxana, 3 years to the date, I got a check for $12. That's restitution. So you know what, folks? Restitution's a joke in Colorado also. I'm currently owed over
$3.99 a pound?
$95,000 for items that have been stolen from our store. We're also a pawn shop. And for those of you who are too busy looking at your phone, you got to listen to this. There are 300 pawn shops here in Colorado, and most of us own guns. And you mentioned safe storage in your bill. That's what we do, is safe storage. So you want to put us out of business, you're going to have tens of thousands of guns back out on the street And the reason they pawn them with us is their car isn't safe, or maybe they're not living in a safe place. So for $10 a month or $20 a month, we have a thriving business. And by the way, pawn shops have been around over 3,000 years. It's a vital, vital part of our communities. And what you're trying to do is put us out of business. And again, shame on you. And if any of you have the time, I'd love to go into more detail about this. I could sit up here for 4 hours and talk about what the hell we've experienced.
Thank you.
Can we get
Representative
the
Evans.
fuck you tyrant girl
Thank you,
back
Madam
up
Chair.
there?
Just a follow-up question, I guess, to Mr. Brandenburg. So you're saying that your store was burglarized by somebody that had to ram forget if you said concrete or cinder block or both, but had to ram a concrete or cinder block wall 4 times with a stolen vehicle before they made entry. Can you just comment a little bit further on what sort of security measures your store uses?
Mr.
We have
Brandenburg.
21 cameras. We
safe,
have, like I
gun
said, the
locks.
cinder block walls, reinforced steel doors. We were in the process last night of sending all of you people the video. How she smashed into, in fact, most of you probably don't watch Fox News or Newsmax, but I was on there and I was live about it. She smashed this pickup through the wall. Then she took an axe to our display cases. And I'll be glad to send each and every one of you the video. And if you are good stewards about and represent your constituents, watch it. That's sickening what she did. And then she gets away with it. Her first felony offense, she was 13 years old. Like I mentioned a minute ago, she's been contacted 56 times between January 1st and August 1st.
Why, it's
Broke
almost
into
like
7 gun
criminals
stores,
don't
3 in
give a shit
Longmont,
about
2 in
your gun
Greeley, and 2 in
laws.
Fort Collins. And she gets slapped on her wrist, but you want to assess a $250,000 fine because we sell somebody a gun to defend themselves? And it makes me proud to sell guns to rape victims.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you all for your testimony this afternoon. We'll go ahead and call our next panel of witnesses.
Yeah, this has been going on since what, 10 this
I have
morning? This is going to go on
Jonathan
for a
Wilson.
long time tonight.
Oh, that was you? Yeah. I'm so sorry, sir.
And why are we listening to it? Well, because we like to call out tyrants on this channel, and well, it's just the way we roll. And again, there's a bill much like this sitting in the Alabama House right now that I don't think will ever see the light of day. But it's there, and I guarantee you it'll be there next year, and it'll be there the next year, and it'll be there the next year.
I'll call Adam
freaking
Scarborough. Morgan
I still think it's
Donaldson.
funny. I don't even think there's a chapter of the Commie Mommies in Alabama,
Christian Pratt.
which is great. But I guarantee you there's enough Karens to
Hannah
make
Hill.
one.
John Butterbush. Sean Steele.
Why does that sound like a porn name? General, what's up, my brother?
Jennifer Moore.
How you doing today, man?
Steve Humphrey. Stephen Fetter. Chancellor Dunn. Anthony Watts.
Good to hear, General. Hell, General hang out another stream or two. He gonna get a wrench too.
Okay, thank you. We have 4 here. If you could, when you begin your testimony, just share your name. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. My name is John Botterbush. Members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm representing myself and in my opposition to this bill because I do not believe that it will prevent deadly mass shootings. According to Jennifer Messia of The Trace, of 190 public mass shooting incidents dating back to 1966, perpetrators in 80% of attacks used at least one handgun, while 28% used a semi-automatic assault weapon like an AR-15 or its variants. The deadliest school shooting in U.S. history, Virginia Tech 2007, involved two handguns with 10 and 15 round magazines,
a 9mm
killing
and a
32 victims and injuring 17 others from gunfire. 3 months after Parkland, an individual with a 12-gauge pump shotgun and a revolver killed 10 people and 17 injured 13 others at a high school shooting in Texas. In September 2022 in Russia, a neo-Nazi illegally converted 2 non-lethal trauma pistols to fire live ammunition, and with only 8-round capacity magazines, killed 18 people and 23 others at a school. A sobering fact we must all realize is that any modern firearm suitable for
we don't want our schools to look like
whether
prisons.
that be handguns, rifles, or
banks, 'cause
shotguns,
we put armed
is
guards in
fully
banks.
capable of a deadly mass shooting. However,
CJ,
this
what's
does
up, my
not mean
brother?
that we should ban suitable firearms for self-defense just because of a past acts in
We're hanging
criminal
out. Let me
events.
do this.
Our state constitution protects the right to bear arms in defense of the home, person, and property. And
Let
I
me throw
believe
this out.
good people
Anyone
should
wants to
not be
jump in,
prevented
jump in.
from acquiring firearms they view best for their protection.
Thank you. I also want to recognize your names were
All right, let me
called,
pin
so
that
we'll
in
ask
the
2 people to
YouTube
kind of switch
chat.
out. Thank you very much. Please, go ahead.
My name is Adam Scarborough. I am speaking against this bill. Tyrants of the Polish regime, I'm here today to testify against this tyrannical and unconstitutional assault weapons ban. As of today, I'm informed that the U.S. District Judge Sharon Johnson Coleman, nominated by President Obama, ruled that illegal aliens are allowed to carry firearms per the non-citizen statute 18 U.S.C. 922 G5. We should ask, why aren't you simply enforcing the laws that are already on the books? From giving harsh sentences to criminals who've already broken the law, to stopping the illegal alien fighting age males to continue to swell our numbers in our state. Since you've been in control of this legislative body,
That
crime
would
has
be
continued.
logical and actually makes sense.
Additionally, the use of fentanyl rise, crafted by the Chinese communists in Mexico and smuggled illegally across our border. Rather than address these issues, you go after criminals, you seek to disarm the citizens of the state. Instead of protecting the state
Yeah,
and the
there's
U.S.
some people that
Constitution,
have
you use the death of
just
loved ones as
smashed
political
these
points to push a
emotional
lie.
arguments today.
My jiu-jitsu coach, a second-generation American whose family immigrated to America legally from Mexico, a martial arts Hall of Fame inductee who had the honor of representing our country 3 times on the USA grappling team, speaks often to the diverse group of people that come through his gym. Women in particular come for generally 2 reasons. Either something happened to them and they don't want it to happen again, or they see what is happening and you don't want to become a victim.
And see, for me,
I'm a Nazi discovered just how different
like a
men
bill
and
that
women
was put
truly
in
are.
Alabama that would
Make no mistake, I'm
make it
aware of what you'll
illegal
do
for an
next.
illegal alien
First will
to
be the
have a
guns,
gun.
followed by knives, and eventually the martial arts
It's a lot of
studios,
illegals.
as evident by the tyrant Raskins bill, HR 6981 in DC.
I really don't
Before you
care
continue with your
whether
tyrannical
someone
march,
is
you should
here
be aware of the Battle
illegally
of Athens, Tennessee.
and has a gun.
In World War II veterans,
If
in
they are using that
1946,
gun for
citizens of Athens
self-defense,
became aware of
self-defense
corruption
is
of
a
the
natural
Democrat
right,
Paul Cantrell and his
you have that
intimidation of
right.
voters and use of police brutality.
If you're
The
going to be
veterans
allowed to
gathered
stay
votes to
here,
defeat the local tyrants
you ought to be
peacefully.
allowed to defend yourself.
Cantrell then
And
used
that
his
might
police to steal the
piss
ballot
some
boxes
people
and kept
off,
them in the
but
sheriff's
it's just
office.
the way it is.
Veterans acquired firearms, M1 Grands,
If we believe
1911s,
that
as well as
self-defense is a
Thompson fully
natural
automatic
right,
submachine guns, and opened fire on the building. Eventually, they used
free
dynamite
people
to get
going to free
inside.
people.
With no loss of life, the people emerged victorious that day. Six Semper Tyrannis.
Thank you.
Death
go
to
ahead.
tyrants, baby.
Share your name.
Or thus to tyrants.
Good morning. My name is Christian Pratt. Thank you,
I
Ms.
got to do
Chair.
another one of those.
Greetings,
I said
or
it
good
all
afternoon
for
now, by
banking.
now, fellow committee members and fellow Coloradans. Thank you for allowing me to be in front of you. I had a lot of literature prepared today. However, a lot of people have
I'll be back. Let me hit
already echoed some of the points that
the rest of
I've
the room.
written. However, there was a woman who was testifying a little bit earlier who actually started to go down one of my points. However, I wish to try to, tackle. First off, I mean, a lot of our gun shops are small businesses that will be totally gutted because of this legislation if it does pass. On top of that, a lot of our vulnerable communities will be put in danger. Mountain communities, rural communities, LGBTQIA plus members. They are definitely no strangers to gun violence at all. However, women have suffered a tremendous assault on their reproductive rights. And this has mainly been done by people who the public did not elect. And in a similar situation, we have here somebody who is a co-sponsor of this bill, who was appointed by a vacancy committee. And, you know, we're seeing a bill that was struck down last year come through again.
If you're a criminal coming
this prime
into the
co-sponsor
United States,
was
a
this
violent
person who was
criminal,
selected by the committee,
you're
by
actually
this
being
vacancy
deported,
committee.
period. Shouldn't be allowed
I don't think
to stay
that's
here.
right.
I don't
don't
give a
think
shit.
that people
Doesn't matter.
who we have
You
no
need to
say
go.
in putting in these positions of power.
I say
should
we
be able
start
to
dropping them off
sponsor
in other
any
countries.
sort of
Oh, you're
legislation that
from
takes
Mexico?
anything away from anybody.
Guess where you get to go?
And that's my
Zimbabwe.
time. Thank you so much.
Have
Thank
fun.
you.
Parachute. kick 'em
Also,
out
if
door.
anyone would be willing to
Hope you
switch
remember the
chairs,
ripcord.
we'd be grateful. Please go ahead. Thank you. If you could share your name.
All right. My name is Morgan Downs, and I actually recently started working for a local FFL. In the almost 3 months that I've been working for this company, I've actually been able to dedicate myself to many individuals, up to and including almost 273 brand new firearm owners, specifically due to this bill. They recognize the same threat that all of us do, knowing that the crime rise is skyrocketing through the roof to the point that we are all armed at any given point in time that we have to leave our homes. I myself actually invested in a $5,000 security system at my own home because the vagrant population has become so infested with fentanyl and everything else that I have vagrants invading a home because of recent legislation that was passed.
All sympathy in the world for.
That I now have to have that security system involved, and at any point in time there are
That's still the right,
inside my
the
home to
light of
protect
day,
my
brother.
family. The fact that this blatant violation of the
Rise,
Constitution is
what's
in
up?
effect as we speak. Furthermore,
But
this
yeah,
is the first
people
job I've
coming here,
had
these
that I
cartel
haven't had to
members,
kill
these gang
myself in
members,
order
and
to
stuff
do.
like that. Yeah,
I absolutely love my
completely.
job and working with the
They need
people
to
that I
be
do, and I have
arrested.
two of my fellow coworkers
They need
sitting
to be
right next to me.
investigated, and they
These
need
are
to
the
be
best
taken
people
out
I have ever
to
worked
somewhere
with, the most
so
honest
yes.
people I have ever worked
We
with,
have
and the
enough
hardest
criminals
working
in the
people
United
I
States
have
of
ever
our
worked with.
own.
And our main
We don't
dedication
need to
is to
import
make
more.
sure that the citizens are protected, that they know what they're doing when it comes to handling their firearms, and that they know how to protect themselves and those around them. We run multiple variety of classes like CCW courses on how to actually properly use your firearms, self-defense training courses, and other courses in order to make sure that you guys are protected when we are out in the public with you. I believe that this violation is 100% against everything. And honestly, with all due
Jess,
respect,
what's
I'm
up, my
absolutely
brother? Good to
disgusted
see you
have
back.
watched the TV screen and see absolutely every single last one of the members, except a few on this board, glance off and zone out, knowing that our words are falling on deaf
it was
ears.
a good point.
Thank you. If you could share your
Jess,
names.
you missed the
your
lady a
name,
minute
so
ago.
it's Morgan
It was
Johnson?
basically
Morgan
she shut the
Donaldson.
hearing down for a minute
Very sorry.
due to her "fuck these tyrants"
Please, whoever
comment.
would like to go first.
Or was it
Hi,
she named
my
a dude
name
and
is
said,
Jennifer
"Fuck
Moore,
you,
and
tyrant."
I'm here
And
today to voice my
it got shut
opposition
down for
to
a
the
minute.
proposed gun control measures. Many people will be saying the same thing here today. The vast majority of gun owners are responsible people. We train in safe
You
use.
did, trust me. If
We
I didn't
teach our
have to see
children
daylight
and
most of
even
the
our
time, DJ, I
grandchildren
wouldn't see it.
in the proper use of firearms. These measures will hinder law-abiding citizens and leave it open to
Practically
illegal
a
firearms
vampire
and
with a
criminals who
decent
don't
tan
care
most
about
of the
others
time.
in any way. Criminals who continue to plague our cities and towns with
And a lot
no
of my
end
tan
in
comes from a
sight.
welding arc.
This measure won't deter them. It won't stop them from accessing similar styles of firearms and ignore any restrictions you intend to impose on
And you guys
us.
can pretty much thank G-Webs or
The
gun
Second
websites
Amendment
for
of the
this
United
stream,
States
because
Constitution
I didn't know this
flat
hearing was
out
happening today
guarantees our
until
right to keep
G-Webs
and
was
bear arms.
streaming the
It
rally
doesn't
that
say that we
happened
can only
before
have the
this
certain
hearing.
types of ones that you think that we should have, and it shall not be infringed.
G-Webs is a good
means
dude, man. He
any
stays
legislation
pretty well on
is an
top of what's
infringement.
going on in the gun world.
Penalizing law-abiding citizens doesn't stop the root cause of this. Enforce the laws that are already in place and have the criminals pay for their
Hopefully
crimes.
him and the doggers
not
are doing
us.
good.
Please also take into the account amount of jobs that will be lost.
Of course, Brandon
My job,
Herrera testified
these
earlier in
guys'
the hearing
jobs,
today.
the others that are here.
I think
The
Toby from
businesses
Cape
that will go out.
Gunworks was there
This
videoing.
proposition is wrong. Thank you.
There's a bunch of cats running around
Thank
in this
you.
hearing right now.
Please, when you're ready,
Ava
if you could share your
Flanell,
name.
she testified.
Hi, my name is Stephen Fader. I'm a gun store employee. I'm a Jewish American, and I'm a law-abiding,
Oh, yeah,
tax-paying
BB.
American.
He's going to be
And I would just like
absolutely
to
ignored.
say that I would like to start by saying that most of our mothers taught us not to make hard
The
decisions
first
with emotion, but with facts
10 minutes
and
of this
smart
hearing
thinking.
today,
We must not
with the
rely on
leftists
emotions, but
testifying,
facts that show these bans don't save
basically
lives.
we're telling
What
you
will
that
save
facts don't
lives is
matter and they
mental
don't
health
give a shit
services.
about
That will save
facts.
lives, dealing with the problem of the people, not the item. If you ignore mental health, people will continue to kill people regardless of what item.
Oh, was
they
Brooke
use
in
to do so.
Connecticut today?
And more
I knew she was
importantly,
riding
this
out.
bill will put us out of business. It will put me and thousands of other Coloradans out of a job.
I knew she was going to
And that will
testify. I didn't
affect our
realize it was
livelihoods,
today.
it'll affect our families, it'll affect our friends. So I ask you to think about us and our jobs when
You
we
know,
stand there in the unemployment
Apparently,
line
there was some
because of this
oral
bill that you want
arguments
to
out of
pass.
the 9th that I missed yesterday.
And who will be
and
without
maybe
the work
today.
except for us, the
was it?
law-abiding citizens?
Yeah.
Criminals will keep
So I'm
doing
gonna have to go back
what
and
they
find
keep
those.
doing, which is be criminals. We don't just serve old white men. We serve people of color. We serve
Brooke is
everybody.
an absolute
We serve
rock
people of
star,
all
too.
races, religions. We serve gay, trans, everybody. They deserve the option to defend themselves with what they like. It is not fair to take that away from them. They are the most important people we serve. I would also just like to ask why we focus on law-abiding citizens rather than hardening penalties for the criminals that will commit crimes regardless of what laws you pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions for this panel? Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Ladderbush, did I remember that right?
Otterbush, yep.
Question for you. You had a bunch of interesting statistics. I was curious if in your research you had come across any sort of
Hey, look,
statistics
Jess,
or data
I'm just
that
trying to
indicates
keep your heart in good
just
shape.
rough numbers.
Make it beat,
How
you know,
often
circulate that
firearms
blood.
are used in self-defense annually?
Well, it depends on what source you come from. I believe the Gun Violence Archive estimates the floor is roughly an actual firing of a firearm in the United States is roughly about 3,000 to 5,000 a year. But just brandishing
even
a
the
firearm,
TVA
that
can't get that
other
number that
sources
way.
estimate that anywhere from 50,000 to 150,000 instances per year. Is not every self-defense with a firearm requires the pulling of a trigger and shots to be fired. Just simply showing a use of force is enough to deter a violent action at that point. So again, it depends on the source that you look at.
Thank you. I have a question.
Estimates run as high as
I'm
2
sorry,
mil. The
ma'am,
lowest
in the
number I've
middle,
seen was
more.
roughly about
I like your first
42
name.
to 46,000.
I am
defensive
curious
gun uses a
if
year.
you have a sense too of
Tactical
how
Thug,
many
what's up, my brother?
firearms have been, I guess, almost like kind of like retired. I don't know if that's the word, but if you have a sense in the industry, kind of like the lifetime of a weapon, have there been any programs to decommission weapons or anything
Yes,
like
they're
that?
called
that
gun
you may have
buybacks, you
seen work
fucking moron.
in the last couple of decades?
And no, they
Ms.
don't
Moore.
work.
So basically what you're not taking into account
That's
is
right. That's why they won't take in ghost guns
responsible
anymore.
gun
They
owners,
won't
we
take in
care of our
3 printed auto
firearms. We clean
sears.
them, we maintain them. They'll last. We train, we work, we make sure we know what we're doing, how to take it apart, how to put it back together so everything stays in working
Yes.
order. And
This with
you know, we
basic
make
maintenance
it's
is going
if
to
something
last
breaks,
a
we
couple
get
of
it fixed.
generations.
It's not just a case of we're out there with rusted anything. I mean, I have a firearm that is pretty old and she's perfect. So we take care of our stuff. We make sure it's in working order. They're tools. You take care of your tools.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you all for your testimony this afternoon. Sorry. I'll go ahead and start calling the next names of witnesses.
Oh yeah, Brad, dude. Yeah, the medic, and I missed his streaming his testimony, but there was I think he was United
Okay,
States
we'll call
Army. He was a
Grant
medic.
Kramer.
And he went through talking about different wounds and stuff. And of course, they'll completely dismiss his testimony. He's only the one who's treated the wounds. So
Okay. We have you as in support of the bill, so we'll let you go ahead and testify. When you are ready, please get started, and you have 2 minutes.
here we go with the
My name is
support
Grant
bill.
Kramer. I'm a sophomore at East High School and a member of Students Demand Action. I'm 15 years old and have already lived through 3 shootings at my school. I've watched my classmate go from his happy usual self to being carried on a stretcher into the back of an ambulance, bleeding out. I've heard gunshots go off in the hallway while walking to class. I've watched families and friends break down in front of memorials. I've hidden in the back of supply closets, not knowing if the pounding on the door was a shooter or a classmate running for cover.
Yes.
I've experienced the trauma of
How
gun
about we
violence
allow
firsthand and
teachers,
continue
'cause there
to
is
every day I
fast for
have to go to
Colorado,
school, not
I
knowing
believe.
if I'll be the next victim.
How about we allow
I've
them to
witnessed my
defend you?
legislators and politicians give their thoughts and prayers for after each shooting, but when I enter the Capitol to beg them to keep me safe, they sit on their phones as if I'm not there and refuse to pass life-saving legislation.
That's
The
because
time for change was
legislation won't save
1,201 school
lives.
shootings ago. The time for an assault rifles ban was due 200,000 dead Americans ago, and we still haven't passed one. How many more people have to die
Assault
before
weapons
you
have
pass
not
one?
killed
How many
200,000
more school
Americans.
shootings do
You
I have to
douchebag.
endure before we
Not
can
the
come together as a
history
state and
of
say that citizens
private
don't need
firearms ownership.
AR-15s to hunt and for self-defense? My dad was in the military. He worked with AR-15s. I come from a big military family.
No.
And to see these weapons go into the hands of civilians is dangerous. And these same weapons that are supposed to be intended to keep our democracy safe are the same ones that were used
There we go,
were the same ones that were used to shoot and kill police officers on January 6th. The same ones that were intended to murder every single member of Congress
he
and the
just
vice
say
president of America.
Police officers got killed by ARs on
saddening
January
to see the
6th.
way our country is going and how guns are being used. They're not being intended the way the founders wanted
He
them to be
literally
used.
just said that.
And I sit back here and I laugh as people call people commie
We are raising dumbest
bastards
generation
or
of
whatever.
kids
And no one
that
is
we
looking to
have
take your
ever
guns and your
raised.
freedom. We're trying to create an America where I can go to school and not have to witness the murder of my classmates, where I don't have to hide in the back of supply closets while I hear screaming in the hallways, while I hear bullets in the hallway. That is the America
Someone
we're
loaded
creating,
up
and
a
we
truck
need
full
a
of
safe
stupid
America,
just
and you
ran
need to pass
everybody
this.
over with it.
Democrat or Republican, this is common sense. Military weapons do not belong to citizens.
Yeah, the
Thank
only
you.
person that was
Thank you.
actually shot and killed on
Okay.
January 6th
We'll
was
go
a
to
unarmed
questions.
protester.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Shot in the
Kramer, if you
neck,
could,
fucking
there might be some
assassinated
questions if you'd be open to.
by a DC
Rep-
cop.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you so much for being here and sharing your story and coming down.
Can you
to
say
advocate.
indoctrination?
Earlier in the day, we heard testimony that insinuated that high school students were coming down here to advocate for changes on guns because special interest groups or politicians asked them to be down here. And I was curious, how did that testimony make you feel? How did that make you feel?
Mr.
I
Kramer.
don't give a shit.
I don't work for anyone. I'm a high school student. I mean, that's literally conspiracy theories to say high schoolers are being bought and paid for by special interest groups. I've witnessed classmates die. I've witnessed
You're just being
bloodstained
manipulated,
concrete on the way walking to lunch
idiot.
every day. I've
Damon, what's
been
up, my
to
brother?
funerals and memorials for survivors for people who have died because of gun violence. I'm not coming here because I'm part of someone's special agenda. I'm coming here because I don't feel safe at school, because I've experienced 3 school shootings. I'm coming here because 48,000 Americans die each year from gun violence and counting, and no one wants to do anything about it. No one wants to do anything about it. And there's people in this room who think that it's common sense that everyone should be able to buy an AR-15. It's not. The same, and to have people sit here with AR-15 pins, the same gun that was used to murder 21 preschoolers in the Sandy Hook school shooting, I think is disgusting. This glorification of guns as like if it's going to save our democracy, and everyone who has a different opinion is somehow a communist, is somehow a fascist. I'm not a communist or a fascist. I just want to go to school peacefully, and I want to live my life without having to witness another murder or witness the horrors of gun violence. And to have a community and a country where all safe is what we should be working towards.
Thank you,
You
Representative
got an
Harrod.
update from your overlords.
Thank you.
and
And
you're puking
my
it up
colleague did
over everybody
ask my
else.
question. And so I just want to say thank you for being here. I'm not sure if you are my constituents in Northeast Denver. I know East is right there. So I just want to thank you for coming, and just know that I'm not going to pay you for your testimony. But I appreciate how you all and your colleagues and your classmates
This
have
kid
been
is
really
being
watching this legislation
manipulated
and
and
advocating.
victimized
As your
by
representative,
the
I hear you.
state.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What do you rank
Representative
up
Evans.
BV, like 30 mil or
Thank you, Madam
something
Chair,
like that?
and thank you so much for coming today. Completely agree with something that you said. Kids today should be able to go to school in peace, to be able to learn in a safe academic environment where they can focus on learning and not violence. I was a cop for 10 years. I trained to take a bullet for kids. So this is something that I've literally sworn an oath payable by my, up to and including my life to uphold. And so I'm really curious on your opinion on something, because we've got to get this right. I mean, I got kids in school too, right? I want to make sure that they're safe. This is something we have to get right. But I know things like, alcohol's illegal in schools. Well, when I was a cop for 10 years, I saw a lot of alcohol
Yeah,
in schools.
Chess, he
Things like
probably
drugs
needs to
are
come out
illegal
of
in
the
schools. Saw a lot of drugs in schools.
Probably feel
So
better.
I'm really curious about your opinion about how and why you think that this bill would work by making many different types of firearms illegal, when some of these other items that we talked about are illegal and we still get them in school all the time too. Because I want to get this right.
Yeah, totally. So if we start banning crazy weapons like AR-15s for civilian use, that it's going to make it harder to buy. It's going to make it harder to possess. And
Critical
and that's
thinking
the goal,
skills
because these
not
are
taught
crazy weapons.
anymore
They're being used for awful things.
at all.
Passing gun control bills works. I mean, we know that. That's a fact. Take California versus Alabama, for example. You have Alabama, they have some of the worst gun control laws in the country.
Hey,
they have
keep
the highest
Alabama out
some of
your
the highest
fucking
gun
mouth,
mortality
boy.
rates. Their gun violence is off the charts. But with
No,
states
it's
who
not.
actually are having responsible, common sense gun
You want to
laws,
know the only places it's
like
off the charts?
California,
Inner city
and a lot
Birmingham,
of these other more democratic states,
Montgomery,
less people
all
are
the
dying.
places
Lives
where
are
you
being
have
saved.
high
So,
poverty and drugs.
when we do put restrictions, when we do put common sense
Constitutional carry,
restrictions
when
on
we went
guns,
to that a couple
it
of years
works.
ago, years
And
ago,
I hear a lot of people
it
come up here
didn't
and
affect
they give
well,
anecdotes,
down
but there's no proof, because there's no numbers that back
But the only places
back the
we
other
saw
side, because
spikes,
it's a
again,
fact. When
were inner
you
city
regulate guns,
involved in
less
gangs
people
and
die,
drugs.
and that's what we should be doing, and that's what this bill does.
And with the
Mr.
fentanyl
Chair.
we got now, that is
Thanks.
driven
No
up
question.
gang
Mr.
violence.
Kramer, I just want to say thank you for coming here after school hours and giving your testimony.
Dude,
At 15, you've
me running, man.
seen things that
Oh,
certainly nobody going to school should have to see. And
this is the generation that can't
I
figure out
think
the
any of
difference
us at any
between a
age
man and a woman.
would love it if we
But
could
they
get through
want to
life
talk about
without seeing
assault
them.
weapons.
But
And he just
young
said
folks
that
especially, so just thanks for being
police
here.
officers were killed on January 6th with an AR-15.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Nothing in that kid's testimony
Okay, I'll
was
call
a
the
fact.
next group of witnesses.
Nothing.
Witnesses testimony. Mr. Anthony Watts,
Yeah, there's gun-free zones.
Mr.
It's not like
Leland
fucking Gandalf
Levin.
comes down and touches his staff to that gun-free zone sign. You shall not pass, and no one can go in there with a gun.
Mark Olson, Garfield Martinez,
There's nothing these idiots in
Devin
support of this
Perkins.
ban have said is an actual fact. Manipulated
Terrence
data.
Hargrave,
Yeah, there's some of that, but nothing is factual. It's emotion and manipulated statistics, period. But these are the people, your rulers.
Alessandra Almeida,
That's why my students think I have Tourette's when I'm listening
Helen
to this while I'm at work.
Lanier.
I'm walking around snarling like a bulldog. Arr, arr. This fucking man, you can't fix that level of NPC. You can't. They're permanently broke.
Thank you. And when you begin to share your testimony, if you could just begin with your name. I'll start on my left.
One car, what's up, brother? AR, good evening, man.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Mark Olson.
Hey, there's a link in the chat, brother. If
as
you
well
want
as
to
the
jump in,
employees
jump
of
in.
Blue Core Shooting Center, which is a shop out in Lakewood, Colorado, that is a combat veteran-owned and operated business.
Which it's open to everybody. So anybody who
I would
wants
like
jump
to
in,
talk
you're more
about a
than
couple of things because I think there's been a lot of half-truths spoken by a couple men that I should be calling my brothers instead of turncoats and traitors, especially as it specifically relates to weapons of war. America does not necessarily win wars via our service rifles, and anyone here I'm sure can accommodate that has served in our military that we mainly win wars based on the ordnance we drop on places. Bombs and machine guns are what truly win wars, not AR-15s, not M4s, or any of these things that most people are talking about. It's always changed like that. That's why during our time overseas, we started to see a drastic difference between our opponents shooting at us versus our opponents trying to blow us up.
All these politicians love being protected
I know we've
by
had that
guns. They just
conversation
don't want you
earlier with
protecting
questions asked about
yourself with a
TNT
gun.
being available for private citizens. It's not, and explosives work better. During my time overseas in Syria, we were mainly worried about ISIS and ISIL dropping mortars on us via drones, just as we have seen be popularized in the Ukrainian-Russian conflict. I would also like to talk about a lot of the muzzle velocity side of the house, where people are twisting that raw muzzle velocity and how fast a projectile goes does more damage than anything else. That is completely not true. If you send a round too fast, it'll overstabilize in midair and rip itself apart. Stabilization is still a thing, as well as internal ballistics inside the human body, or commonly known as terminal ballistics. That varies drastically from person to person. We can't guess how thick someone's tissue is. We can have rough averages, which is what ballistic gelatin is. It is an average of all of the tissue present inside of the human body, but I promise you bones are a different consistency than muscle, which are a different consistency than the skin and fatty tissue. You cannot guarantee how a projectile will perform inside of someone.
All right, thank you. Sir in the gray, please go ahead.
My name is Garfield Martinez, and this is my second year doing this.
Garfield.
This exact same bill was
I don't know him, but
presented
I know
last year, I
Garfield.
believe, or at least close to the same exact bill.
Cat, orange, black stripe.
I was going to write something, but last year, obviously, you find out very quickly.
Brother
how this
Chess,
thing
I
usually
might.
does. People all
By the
write
time this is
something.
all said
it
and
all
done, you
sounds
got some
about the same.
Xanax, some
What
blood
you wanna
pressure
say
meds.
kinda
I might
loses
have
weight.
to just crush them all up and snort
Last
them.
year, I had
We got a
only
long way to
single
go
daughter
tonight
at
with
the
this.
age of 2. Now I have 2 daughters, 1 3 and 1 4 months. The same job as I was doing last year, I do today, and I work 60 hours a week, blue collar, and I'm the only provider for my family. Within back in August, I worked with the general public late at night, like one of the other people here. I happened to be confronted with a person with a hammer. The job that I work doesn't allow me to defend myself, and if I do, I lose my job. My wife was 2 months prior to her giving birth to my second
I'm gonna
child.
be
The
job
question
hunting at
obviously
that
had it
point.
sticking in my mind: do I defend myself? Do I lose my job, my insurance?
Mike McClune, what
Do I
is
take a
up, my
swing?
brother from the north?
Do I get hit? What should I do? All in a split second. People say you can't think of nothing within a split second. Obviously, I've never been threatened by a guy with a hammer.
Yeah. In your honor, Mike.
Question would be to you is, would it be right for my job to terminate me if I defended myself? To me, that's what this bill is essentially doing. It's criminalizing me for wanting to defend myself or my family. And the question is, do you have a right to do that?
Hey, look, Jess, whatever
You were sworn
works,
to
just
oath
don't
to
let her get splinters.
uphold the Constitution and protect us from enemies, foreign and domestic.
Gotta wrap it real good.
Amendment obviously is stated there to make sure we do not, we can fight back against tyrannical government, which means the enemy
Those
is going to come
splinters,
from
ooh,
within that, from
those
people
would
who
be
do
rough.
not uphold that oath. Are you those people?
All right,
Not
thank
quite as
you.
rough
Sir,
as
please go
listening
ahead.
to this hearing, but they'd be pretty rough.
Am I good? All right. My name's Kellen Lanier. I'm an expert in complex adaptive systems and human networks. I'm also a gun owner. I'm going to tell you a little story here. Most of what I was going to say has already been said here. So May 2021, 7 p.m., 2 individuals pushed their way past my wife in our house, and they walk towards my 1-year-old daughter at the time, just go straight to her. The only thing that stopped them and turned them around was my wife, a mother, demanding action, and me coming to that call to action and having a gun. That didn't end violently. It was a deterrent. The guy apologized and left. As he left, he had a gun, a revolver that's not banned in this, tucked in his back of his pants. Now, fast forward to 2025, if you guys pass this in another Black family's living room, they don't have that option. What will you say at their funeral? You know, you can use a lot of buzzwords here, but the thing is, this doesn't get to the root of the issue. It goes deeper than mental health. This is an issue of social cohesion. That is a report that was actually given by FBI, ATF, and HUD going over how this violence perpetuates. I'm running out of time here. This bill trades lives. It does not save them. So please speak for us. Don't be my destruction. Speak for us.
Thank you. Ma'am, please go ahead.
My name is Alessandra Almeida. Talking just for myself, I'm a single mom, and I use an AR-15 to protect my kids and myself in my home.
Get 'em, mama.
If this bill gets passed, I will not be able to protect me and my kids. This bill is actually taking away women's rights to protect themselves, to protect their families. And also talking about the root of the problem, it's really the fact that the criminals are not being given their penalties. The criminals are actually walking away and going back to the streets and doing it all over again. In the terms of the illegal
It's almost
immigrants
like
that are
if you
coming
don't
over,
punish
there are
criminals,
more
they
rape crimes
continue
because
to
of the illegal
do the
immigrants
same
coming
thing.
over, and therefore women
get
have to
emboldened.
get guns to protect themselves from such heinous crimes and protect our children from those crimes, as well as the other woman also spoke about her personal experience with that. If this bill gets passed, it's going to affect the women, it's going to affect the children.
AR,
and
we'll
it's
see
not
you
gonna
after a
affect
while,
the
brother. Have a
criminals,
good
because
evening.
the criminals, like many other people said, they do not obey the laws. The illegals are illegally here and they're not obeying the laws. Their presence here is already illegal. They're not gonna read your
Yeah, these
laws
tyrants
and
don't care about
abide them.
the
We're
arguments
the
where
ones
people have
suffering,
used
and you're taking away
these
our
firearms
ability
in
to protect
self-defense.
ourselves and protect our children. Thank you. I say no to this bill.
They are absolutely
Okay,
all about
Madam Vice
banning the
Chair had a
guns,
question, then
period.
Rep.
They
Evans.
do not care that it will actually cost more
Thank you.
lives.
Is it Mr. Lanier?
Yes.
Can you tell me what social cohesion is?
Social cohesion is it's a concept that states, when people have certain tenets in place. So those are, let me get them here. So trust is one.
Basically, people having the same value system.
So you have trust, you have cooperation, and those are two. There are way more depending on which model that you go with, but those are the two that are the same no matter what. So as social cohesion increases in populations, you also have a decrease in violence because I believe someone said earlier that hopelessness is the number one killer. When people cannot believe in their government, when people cannot see any hope, that's when they enact violence on others. I think we've seen mentions of different countries. If you look at the social cohesion factors in those countries, they are a lot higher. So we have this whole correlation causation effect that these individuals are saying, but they're not looking at a whole other side of things. That you have multiple government agencies saying, this is publicly available data. The FBI, for a lot of the data that is being put forth, for this bill, says at the end of all of their analysis, this is a sociological phenomenon. They don't say it's the guns, it's the guns, it's the guns. They go a little bit deeper and say, you guys are going to have to fix this and fix it the right way.
Okay, follow up
Take
by Madam Vice Chair,
violent
then Rep.
criminals
Or
put them in
Rep. Evans,
prison
go ahead.
until they are no longer a threat to
All right,
society.
thank you, Mr. Chair. Also for Mr. Lanier, going down the same route, talking about social cohesion, because I think this is
that solves
it's a
a
very
lot.
interesting discussion that's indicative of a lot of the stuff that I saw when I was working in the community for over a decade about what actually drives violence. Because hopefully at the end of the day, we can all agree that a gun's an inanimate object that's not going to do anything absent some sort of human action.
My gun's not.
And so I led off this discussion by just juxtaposing
My gun,
gun
my
control
wife's
bills that have
gun,
been passed in the state for the
little
last 5
gun.
years with crime rate. And even as we've seen more gun control bills pass, crime rate, violent crime rate with guns has gone up. And so same sort of question. How do we increase social cohesion? Because as you said, when social cohesion goes up, violence goes down. What are ways that we can work to increase social cohesion with the relevance to this bill being that preventing mass shootings ultimately involves influencing people's behavior because people are the entities that commit
Because
violence,
you can take
not
away this
inanimate
AR, this
objects.
gun, that gun, that gun,
Yep, so
and someone's going
do
to
you
commit
need
a mass
repeat?
shooting with a bolt action rifle.
So if,
standoff distance,
if I'm understanding your
shooting
question
people.
correct,
Someone's
it's,
going to do it
so
with
what actually moves
action
things
shotgun,
forward
which has been
as far
done
as social
before.
cohesion, and that other factor was inclusiveness.
The ultimate
which,
goal for these people is to ban all guns.
So these
period.
are things that you can incentivize via legislation
But
as
when
well.
they do that,
it's not always
only the
smack people
criminals
over
are
the
going
head.
to have them, which is
And
going to cost more innocent lives.
oddly enough, inclusion is what is eroded with this bill. We had 3 other individuals talk about the effect on the Black community specifically. That drives a wedge further. That erodes social cohesion by kicking out, undermining one of those tenets. Have bills that actually do something, actually think about them before you come up here and just start screaming. That's one way, to go about it.
Problem is, these people aren't thinking about these bills. They're getting these bills written from Giffords in every town and Brady.
I'm sorry,
and they're
Mr.
just
Lanier, I
submitting
feel
them,
like you
throwing
are a
them against the
resident
wall.
PhD today. I don't want you to solve America at the microphone, so I'm sorry. And perhaps just to build off of Representative Evans' question, and I'm sorry, I'm stumbling because I feel like I'm putting responsibility on your shoulders to answer these things, but
part of it.
I guess part of what I was curious about.
Yeah,
since
Damon, you got
mentioned
that right.
social
Go
cohesion, if there were themes about how do we actually build trust amongst each other in this country, because I've heard, quite honestly, a few people talking about who people are because of their national origin. I've heard people talking about how people of certain groups, the LGBT community, has been targeted. I did ask the questions of why were people arming themselves, because
for
they have been
defense,
attacked,
lady.
whether and it's not just by police, people have been targeted because of their identities. So, and I've asked other people, why aren't we talking about that? And so I was curious in what you have read, as not necessarily being an expert, but an arbiter, to share what you read. If there was mention of those things and how the conversations about arming oneself might work against this notion of cohesion. Was there any, or perhaps you can tell me what the article was. I'd be more than willing to read it myself.
Because when I carry this, I tend
so
to
as
be
to
a
not have
whole
to
lot
make you
more
an expert on
polite.
anything. But
And
if
when I know
you'd like
other
to
people are
share
carrying
the
those,
article, I'd
I
be
tend to be a
curious
whole
to
lot
read it.
more
But
polite.
I am curious if the article talked about what it takes to get to this cohesion, given a factor you mentioned was trust, and we've heard a lot of distrust today. Is there any commentary in the article about that?
So the one article, and I did my own study, so this is what my doctoral stuff is all about here. So one was the HUD PD&R report from 2016. I can send it to you, I guess.
One more time.
Sorry, the HUD, Housing and Urban Development, PD&R report from 2016. And then there was one by last name Babbitt. I don't know if I'm saying that, University of Rhode Island, 2009. I also took the liberty over these past few weeks here to actually study you guys and look at some of the data that you were looking at and run my own analyses too. So I can send those to you as well. And yeah, I don't even know if I answered your question there, but
tabs here, 'cause I'm fixing to do some.
All right, members, other questions of these witnesses?
Most searching.
Seeing none, thank you for testifying with us today. Okay, next panel. Nathan Butler. Brent Gardner. Keith Sanderson. Tyler Peters. Christopher Schy. Carlos Figueroa. James Coleman. Alicia Garcia. William Prow. P-R-O-U-G-H. Alyssa Prow. Rod Brandenburg. Okay. Eric Almendinger. Cody Almendinger. Lee Roten, R-O-T-E-N. Andrew Muniz. Robert Weber. Edward, oh, here we go. Okay, tell you what, we'll start here on the end if you'll just note your name for the record and any affiliation.
Good afternoon. My name is Tyler Peters, and I'm representing myself. I'm a 24-year-old blue-collar worker. Prior to 2020, I was as anti-gun as possible. To me, there was no good reasons to own guns, and they only perpetuated war. I was wrong. Firearms had a great impact in forming our nation. Farmers utilized them for pest control. Majority of the population before the Industrial Revolution had to hunt to survive, and soldiers/militiamen defended our sovereignty against England. Our founding fathers had the foresight that weapon technology was
So yeah, Duncan versus Bonner got argued in the ninth yesterday.
To only muskets. Colorado has already infringed on our Second
So you
Amendment
can bet
right
we'll
by
be streaming that at
forbidding
some point.
private unauthorized military/militia units from operating outside state authority. Until recent times, every citizen is a soldier, and every soldier is a citizen. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
This wasn't live today.
The
We'd go and
consequences
stream
of this
those.
bill and future gun control bills will be immediate. Women won't be able to defend themselves against sexual assault. Mass shootings will increase due to the fact criminals won't worry about gun owners defending themselves and their family. And the number of victims will skyrocket because everyone will have their prayers only hoping that cops don't have poor or no response time like in Uvalde. If we, the people, and the Constitution meant anything, you would defend our God-given right to defend ourselves and our family. Banning guns will not solve the cultural problem of fatherless homes and men being taught virtues like
Amen.
chivalry and putting the community before themselves. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you for that testimony, brother. Thank you.
My name is Christopher Schy, and I thank you for this opportunity. Mass shootings result in mass murder, and the biggest example of mass murder in our country in living memory is 9/11. It was executed with airplanes and box cutters. Our reaction was to scrutinize passengers and increase security, not limit access to airplanes. 20 years ago in my community, a 90-year-old man
One of the
was
biggest mass
attacked and nearly
shootings,
beaten to death by a man with a hammer.
United States history.
The reaction was
committed
not
by
to
the
sue
United States
Stanley
Army.
Tool Company or take
Wounded
hammers
Knee.
off of the shelves. It is not the tool, it is the hand that wields it. The
Hands.
language in this bill
Hands.
has been twisted and it terribly used. The issue of takings and inheritance have not been addressed at all in this bill. And that is a true shame. I drove 170 miles to be here today from a small community in southern Colorado. Coincidentally, the ancestral home of Mr. Brandenburg, who spoke earlier, the gentleman who had the pawn shop in Golden. I will leave here today with the potential for 2 stories for my granddaughters. In the first one, Grandpa drove to Denver and spoke to the legislature about trashing a bill that was going to take away some of their rights. In the other story, Grandpa drives to Denver and fails in convincing the legislature to do that and walks away a sad patriot. Please make me Grandpa the hero and not Grandpa the sad patriot.
Okay, sir in the black shirt, please go ahead.
My name is Lee Roten. I had written this entire thing, and it sounds a lot like some of the other testimony you've heard today. I don't think I'm coming at this with anything new, but I think I'll just go over my conclusion here. I would like to remind legislators that they swore an oath to the supreme law of the land, which is our Constitution, and that our rights are not tokens to be gifted and taken away at lawmakers' discretion. Our amendments are the foundation to our success as a free people and empower the people, not the government. How are we supposed to be empowered if our legislators keep eroding our most fundamental and foundational rights? The state needs leaders who listen to their constituents and uphold their promises and oaths. That's all I have.
Okay, at the end, please go ahead.
My name is, can you hear me?
Please turn on the mic with a little gray button on the stem.
How about that? Okay, my name is Fred Gardner. I'm here representing myself, my family, my neighbors, my community, and the Constitution. The general misconception is that any statute passed by legislators bearing the appearance of the Constitution, bearing the appearance of law, constitutes the law of the land. It does not. The U.S. Constitution is the supreme law of the land. And any statute to be valued must be in agreement with it. It is impossible for a law which violates the Constitution.
I love the 1911
This
platforms. I
succinctly
love the
follows
guns
these two
themselves.
cases.
And I've
All
shot a
laws
lot of
which are repugnant
guns.
to the Constitution are null and void. Marbury versus
I
Madison.
think they're great guns, man. I love
Where
them.
rights secured by the Constitution are involved, there can be no rulemaking or
Long time, dude, I
legislation
carried a
which
full-size
would
Colt
abrogate
government
them.
model.
That's
1911.
Miranda versus Arizona. That's where we get our Miranda rights. The Second Amendment clearly states that the right of the people is to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. This bill does not infringe. It obliterates the Second Amendment, a blatant disregard for the Constitution. Under the law of the land, this is a federal offense.
Yeah,
and
Warsaw,
should
one of
be
these days I
punishable.
got to get me a toke and got to get me a map.
And for the sake of argument, a well-regulated militia, when it needed, must be able to draw from a population familiar with their arms. And the armed population comes first. Then the militia is created from the armed people. If it were the other way around, it would not be a militia, it would be a standing army. As I've been digging through this and many other cases that are coming
the
through
whole
the House
time
and
that
the
these
Senate,
these
I'm
tyrants are listening to
horrified
people
at the lack
testifying
of
in opposition to this bill, I will guarantee you they're
the
playing
recognition
Candy
of the
Crush on their
Constitution and the
phones,
law
they're knitting,
in general.
you know, maybe crocheting a little bit. They ain't paying attention to shit in opposition.
In my efforts to see which ones of you,
And most
you
of
know,
them
so
won't
like
even
I'm curious,
pretend to pay attention.
You're breaking the law. Have you signed, have you sworn into the Constitution?
All right, thank you. If you'll please hold, we'll go to our witness online. William Prow, if you can hear us, feel free to activate your camera. Please go ahead.
I can't seem to figure out how to get my camera to view. I am here and I am opposing this bill. I hope everybody can hear me already.
Yeah, we're hearing you. Feel free to dispense with the camera. Please continue.
Excellent. So I am here to oppose this bill because most of these guns I've used to defend myself and others. My brother has been in very bad places with very bad people, and they did not come after me or mine because they knew that I was more armed than they were. And for what it is worth, this bill would have done me greater harm because these people were criminals. and I do not support this. Thank you. And I will be turning the phone over to my wife now. I don't know what. Hi, my name is Alyssa Pro. I'm against this bill as
Keep
well.
them straight, DJ.
I have needed these guns in the past
I'm
to
not
help
worried
defend
about it. If he
myself
didn't
and my
post a
child,
direct link
and
to it,
I would be in
I
a
ain't
bad
worried about it.
predicament if I did not have my
I
gun
probably
with
wouldn't
me
even
to
worry
help.
about it then.
That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Now, members,
Dude,
questions for
those
any of our
Jerichos,
witnesses?
from what I've heard, are outstanding.
All right, seeing none, thank you for testifying with
Definitely
us
wouldn't
today.
mind one.
Oh,
All right,
hey,
well-
look, there it is.
Oh, okay.
All right. Okay, thanks for bearing with us, ma'am, as we ran out of chairs there. I'll keep calling some additional names too. I have another panel of 4. Andrew Muniz.
DJ,
Robert
brother,
Weber.
I love you. You're on the ball, man, for sure.
Edward Smith. George Hamilton. Jafar Partoma. Matthew Pais.
No, dang, Matt, they wouldn't pay attention to that. They completely don't care about your the Constitution
Okay.
of the state. They don't care about the federal
And
Constitution.
why don't you start us off?
They care about
Hello,
their
everyone.
opinions.
My name is Alicia Garcia. I'm the
and
co-plaintiff
screw
with Rocky
everything
Mountain Gun
else.
Owners against the Colorado 3-day waiting period. I'm also a Colorado native, and I'm a very proud Chicana and firearms instructor, and I'm very disappointed that my self-proclaimed Chicanismo leader of this bill is not here to hear me. I sat here waiting to testify today under the stained glass windows of the old Supreme Court chambers in this building, surrounded by my pro-2A peers, listening to this committee advocate for the disarmament of our people. These images were meant to honor the ethnic and racial groups. The same ethnic and racial groups that have been historically slaughtered, abused, almost eradicated by the government using racist gun control as their catalyst. Aunt Clara Brown is one of the people depicted in the windows of the old Supreme Court. She was sold into slavery at 3 years old, enslaved by people with guns. Another image is Chief Ray and Chief Buckskin Charlie, chiefs whose people were raped, murdered, and forcibly removed from their land, enslaved by people with guns. Another image is created by Carlota Espinosa, a real Chicano, who painted murals memorizing the mestizos and Chicanos who were hunted, lynched, and murdered in Colorado across America, hunted and murdered by law enforcement and people with guns. I marched with her. I painted murals with her as a child. Do you know who liberated the mestizos, Chicanos, and blacks from the abuse? Guns did. Pay close attention to the echoes of history that are revealed in their true identities today. As you sit here and betray your oaths upholding the Constitution and your duty to the people. We are well versed in the atrocities that the government has committed against the disarmed population, using racist gun control as the power to perform its heinous acts. We will not allow history to repeat itself again. We know you have every intention of passing this. We know because we watch you here today as you look away, you dismiss us, you walk around, you don't even sit here and make eye contact with us. You just go about your business and you do what you think you're supposed to do and go through the motions. But I will tell you this, I am a protector and my guns are tools of protection, and we the people will fight this all the way to the Supreme Court if we must. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll go down the line in this direction, sir, in the black jacket.
Good afternoon. My name is George Hamilton, and I'm here.
Now, Warsaw, you're all good, brother.
Asking you that you
DJ
vote
was just
against
making
this
sure
bill.
no link went out, and
Does the date
that didn't snowball
April
into something
19,
else. Don't worry about it.
1775
Ain't no
mean
worries.
anything to any of the panel or the chair? That was the date that King George ordered his redcoats to seize the weapons of the colonists at Concord and at Lexington. They succeeded in doing so at Concord, but they met their match at Lexington from colonists that wanted their freedoms. I think if this bill passes, the next move will be to take our hunting rifles, our shotguns, and our sporting rifles. Because a disarmed populace is an enslaved populace. How do I know? Let's take a look at Venezuela. Hugo Chavez came in promising a utopia for the citizens of that country. We will give you everything. Well, it didn't quite work out. The first thing he did was take their guns. And before long, they were enslaved. And here in Denver, we are seeing the results of that enslavement. The citizens of Venezuela are coming here because it did not work out. As one individual for the Democratic Socialists of America testified today, they would like to see all our guns gone. Guns removed is an enslaved population.
Oh,
As
the chick
one
that
other
just spoke was
witness
on the
said,
turkeys? Fuck yeah.
Look what happened up in Canada that have limited gun rights. People's houses were being broken into by people with guns, illegal guns.
Yep.
And what did the police say? Leave your car keys and your fobs on the front porch so they will not
leave 'em
break
next to
into
the
your
front door.
house. This can happen to Colorado. And I, as an American and as a service, patriotic American, I would hate to see us go this way. So my position is for the committee to vote no on this bill.
All right, thank you. Sir in the gray shirt, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. My name is Matthew Pies, and I am 20 years old. And as I've been growing up, I have left anything to do with politics up to the so-called grown-ups to handle and discuss. But I've come to realize the fate of my rights, and specifically the right to bear arms, is in the hands of incompetence. Now, I can admit my knowledge in firearms is nowhere near an expert, but the same could be said about some of you guys who have power over my rights. I do know that there's a fine line between being a tyrant and being able to govern a number of citizens without pushing unconstitutional bills. What you lawmakers are doing is making life more dangerous for the average law-abiding American. Don't be naive and think that U.S. citizens aren't waking up and realizing that our rights are being slowly stripped away. Also, do not be fooled and think that we aren't going to fight for those very same rights.
All right, go ahead.
Shall not comply. Civil disobedience.
My name is Jaffer. I live in Aurora. I'm here to
fuck off,
oppose
you
this
tyrant.
bill. A couple of things have already been said, but I'll repeat them again. Any law repugnant to the Constitution is null and void. Supreme Court, Marbury versus Madison. Gandhi said, an unjust law is itself a species of violence. If a law is unjust, a man is not only right to disobey it, he is obligated to do so. Thomas Jefferson. Stop listening to the commie mommies and Bloomberg bitches. You guys have been following them for 11 years. 11 years, and we are less safe. You have been promising us safer communities with each of these bills that have been passed over the years. And in this time, we are less safe as a result. So obviously it's not
Later,
working.
General Sorrow. Take it easy,
Baltimore,
brother.
DC, Chicago, all of the high crime places already have the highest levels of restrictions and limitations. It had been asked, how will this bill remove guns from us that we already own? Easy. When I obey your gun-free zones and leave my firearm in my car and it gets broken into like it did in 2013, now it's out of my possession and I can't replace it. It's in the hands of somebody that it shouldn't have been, whereas if it had been kept on my hip where it belongs, it would be its most safest. The concerns that I have personally is that my 20-year-old daughter who just moved out of my house back in October becomes 21 next October, God willing. If this bill passes, she won't be able to own personal protection equipment that's suitable for her. It's a useful tool. My father taught me, he was a nuclear physicist, taught me that technology is benign. The same energy that can power a city can level it. It really doesn't matter about the equipment itself. It matters who's wielding it. Taking it out of our hands or infringing on us is not going to make safer communities, especially when we're still allowed to keep the weapons that we already have. Vote no on this.
All right, thank you. Members,
See,
questions of these
Colorado
witnesses?
just
Rep.
passed on a
Evans.
bill that would have made it.
Thank you, Mr.
from
Chair.
a
My question is
misdemeanor
for
to
Ms.
steal a gun
Garcia.
to a
Thank you for
felony.
coming today.
They didn't care about that.
Really kind of a juxtaposition. I'm curious on your thoughts on the two things that I'm going to briefly mention here. Earlier, we heard conversation about how gun control laws work, and that's why California doesn't have as much issues with mass shootings. But I'm looking at an article here from NBC LA, so can't really be accused of being a right-leaning source. Looking at this article here, and it's talking about mass shootings in California over the last decade, 2013 to 2023, 27 shootings that it articulates here, 144 victims. And it makes the comment that in 2023, the beginning of the year, some of the worst shootings in the nation were in California. So that's part A. Part B is we have situations in other parts of the country, the West Freeway Church of Christ shooting in Texas, in which a deranged individual enters a church and is immediately stopped by a lawful concealed carry holder. Based on your experience, your background, I'm just wondering if you can provide commentary on, do gun control laws like the one we're talking about here help folks protect themselves, like in that Texas situation, or do they create an environment in which victims are more easily victimized by criminals?
Ms. Garcia?
Gun control does nothing but give people warm, fuzzy feelings and an invisible barrier to make them feel safe. All it does is disarm the good people out there, and I consider myself a protector. So when I go places, I don't care about whether you like me, if you vote the way I vote. I'm always armed. And if I'm someplace where evil presents itself, I'm okay with meeting my maker, telling him that I protect innocence, and I'm all right with that. And I took that vow the day that I decided to wear a gun on my hip every day for the rest of my life. And I see things here happening in Colorado that produce fear amongst our communities, such as the shooting that happened at King Soopers in Boulder. Everything that happened at that time and the guns at that time were illegal. It didn't stop anything from happening. And I remember an interview from a young man who was being interviewed that worked there that day saying, I have a concealed carry. If only I was allowed to have my gun here that day. I want to know what made him think he could not have his gun there that day, because we're creating a community of people that believe that they cannot be armed because they think that they're doing something good to help people, when all they're doing is contributing to a soft target. If you were a predator, are you more likely?
All right, hold on. What happened? Oh, Jesus Christ. Their server failed. Hold on. I'm bringing it back up.
Once somebody's been shot, you
Sorry, guys. I had to do that after I left the room.
They learn how to stop the bleed. I, for one, every day, and including to the firearm that I'm not allowed to carry, I carry a tourniquet. Carry a tourniquet. Learn how to stop the bleed. Okay, we are all our own first responders. I can't keep a cop in my pocket.
The audio.
I can't keep an ambulance in my pocket. You had asked earlier, I'm sorry, Jennifer, some of the things, do you think that we should all just arm everybody and shoot back? Yeah, step one, I do think so. The more people that shoot back, bullets both ways, will eliminate the threat sooner. Second,
And I'm sorry, I need to reclaim my time on that.
I'm sorry?
Yeah,
All right.
so I just want to reclaim my time on that. I really just
How
want to, I
dare
heard
you say
that was a great
factual
example. I want to make sure other people have time.
Can I say one more thing?
2
That's
minutes.
midterm. The long-term, generational, bring fathers back into the families and bring God back into our hearts. We have this deranged
Thank you, sir. We're going to stop there. Rep. Herod, did you want to hear from other witnesses on the same question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would love to hear from, I'm sorry, I don't,
My name is Alicia Garcia.
Garcia, thank you. I would love to hear your thought.
I believe that we need to educate our children and we need to educate each other. And I offered this to the young boy who was just here testifying from East High School. I offered to teach him firearm safety and de-escalation for free because these kids have been indoctrinated with fear. However, they're not taught to de-escalate. They're not taught to breathe and deal with their emotions. They're not taught firearm safety. They're not taught how to disarm a firearm. I'm understanding that not all people want to learn how to use a gun, but how would you disarm a firearm if it was being used against you? How would you know how to do that? I'm not asking everybody to fire back. I'm saying let's teach people education. Let's give them more resources. Let's envelop them in a place where they feel okay with consoling themselves, where they can deal with their emotions. They're educated on life-saving techniques. They understand how to stop the bleed. And they're also nurtured by their environment where they have less access to phones and more access to each other and community. I think there's been a huge disassociation with community as a whole, and it's made people very afraid. And I think the way to counteract fear is with empowerment, and that is through education.
Thank you.
Members, other questions? Sir, go ahead.
Another thing, going back to what someone else said with 9/11, when someone attacked our towers with planes, we didn't outright ban planes. We took control, and I was raised with the airport security. I was never alive before that, so I don't know how it was, but I can let you know right now that growing up with that and just, it being a normal thing did help. I never worried about terrorists being on a plane. I never worried about shootings in an airport. And that's because I was indoctrinated with that control. Same with the gun control. If I were to be raised with the gun safety and firearm control, and I know how to do it myself instead of, relying on others.
You're in a good mood.
All right, thank you. We have run out of time for Q&A on this panel. Thank you all for
He was in a good
testifying.
mood at 3-something this morning when I was up with him.
Okay, next panel.
That child is mine.
Brian Armstrong.
Said he likes lemons.
Yeah, that too.
Adam Densmore.
I'll give them credit. Their audio's been going pretty good today.
Peggy
It only
Andre.
stopped one other time, and that's their.
Brian Catalucci.
I earned it.
Paul Cherry. Peter Hubbard. Wayne Price. Tim Barton. All right, looks like we have 4. We'll start at this end. Please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Brian Armstrong. I'm a small business owner, a husband, and a father of 2 young children. I'm here to speak against the bill. Thomas Sowell once said that much of the social history of the Western world over the past 3 decades has involved replacing what worked with what sounded good. I was born and raised in Colorado, and over my life, I've seen Dr. Sowell's words put into tragic practice in the steady decline of the state that I love. House Bill 1292 is the latest example, which starts with a string of easily refutable lies. In the legislative declaration, we find the following distortions. Subparagraph G. Assault weapons are disproportionately used in public mass shootings. There are countless studies that show handguns are the weapons of choice in mass public shootings. As an example, Texas State University studied mass public shootings and found handguns are used 56% of the time. All rifles, not just assault weapons, were used in 27%. The numbers can be argued, but one thing is certain: even if one could magically remove all of these misnamed assault weapons, it would do nothing to prevent mass public shootings. Paragraph 2A, assault weapons are not suitable for self-defense, hunting, sporting, or any other purpose than mass killing. There are now hundreds of thousands of misnamed assault weapon owners in this state who use these items for sporting, hunting, and self-defense on a daily basis. They would certainly take issue with such a ridiculous statement. Paragraph 2C, paraphrased, assault weapons are marketed to the hyper-masculine types who are most likely to commit mass shootings. Go to nearly any rifle range in the country and you will find countless women enjoying sport shooting and self-defense training with these misnamed assault weapons. 2E, banning assault weapons leads to a drop in mass shootings.
Well,
The
the
most
thing
relevant
is
study
they're
of this
gonna
was conducted
completely
by the
ignore
Department of
anybody
Justice regarding the
testifying against this
1994
bill.
federal ban. Authored by Chris
That's
Koper in
what-
document 204431, it
what
concluded,
drives us all
quote,
crazy.
we cannot clearly credit the ban with any of the nation's recent drop in gun
And again,
violence.
this is
And
basically
indeed,
the
there has been
same
no
bill that's
discernible
in the
reduction in the
Alabama House.
lethality and injuriousness of gun violence, end quote. The evidence is clear these bans don't work. And with the recent Heller and Brune decisions of the Supreme Court, it's also clear that they're unconstitutional. This bill creates criminals of people with no criminal intent and does nothing to stop those who do. Please vote no on this outrageous bill.
All right, thank you. And we'll move down the line in this direction. So certainly all assured.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brian Catalucci, and I represent myself and my family. As you've heard, this gun ban will not solve the mass shootings. Remember, there was a national gun ban, if you've been told, from 94 to 2004.
DJ, you
It
said
didn't
Brooke was
stop any of the
testifying
mass
today in
killings at all. And
Connecticut,
after it was
right?
sunset,
We'll
nothing
have to try to
changed.
find the video of that.
Now, I saw there
Yeah,
was like AR-15s and similar guns on your list. Now, they are very popular in the U.S. and people do use them for home defense and protection in sports.
That's a lot
You
of
want to
time, DJ.
violate our Second Amendment and take them away from us and leave us defenseless in this state? You know,
They
you
get your
want to
mom to send
know
the video.
what the citizens of this state need and why they need these type of guns? Because the bad
I
guys
gotta
have
touch
them.
somebody.
They're going to have them whether you want to get rid of them or not. They're going to have them. And they will use them against us, as we've seen, and they'll use them against us in our homes, our movie theaters, our churches, and shopping malls. Why? Because they like it. And they don't care about your proposed gun ban. So how do you prevent these shootings? It's having an armed populace who will carry these guys and these guns and stop the bad guys cold when it's happening. This ban will not stop them from continuing their onslaught, and it does not do anything about the soft targets. You're making the entire state of Colorado a soft target. Those voting for this bill will be held accountable this November because there's a large silent majority out there. Thank you.
Okay, in the gray top, please go ahead.
My name is Wayne Price. I'm not only a gun owner, but I also own a gun store in Lakewood. Once again, we find ourselves at the Capitol fighting for our gun rights. Every year, our state legislators continue to dream up more ways to restrict our rights when ignoring the part of our population that needs help more than ever. We have a huge mental health issue in this country that has yet to be addressed. Why don't you fund programs to help families?
Yeah, I saw it on the way home today.
No, instead, you want to take away rights.
But I'll
If
have
you
to look
pass
and
this
see whether I can
overreaching
find video of the
semi-automatic ban, this will cost the state millions of dollars in the courts. Again, put that money to better
Put
use.
Sister Brooke
The
on
way this
blast
bill is
while
written,
she's
it
out
will
there
ban
trying to
many
stop
commonly
these
used handguns.
freaking
There are
anti-gun
lesser
morons.
bills passed in other cities and states that have been paused by judges until the higher courts hear the cases. Virtually every assault weapons ban is currently under injunction. The smart thing for Colorado is to let the courts sort that out first. Also, why don't you involve gun store owners and employees in your research? Never once have I been called.
Yeah,
We are the
baby.
front lines. We're constantly shutting down sales to people trying to buy guns for other people. In fact, recently we shut down a group of people that were running guns to Mexico. Give us tools. We're not the enemy either. For example, did you know that there's no easy way for a gun dealer to find out if a
100%,
gun
Jess.
we purchase off the street is stolen?
This is definitely not about saving
One of the
lives.
fundamental principles
for
of
the
the United States
children.
Constitution is the balance of power among the three branches of government. In Colorado, we currently have no balance of power. The left has a supermajority, which means that at the state level, we are no longer a government for the people, by the people. You can set up your committees how you can to push your agenda through, knowing that you'll get your votes. Bottom line is, do you truly understand what shall not be infringed means? Thank you.
They don't care what shall not be infringement.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Tim Barton. I'm here to speak against the House Bill 24-1292. The bill is full of inaccuracies and hypocrisy. The bill is founded on fear rather than facts and wholly ignores
Yeah,
constitutional
one caller,
rights.
absolutely.
To begin, the very title of the bill highlights the underlying deception, a bill concerning the prohibition of certain firearms used in public mass shootings. But what exactly is a public mass shooting? 6 full pages of the bill dedicated to defining the concocted term assault weapon in this bill. There is no definite definition to the title feature, public mass shooting. While the word public could naively be seen as a means to emphasize location in which tragedies occurred, the truth is it has been used to manipulate facts and build a false narrative. This bill claims that firearms defined as assault weapons are disproportionately used in public mass shootings. This is a statement that's difficult to refute when it is unclear what events have been cherry-picked, which stats have been handpicked, deemed worthy of public care. This verbiage is used to paint these firearms as a menace to society, when the reality is they are used in a statistically small amount of violent acts overall, writing that assault weapons remain the preeminent factor
leftists
in the devastating crisis of gun fatalities illustrates the manipulation and deception. The authors of this bill clearly know that assault weapons are not the preeminent factor when it comes to gun deaths. Yet through their wording, it is clear the authors would like the public to believe these firearms are the greatest contributors to gun violence, or at least the most scary.
He said, if you're Jewish and you vote Democrat, you must
Let me skip through a couple things that have been said already.
Yes.
which is not anti-Semitic. That
No.
pisses me off so bad. They are.
Well, that's no different than him talking about it was going to be a bloodbath of the auto manufacturers.
Why would the bill make such blatant, bold-faced lies about these guns?
Because
Because
it's
this
going to be a
bill is
bloodbath
founded
and
on
get
fear, not
elected.
facts.
The whole United States is going to civil
All
war.
right, thank you.
Trump's
Members, are
calling
there
for it.
questions of any of our witnesses?
It's so annoying.
All right, seeing none, thank you for testifying with us.
At all.
No.
It's anti-Democrat.
Okay, we'll invite up the next panel.
You're just a phobophobe, whatever.
Landon Harms.
Anti-whatever.
I know. I mean, there was definitely ways he could have worded that better. If you're Jewish and you vote Democrat, you're voting against Israel.
Joe Biden said, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black.
I know.
Sean Nation. Charles Sturdivant.
We have the most retarded people.
Luke Redford.
I know.
And they all get to vote, which is why I'm done with it.
But I can't. I don't want to talk about it. How much longer are you going to be on that?
Have no idea.
Okay, and we'll just invite one of the folks to tag in here. Okay, let's start at this end.
Good afternoon. My name is Landon Harms. I'm a Colorado native. Grew up here around Denver, and I've seen things change quite a lot. One thing that's important to me, that's grown more important over the years, is my Second Amendment rights. I carry a gun on me every day, everywhere I go. Not because I want to use it, but because I might have
I watched
to.
Fury last night.
And that's, an unfortunate thing I witnessed firsthand. Remember back to December 13th of 2012 at Arapahoe High School, my senior year. One unhinged murderer walked through the trophy hallway and, killed someone
over and over.
we all consider a friend.
It's extremely
And
wicked. shocking,
fortunately,
people and vile.
I was far enough away from the gunfire to live. But that opened my eyes to just how monstrous some people can be. But, through training, through owning a firearm, I've met some fantastic people, like some of the folks that have spoken here today. And regarding this bill, the Arapahoe High School shooting, had this bill passed before that had happened, it wouldn't have done anything. In fact, the firearm that was used was a Winchester 12-gauge pump-action shotgun. No pistol grip, no extending or folding buttstock, none of it. In fact, it would have been perfectly legal under this bill. And it would, it wouldn't have stopped the tragedy. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Them damn facts again.
Yes, thank you. My name is Sean Nation. I'm Deputy General Counsel and the Interim Director of the Center to Keep and Bear Arms at the Mountain States Legal Foundation here in Lakewood, Colorado. I speak today to address some of the clear constitutional infirmities in 24-1292. In the first instance, neither the legislative findings nor this committee have attempted to meet the state's burden under the standard enunciated by the Supreme Court in the Bruin case. And it is the state's burden to show that the bill is in line with the country's history and tradition of firearms regulation. That is the test that the bill will be evaluated under. And simply put, it is not. There is no history and tradition of banning cosmetic features of semi-automatic firearms.
Vanessa, what's up, sis?
In the 90s, during the federal ban, manufacturers easily designed around, but there is no analogous law from the founding period, and that's what's relevant under the Supreme Court's precedent.
You get the colors on your TikTok.
The legal framework that a reviewing court will use
Yeah,
to
my wife
determine
does
whether
TikTok.
the legislation is constitutional. And I urge this committee to consider whether, emotions aside, the bill complies with that constitutional framework as outlined by the Supreme Court. I also want to raise an issue that I don't believe I've heard anyone raise today, and that's the Eighth Amendment. As you hopefully know, the Eighth Amendment bans excessive fines, and a $250,000 fine as a civil infraction is likely to be viewed by a court as excessive and unconstitutional. I certainly understand the urge to do something, but I implore you to think long and hard about whether this legislation complies with your oath to uphold the Constitution. Thank you.
You ain't wrong.
All right. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hi, so my name is Dean Lush. I'm from Golden, Colorado, and I'm here to testify against the assault weapons ban. I'm here testifying on behalf of myself and my 68-year-old dad who couldn't be here today because he was at work. I just want to start off with a quick personal example on why collective punishment doesn't work. It may seem irrelevant, and this is from a while ago, but I think this has been obvious to me since I was in third grade. At Prospect Valley Elementary School in Wheat Ridge, we used to have a little basket of footballs and basketballs and baseballs that we would play with at recess. The teachers who were in charge of watching us during recess,
What did
they
I have
would,
to do to look
if
your-
one kid got tackled on the football field, they would take the football away from us, from all of us, even though just one kid
Gabriel, what's up,
tackled
brother?
someone else and maybe caused a slight injury to him or something like that. We get it taken away for a week, maybe 2 weeks. Then, we'd move on to soccer. The football was gone, we'd move on to soccer. The same thing would happen. Some kid gets slide tackled just once, they take away the soccer ball. Move on to the next one, and it didn't end up actually solving the issue because right when we got the balls back, it would just happen again. So I think in that circumstance, what they should have done is just address the issue with the one kid that caused the injury or whatever. Talk through the situation, brought him into the principal's office to take care of. Move on. No reason for the rest of us to be punished for the actions of just one. And I think that's what this bill aims to do to responsible gun owners like me and my dad who couldn't be here today. It's one of our best hobbies that we enjoy together.
the kid and was gone.
This will restrict us in that.
All right. Thank you. At the end, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Charlie Sturdivant. I'm from Golden, Colorado. I'm a certified shotgun instructor. I was a Boy Scout leader for 11 years and a high school coach at Golden High.
Is
I
722
grew up in Western Oregon,
722.
rural Oregon, and outdoor activities, hunting and fishing were a big part of growing up when I was a kid. A lot of the kids in my high school would go hunt ducks before school and come to school and put their shotguns in their lockers. And we never had any problems that we're seeing today. Our culture has changed. As far as I'm concerned, most of the mass shootings that have occurred since the gun ban went out of effect in 2004 They're copycats. They're trying to do one up on everybody else. The culture has changed. And I think we're addressing the wrong issues here. Your hearts are in the right place, but your heads are not. You
I know where their
really
heads
should
are
be
at.
focusing on the mental illness
All
problem.
in their
Everybody that has perpetrated one of these acts of violence has shown to be mentally unstable. And we need to put more funds towards that to cure those that might possibly do harm here, rather than taking guns away from law-abiding citizens like me. I have a 4-year-old granddaughter. She sits and watches YouTube videos of hunting
your mom
with me. She knows I'm a hunter. She's seen my animals come back and turn into food. She wants to go hunting with me. She wants me to train her. She's going to be well taken care of before this is over. I thank you.
Okay, thank you. Rep. Amabile has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask this man who's walking away a question. I'm sorry I didn't get your name.
There's another one.
Yeah, and sorry, maybe, sorry, Rep.
Okay,
Amabile,
sorry,
I
I'll
kind of
wait.
missed that. Maybe somebody could give up your seat to the gentleman in the vest, and then we'll go to
Your
questions. All right, sir, please go ahead with your comments.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for hearing me. My name is Luke Redford. I'm in Clear Creek County, and I am the general manager of a gun store here in the metro area. A couple things I, wanted to go over. First, one thing I was thinking about just as I was standing in the wings right there was that my heart was pounding, and it still is a little bit. I'm not used to this. But it reminded me of my training. And as I train with firearms, the more I train, the less nervous I am, the faster I react, the better the neural pathways are to make a wise decision under stress. So training is not what this bill is about, but I do train with the kind of guns that are going to be outlawed with this bill. So I would strongly urge you to
clone of your dad.
Kill this bill.
Yes.
But moving on from there, I wanted to speak also something that is the. I apologize. I have a deep love of others, and that's why I train. I don't want anybody to suffer at the hands of others that are using firearms or any other implement to do harm to others. And that's why I train. That's why I spend thousands upon thousands of dollars of my own money on training, on equipment, on ammunition, is to protect those around me, my family, my church members, those in public, maybe even some of you as we're in public places together. If I'm in public, I have a gun on me, and it's not just for my protection. It's partially because of a deep and profound love for others.
Okay, thank you. And now we'll go to questions, and we'll start with Rep. Amabile.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And my question is about what you said about our culture has changed. And I agree with you, and you and I are of a certain age, so we've certainly seen a lot of change. Well, I'm just guessing.
You're right.
But I wonder, and I also want to just say, I agree with you, we really do have a crisis of mental illness in our state and in our country. And so I wonder, is it not appropriate for us, with a changing culture and with an epidemic of mental illness, to also try to respond to those things, but also to try to respond to the proliferation of weapons that are being used to kill people and to hurt people? It seems to me like if we have a changing culture and we have an epidemic of mental illness, we want to address those things, but we also want to regulate more stringently the tools that those people are using to hurt other people.
So how do you do that without infringing on the rights of most of our law-abiding citizens here? One thing that I've noticed is that a lot of the testimonies that were given today by those that are in favor of this bill gave very heart-wrenching, emotional testimonies. And what I've found over the years is that when emotion enters an argument, common sense flies out the window. And then the discussion just goes off course. So, you know, we're diametrically opposed on the tool that's being used. I'm focusing on the people that are perpetrating these acts, and they are the ones that need the help before this ever happens. And you know, as far as the changes that have occurred, you know, prayer in school is gone. The love of God is gone. And the family structure is gone in a lot of cases. And a lot of single parent homes. And, you know, our laws have caused some of this to happen, starting with Lyndon Johnson's Great Society. So, and you and I were both there when that thing occurred. And we've seen the devastation that has happened to our families and the family structure. I'm a firm believer in family and ties that hold us together. And without those ties and a father at home and a mother both to teach the children what they need to do, they're left to their own vices, kind of like Lord of the Flies. And we're not like that. You know, if you have a family, you're not going to be like that.
All right, members, other questions of this panel? All right, seeing none, thank you for testifying with us. Okay, next witnesses, Luke Redford. Oh, sorry, sir. A lot of lists to juggle up here. Thank you for that. Robert Rostermund. Ash Williams. Christopher Prow. Patrick Hedges. Hunter Platt. Raul Fernandez. Rob Ladewig. Dylan Betts.
It doesn't matter.
Gary Ashby.
It's not like I'm fucking him, so.
Jordan Edmondson. Okay.
You already know the rule of that.
I do know the
All right, we'll start at this end. Please go ahead.
All I have to say is he better get a U-Haul because all your shit ain't
Hello,
fit.
committee. Ash Williams.
Escalade expedition.
I've written 4 speeches for today. Went through each and every one of them and realized everybody else has got it covered, so I'm going to speak from a different angle. I'm 6'9" and 300 pounds. If I hit somebody in the head, I'd kill him.
6'9" and 300 pounds?
I have the potential to rip somebody's shoulder out of their socket and cause
You're
serious
looking at that
damage.
dude's belly
Are you
button.
going to make me illegal? The whole point of this is these are tools to even the playing ground against men, sometimes who are my size. Worked in corrections. I've dealt with this stuff. I was a cop at one point. I've dealt with this stuff. Even the playing ground.
6'9".
You want answers on how to fix the problems. I've heard people ask up here, how do we fix the problems? Open the asylums back up.
Yes.
We have long-term patients in short-term facilities. You have the ability to bring back the asylums in a way that could protect these people so they are not treated as experiments, to treat them as human beings, to give them compassion, and to stop them before they injure people. We should be looking out for people's mental well-being. We should be trying to stop this before it happens. Taking away the tools that are there to protect us is not the way. Those same tools are used in case our government ever decided to become genocidal maniacs.
When the character.
That's our way of protecting
Predator.
ourselves.
Oh, okay. I was thinking
It's
like.
also our tools
No, you were
to
thinking
ensure that if
Predator.
any enemy ever invaded this country, we'd be able to
I'm
protect
serious for
ourselves.
prison is the zombies.
Don't take away our protections.
I was gonna say that is actually kind of accurate.
Shall not be infringed means shall not be infringed.
No, Predator in the book series.
Treat the people who need to be treated.
6'9", 6'10", 300 and some change.
All right, thank you, sir. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Dylan Betts. I wrote something earlier, but it's pretty much been covered. I got to be honest, this is my first time doing this, and I've truly lost faith in this entire process. It seems like everyone who's for this bill has no understanding of how firearms operate or anything of that matter. Everyone's operating off of emotions and telling stories that, you know, invoke empathy from people, but we're not actually talking about how these issues get seriously handled. We've seen gun control in the past in other states and other cities. It doesn't work well. It's not the solution. And for me, you know,
This is your idea.
one out of 6 women in this country is going to experience a sexual assault, according to the statistics that you would pull on Google. This bill is stripping those women the right to defend themselves. And passing this bill, which covers about 80% of all firearms, is significantly going to reduce their ability to defend themselves. Like someone like my mother, who's 5'1", 100 pounds, how is she going to fight this guy who's 6'7"? It's not going to happen, you know? So, you know, I feel like there's a lot of buffoonery happening as far as we talk about, like, we want to support women and we want to help them out, but at the same time, we're passing these laws. We've heard plenty of women speak today that are extremely concerned about being able to protect themselves, you know, and, you know, the person who authored this law is sitting here goofing around on the sideline here, not paying attention, not listening to what's going on. So all I'm saying is that it's really easy to say things that are flattering for people's emotions and make them feel good when they hear it. But at the end of the day, we're not going to abide by this. This is our line in the sand, and we're not going to be denied the right to protect ourselves when you guys up here, some of you guys have been reasonable, but you guys have your protection, and we as normal people need that too.
Not at all.
That's all I got.
All right, thank you. I'm going to remind everybody to keep the comments to the bill. We have strayed over to the sponsors a number of times.
You
We
missed
need
it.
to not do that.
This chick
So
shut
please
this
go ahead.
entire fucking hearing down because she called out one of the people
Mr.
who
Chair,
wrote the
members of
bill.
the committee, I appreciate the
Fuck
opportunity to
you,
speak here
Tyra.
today. My name is Jordan Edmondson.
Hearing down for a little bit.
I'm here representing myself, and I'm in opposition
yeah.
of 24 as well.
Yeah. Fuck you, you tyrant.
I have read over this bill, and I think Colorado is more than capable of independently thinking from the states of California and Washington. We should be able to enroll ourselves in the school of unintended consequences, live vicariously
Oh, yeah, they
through these
went to
other states'
recess in the
mistakes,
hearing for a little
choose
bit.
different. We should be able to learn and discern that, wow,
Probably
that
so.
was a really bad idea.
freedom of
Let's not
speech,
just keep on doing what they're doing.
Well, it
But no,
is freedom.
here we are, copying their homework, and once again,
It had to been from like
um,
debate. Yeah, well, fuck.
suffering the consequences of these foolish decisions.
It had to be Ron White.
This bill right here is just another long list of anti-Second Amendment legislation, once again targeting and hell-bent to disarm the lawful and responsible Colorado gun owner. I don't know whether this bill is malicious in its intent or through a misguided sense of altruism.
No, it's absolutely
result is the
malicious.
same, an injustice. For this bill simply conflates two major things.
A horse have the creeps. My son-
Not holding those who commit these crimes and atrocities accountable for their actions, and instead attributing the blame to the responsible Colorado gun owner, and then punishing them for it. It goes even a step further and would simply strip the next generation of even the opportunity to participate in this debate. I'd like to point out in subsection 2, 18-12-603, one of the listed prohibited activities that stands out among the rest to me is the transfer of ownership of.
Okay, if that course
be
hit
prohibited.
harassed, you'd have that completely.
A seemingly small, innocuous statement
I mean, you
with
just
massive
said it,
implications.
because you're sitting there.
This prohibited activity is nothing short of a de facto gun confiscation.
Of course, it's all keep to that whole.
All right, thank you. Please go ahead at the end.
You can't even be mad at the horse at that point.
No.
My name is Hunter Platt, Colorado native, grew up in Jefferson and Park County. Very active in the gun community, been in RSO, help people learn how to shoot both handguns, semi-automatic, rifles, both full automatic and actually automatic. Worked under an FFL helping sell items to people. So I'd say I'm fairly well versed in the subject of what is commonplace and what is used by most people, especially people of smaller stature. This bill, I refuse to call an assault rifle or assault weapons bill. This is an affront and an attack on all common use items that are in use by most people. 80% we've heard. I guess it's actually more. I rarely remember selling a revolver or a lever action gun. The rifle that I bought for hunting last year, it has a threaded barrel and a detachable magazine. It's a very common rifle. It's actually pretty cheap. It's a Remington 700 series action.
Yep.
It's one of the most common actions out there. That is now considered an assault rifle. It's ridiculous. The Glock that I carry is now considered an assault rifle, an assault weapon.
Yeah, remember with their
these are
test,
common use
all it
items.
has to have is the
This fails both
ability
Heller
to take a
and
detachable
Bruin
magazine and
blatantly,
one other feature.
without question.
So yeah, Remington
There's also
700,
been some
even though it's
actions
bolt
and
action,
questions in here. So I looked up the
it can take a
statistics from the
detachable
FBI
magazine,
on
if you
what
have a
long
threaded
guns were
barrel
used
or
and
a
how many
break or
long
something
guns
like
were
that,
used.
that's an assault weapon.
All right. In the state of Colorado, there was 5 and 3 for shotguns and rifles. There was 32 for knives. Nationwide in 2019, 364 for rifles, 200 for shotguns, 564 total. Knives, 1,476. All right, I would like to finish this with a quote from somebody who's
Dare
very
this
prominent
dude,
in the gun control and a very prominent Democrat right now. I have never believed that additional gun control or federal registration of guns would reduce crime. I am convinced that a criminal who wants a firearm can get one.
When he gets
Joseph
done, I
R.
gotta try
Biden,
something real
our
fast. So
sitting
the stream
president.
might get
All right, members, are there
kinda shut
questions
off
of our
and then
witnesses?
I'll turn it back on real quick. I'm gonna try to
All
fix
right,
something.
seeing none, thank you all for testifying.
Give me just a sec, guys. Hopefully this doesn't kill everything. All right, give me just a sec, guys. All right, we back.
Jonathan Davis. Justin
Trying
Gardner.
to fix something that apparently doesn't want to fix right now.
Frederick Gardner. Adam Scarborough.
Well, yeah, Chess, they shouldn't be able to, but they're gonna
Wade
try.
Bassett.
But if you think these people give a shit about constitutional
Cooper.
rights or restraints on government or anything like that,
All right, looks like
They
we
don't
have
care.
4 folks. Okay, at the end, please go ahead.
they don't care at all.
Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. My name is Xavier Rivas, and I represent Spartan Defense and Training in Colorado Springs as one of their employees. I'm here to oppose the bill because I believe that 24-1292,
These
banning the
people
sale and
only care
transfer of
about
an
their
assault weapon,
power
does not
and-
follow the historical tradition of firearm
And that's-
regulation in America. This bill is not in line with what the Supreme Court has ruled on past gun laws in other states. If this passes, that would be unconstitutional as well as a violation of all of our rights. A government is supposed to be there to support the people, and this does not feel like support. I do think that the state is overstepping their power and are trying to go around the Supreme Court and act as if they do not have laws to follow, just as we do as citizens of this state. The constitutional right to bear
You're
arms is
riding
not
out.
a second-class right, subject to an entirely different body of rules than any other one of our rights.
Oh yeah,
I know of
100%,
no other
yes.
constitutional right that has this much
They can
restriction on
pass all
it
this
just
stuff.
to exercise that right.
And the shall
These
not comply
arms
that testified
spoken about in
today,
the Constitution
I'm in line with him.
do not apply only to
That's
those
what you
arms
want.
in existence in the 18th century.
But come get them.
Just as the First Amendment applies
My
to modern
advice is to wear
forms
gloves
of
because the
communication,
barrel's gonna be
and
really
the Fourth
hot by
Amendment
the time it
applies to
gets
modern
you.
forms of search, the Second Amendment extends to all instruments that constitute bearable arms, even those that were not in existence at the
barrel
time of the
shroud is going to
founding.
probably keep
The
you
Second
from
Amendment
getting
standard is upheld with how we protect other constitutional rights. Take, for instance, the freedom of speech in the First Amendment. In that context, when the
Jesus,
government
you're-
restricts speech, the government bears the burden of proving the constitutionality of its actions.
I didn't say
Here,
it
I
was
do
bad.
not see any proof of this being constitutional or beneficial for anyone of this state. All I see that is happening is the state trying to disarm responsible citizens and put people out of jobs. If this passes, you will be shutting down many gun shops and putting many people out of work to feed their families, including me.
We can just go for a fucking walk.
I would like to finish
Or
this
we can go
off by
fishing.
asking you all a question on how
Last time I
this
took you
will
fishing,
stop
you got
criminals
cold. We had to come
and
in.
not negate law-abiding
You can
citizens.
complain all you want.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you. Please go ahead.
I've had to cut stuff short.
Thank
because
you.
of
My
that,
name is
so.
Justin. I'd like to talk about the specific
I've had to cut
features that
get
you think define an assault weapon.
Belly. I won't hear it.
Every feature that you have listed
Excuse
is a
me?
basic function
Excuse-
of a firearm,
No.
safety or protection
No, sir.
mechanism,
Yes.
We don't even
or a
get
way
to
to
talk about
stabilize
that
Yes.
a
because
firearm.
Christy.
The semi-automatic
No,
AR-15
That
is
was
the
her
most
and the kid.
popular
That's a
rifle
whole
in
nother
America.
story.
Sir.
And one trigger
No,
pull
sir.
fires
I told
one
you,
round.
you very
That's what
well.
semi-automatic
Put
means.
my ass on the bank.
It's not the
No,
M16
sir.
military rifle. It's not the M4 rifle.
So you're saying I just need
It's
to
not
ban
some
women
scary,
from gator hunts.
fully automatic weapon. One pull, one round. The detachable magazine
Fucking fine.
is
Then
one
I'll
of the
take
most
your ass the
important
next time I
components
get
of
a
a
tag.
firearm.
Fuck you.
Virtually every gun on the planet has
done this for
a
a couple of years
detachable
now. I can be
magazine
captain.
in some way or
It could
another.
be my fucking turn. I'll
There
have
is
me a
nothing
crew.
wrong with
How about
it.
that?
The grip is nothing more than a handle that you hold on to.
Why
It's a
do I
basic
think that would seem like a
necessity
complete
in every
clown
single
fire
firearm.
drill?
With
The
enough
adjustable
seasoning to be great.
stock is so that someone with short arms
I'll take
can
Al.
fire
and
the
I'll
same
have Pat.
rifle
We'll
as
have so
someone
much
with
fucking
long
fun.
arms.
We'll get in
This
so
is
much trouble.
basic common sense.
We'd get caught by him.
The muzzle brake is for
Yeah.
Because I don't know the boundaries.
stability, so that my wife can
So we have
fire the AR-15 that I have without going all over the place.
I'd get caught
It's
by the
made for safety and control.
I'd leave them with it.
The threaded barrel,
Spider.
so that you can attach a compensator for control.
Spider in the shop this morning.
This bill says that my little .22 pistol should be considered an assault weapon. Do you understand that? My little .22 pistol is now an assault weapon.
Go around to that.
Do you know what a .22 bullet looks like? Just because you say it's bad
Do you trust
doesn't
them?
make it bad.
No.
Thank you.
Me?
Please go ahead in the white shirt.
It doesn't fucking matter.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair Weissman, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. My name is Wade Bassett, and I'm here to oppose this bill because as presented, this bill is unconstitutional on multiple levels. I'd like to start out by asking the committee if they believe that the inability to pass down these guns to family members after your death would be considered unconstitutional under the Fourth Amendment. In the same vein of constitutionality, I'd like to take a little time sharing some quotes from the founding fathers concerning the people's right to bear arms and juxtapose them with common arguments for gun rights violation. The Second Amendment only applies to well-regulated militia. From George Mason, I ask, who are the militia? They consist now of the whole people, except for a few public officers. For the argument that the Constitution is a living document that can alter its meaning over time, Thomas Jefferson says, on every occasion of constitutional interpretation, let us carry ourselves back to the time when the Constitution was adopted, recollect the spirit manifested in the debates, and instead of trying to force what meaning can be squeezed out of the text or invented against it, instead let us conform to the probable one in which it was passed. And finally, on the argument that public safety is more important than the Second Amendment, William Pitt, the necessity is the plea for every infringement on human freedom. It is the argument of tyrants and the creed of slaves. One more quote before I go from Samuel Adams. If ye love wealth better than liberty, the tranquility of servitude better than the animating contest of freedom, go home from us in peace. We ask not your counsel or arms. Crouch down and lick the hands which feed you. May your chains set lightly upon you, and may posterity forget that ye were our countrymen.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Charles Cooper. I'm a 22-year Army vet, retired Army veteran. I'm here with my adult son. I'm from Pueblo West. He's from Colorado Springs. Freedom is one of the greatest rights and privileges that we have in the United States. Freedom is messy. ugly, painful, and imperfect, as is the freedom of speech. And that is why America is America and not like the rest of the world. I heard a lot of people that were for this bill argue, comparing us to other countries. That's not fair. We're not other countries. They don't have a First Amendment. They don't have a Second Amendment. And they don't have any of the other ones either. They don't have constitutions that guarantee their freedoms. You passing this bill will turn a lot of us into criminals, and you're taking away the right that 99, whatever, almost 100% of law-abiding citizens do. You're taking that right away from them for what others that are evil and are against the sanity of the right of life. Those people are going to continue to do those things no matter what you do. I want to talk real quickly about some of the suggestions. This has been said before, but I want to emphasize it anyways. I'm going to say it anyways. If you want to fix mass shootings at school, that's real simple. For a fraction of the cost of money that gets spent to out Ukraine,
DJ, we'll catch you after a while, brother.
of it, we could across this entire
Thanks
country
for hanging.
fix and arm and hard target
Sure,
every single one of these schools, all the way up to the colleges. It'd be real easy. It wouldn't look like the Army is there. It wouldn't look like the National Guard is there. It would be privatized, trained, secured people armed with vests, magazines, AR-15s to thwart those evil people. Those people will not come to those locations if that's what you did. If you really believed in doing something at schools, that would be the way to do it. I oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, questions of any of our witnesses? All right, seeing none, thank you all for being with us this evening.
And I warned you beforehand.
All right, next witnesses.
3 weeks
Gene
before.
Dowell.
Look at it.
Some people think guns just magically, you bring them into
Charlie
a gun store and they
Richards.
fix themselves. That's not how that shit works.
Ashley Springer.
Look at it. No.
Gabriel Henley. Joshua Kraft. David Sala, S-A-L-E-H. John Tesh.
Responsible
Art
for
Zislis, Z-I-S-L-I-S.
That's putting it modestly.
Timothy Holland.
So no, I haven't had a chance to look at your gun yet.
Toby Leary. Okay.
That is Toby.
All right, we'll start at this end.
But-
Sir, please go ahead.
Get some meat. Set the fishes in there.
Oh, sorry, if you'll make sure the mic's on.
I feel I need to rant. I need to get on my crazy out before I start being serious. And
My name's Dave Sally. I'm from Durango. A lifelong Colorado resident.
You know that explains.
My relatives immigrated from Syria
When we
around
bitch
the
about
turn
our
of the
spouses,
20th century. I've watched
You get the crazy
Colorado
eye.
change a lot, especially in the last
the crazy thought.
10 or 15 years. For
that
40
what-
years,
That is exactly what it is. At
I
least
bought, trained, and shot rifles and pistols that are on your list. Not one of them's been used in a crime. I look at the slate of bills that's been presented, the gun control bills, and it's fairly obvious to me that there's an agenda that demands that we be disarmed. I just don't see any other possibility with the way this goes. Gun control doesn't work. It never has worked. And I urge you to vote against this bill.
Thank you. Sir in the suit, please go ahead.
Thank you. My name's Timothy Holland. I'm a Denver native, and I'm a network engineer in Aurora.
Nothing.
I'm also an Air Force veteran.
No, you don't.
I've been locked down in a school when a student brought a gun.
No, I don't.
I've been in war zones where
You
I'm
might.
shot at. I understand the
I
fear
don't
of
want
being
to.
attacked.
I'd show that joke
deadly
off to
weapons.
everybody.
Big dick
But
locker room.
that fear cannot rule our governance. We must
With that
have a
dick
clear
in the
head
locker room.
about
Hi,
it.
there you are.
Weapons are dangerous. but being disarmed against a violent threat is more dangerous. We can't attack the law-abiding citizens that protect their communities. Disarming me won't make the world a safer place, and it's a dangerous world.
For like trans people?
A lot of the other points that I had
So they
were covered by others, so I will leave it at that and just say I urge you to vote no on this bill, and thank you.
All right, please go ahead.
Good evening, honorable representatives of the committee. My name is Art Zislis, and I'm here from Elizabeth, Colorado. I'm representing myself and my family. I appreciate you trying to make our community safer, and I believe that you have good intentions. So thank you for listening. The language in House Bill 1292 would ban every semi-automatic rifle, shotgun, and pistol, including those commonly used for hunting and self-defense, and that significantly inhibits an individual's right to effectively defend their life, their family, and to hunt for food. So I'm humbly asking you to oppose this bill. My main concern is with the provisions regarding the pistol grip and how the gun operates. There's no definition of a pistol grip in this bill, so I brought some
And in what
pictures.
universe does that mean you should?
These are pistol grips,
In mine.
and
Is
these
all
are also
universal
pistol
ones.
grips. And these are pistol grips, and I think these are the ones that this bill is targeting. You can have these if you'd like.
Hey,
Pistol
Chess,
grips are
we'll catch you on the
often
next one, brother. Be
incorporated
cool.
into the buttstock contour, and they are not always independently
Yes,
mounted onto the
definitely stay
receiver.
safe.
But this bill does not differentiate between the two styles. Every semi-automatic uses some form of recoil energy to cycle the action. And the language would ban common pistols carried by law-abiding citizens to defend themselves and family. Defensive gun use saves lives in the U.S. every day. In regards to velocities, they are legally required for big game hunting in this state. My other concern is that there is no transfer provision to immediate family members upon death of the owners. So spouses.
Yeah, and this
children
bill,
of the
much like the one in
deceased,
Alabama,
unless
there's no
prohibited,
real
will either become
transfer
an
provision.
unlawful owner of that
Well,
firearm
I'll say
or be forced to
a little
surrender
bit
it to
different.
the
The
state.
one in Alabama will allow you to transfer the
Thank
gun
you.
when
At the
you
end,
die
please
to
go ahead.
your
Thank
children
you.
or whatever. They just have
My
to
name is Toby
get
Leary,
it
and I'm from
registered in their name.
Massachusetts.
This,
I might
this
have
is
the
Toby.
record for the furthest traveled to be
Cape
here
Gun
today.
Works,
But I was
Rapid
born in
Fire.
Denver, and I feel a kinship to the state of Colorado. Massachusetts is still living under an expanded version of the 94 assault weapons ban, and
My
our
wife
state
is
made it
evil, just so
permanent in
y'all know.
1998. Mass also passed sweeping comprehensive gun control, which resulted in a checkerboard of unconstitutional laws that constantly keeps us in fear of inadvertently running afoul of confusing and arbitrary laws. In 98, we had 1.2 million gun owners in the Bay State. Since then, we have seen a mass exodus of families from by individuals who prefer freedom, and we are now seeing 1,000 people per week leave the state. This has resulted in half the licensed gun owners in the Bay State as we hover around 600,000. Ironically, though, that violent crime with a firearm has increased 120% since 1998, in spite of being one of the most restrictive states in the country. The net result of disarming peaceful and responsible citizens is the criminals who don't follow comprehensive gun bans, or any laws for that matter, have more of defenseless citizens to take advantage of. I ask you a simple question today. It's serious though. If you could gain enough support in both chambers to pass a law to ban Catholics, could you do it? I think if you're intellectually honest, you would say no. That's
Good
because
deal,
of what
Warsaw.
James Madison wrote in the Federalist Papers, something called constitutional limitations. He also went on to write that
Bishop's got a
legislators
good
have a
stream
very
every
special
single morning.
role in government, which is because they are from the people, the blood of the people, that they are the gatekeepers of our rights. I don't know where the script got flipped, but just like you couldn't ban a certain religion, you cannot ban bearable arms. You lack the constitutional authority, but so many in this chamber will do it anyway because you possess the power to do so. This is an abuse of power. Vote no on this bill.
All right, thank you. Members, questions for our witnesses? All right, thanks for being with us.
Yeah, Bishop's down in Illinois, guys. He's a
Okay,
good
next
follow.
witnesses.
typically starts up
Eric
in between
Jones.
8:30 and 8:45 in the mornings. Doesn't do a real
Augustine
long shift,
Haik,
but does a really
P-A-I-K. Randy Paik.
The boat is the motion of the ocean.
Timothy O'Kelly.
my wife.
Mitchell Miller.
That's what I put up with.
No, goodness.
Keegan Arney. David McCleskey.
That was a good one.
That was a good. I will give you that. That was a good one.
Oh my God, Jeremy.
You made a funny.
Jeremy fucked me up earlier today.
All right, let's start at this end. Please go ahead.
James and them stupid.
Thank you for
spring
allowing me
rolls,
to talk today. I'm here opposed against the so-called assault weapon ban. Shall not be infringed. I would assume that it was simple to understand, yet here we are again. It is our God-given right as American citizens to bear arms. The founding fathers made it clear. This goes for every amendment. The Second Amendment makes sure that all other amendments are protected. We are seeing a rise of crime and acts of violence all over our country. It is now more important than ever that the constitutional rights of citizens are not stripped away. As always, criminals will look for the easy targets, not the hard ones. I end this with a quote from Thomas Jefferson. I prefer dangerous freedom over peaceful slavery.
So
Thank
if
you.
you're not in the
Thank you, sir. Please go ahead.
conversation later on, it doesn't sound
Hello, my name is Mitchell Miller. I'm against this bill very strongly. I don't trust you guys at all. I don't trust you with having all the guns. I don't trust you with leaving people without the right to purchase firearms. And I haven't seen any examples of why Denver is a great place to live. I mean, it's covered in tents. I was really hoping you guys called me before the sun went down, because I didn't want to walk home at night out in Denver. So I bought a new car recently. I was really hoping the windows weren't going to be smashed in when I get back. And the car salesman told me I could get a $15,000 grant from Colorado government. I think that money could go towards small business owners.
Yeah, I'm okay. My mama didn't raise no
Maybe
business.
somebody who's just looking to start a business,
Oh wow, my highness, like
provide a better life for themselves, so people are just happier overall. And behind me, I don't really want to argue with anyone here. I don't want anybody to walk away pissed off. And ultimately, what we're arguing about is just going to piss off half of this state. And you're just dividing us. You're not making anybody happy. You've already heard all the arguments. Somebody's going to get a gun. Somebody's going to cause a traumatic scene and leave people shattered, families broken. It's going to happen anyway.
Oh, good.
You're just pissing people off by having these arguments and proposing these bills and trying to take things from people. We feel powerless because you're trying to take and take and take away from us. And we're sick of it. We're sick of things being taken away. Nobody feels free anymore. Nobody's happy anymore.
100,000.
I'm leaving. I'm moving to Arizona.
On that
I
cap.
don't want to live here anymore. It does not feel safe.
This dynamic.
And I feel poor. I don't think I can buy a house here. I don't think I could start a family here. There's no future in Colorado, and you're just making it worse. That's all I got.
All right, please go ahead.
So my name is David McCleskey. I am president and founder of an NGO that does an adult literacy program in Uganda. Me and my wife are both fourth generation Coloradans, both from huge families, teachers, preachers, ranchers, farmers. That's kind of what we've done for the last couple hundred years. We own and maintain firearms as part of our duty to defend our family, our community, and our country as it was meant to be since the forming of the Constitution, the Bill of Rights. These rights were not given to we, the people, for hunting. I just keep hearing all this stuff about hunting. Hunting's great. People probably love it.
Hunting tyrants.
That's not what this is about.
Maybe.
These rights were proclaimed and given to us to defend all of our freedoms and not to be infringed. As one of your colleagues over here said earlier, what is known? What is known? There's no such thing as gun violence. What is known? There's never been an angry gun or a violent gun, only angry, violent, and mentally ill people. What is known? There's no such thing as Since the beginning of time, there's never been a murder
He didn't bring his book back,
that
did
was
he?
done legally.
Did he
They're all
bring it
illegal.
back?
Yes, he did.
Every bit of it's illegal.
He was damn excited
And we
about
keep
it, too.
making more rules and more laws
There
to
you
make
go.
it even more illegal. The laws obviously aren't doing anything to curb the murders, right?
He was
Nobody's
married.
going to perform a perfect murder where it's legal and all the rules and laws you make are abided by. It's just not going to happen.
Murder
like
by
that.
definition is illegal.
My brother was murdered in this state, in Broomfield, in 1994. And the guy that murdered him was out in 7 years, walking the streets. And I think our problems, like a lot of people have said, they're not the laws, they're the enforcement of the laws, and they're the persecuting of the criminals. People who shouldn't be on the streets are on the streets.
Yeah, dude.
People
and
who
it's
are
still
mentally ill.
going,
Gosh,
Brandon.
you walk around Denver.
And
I'm
it's
sorry,
gonna
but
be
it's
going for a
embarrassing being
while.
in Denver these days. I live on the north end of Thornton, and it's
I think they
embarrassing. I brought
actually
my mom down
blocked
here.
out
She's 89,
12 hours
and it's embarrassing.
for this
She has to
hearing.
live to see that.
And yes,
All
there
right,
were
sir,
a lot
thank
of
you,
anti-gun
and
people that
very
testified,
sorry to hear
but
about
there
your
were
brother.
over 200 and
Please go ahead.
something pro-gun people.
My name's Timothy O'Kelly.
showed up today.
I reside in Woodland Park, Colorado. I'm here to address the HB 24-1292. This bill is an absolute violation of my Second Amendment right.
Well,
This
it
is not an
doesn't
assault
state
weapons
Constitution,
ban.
much
This
less
is a
the
gun
federal
grab.
Constitution.
The weapons that you're claiming are assault weapons are not assault weapons. You've got it down to every semi-automatic there is. Pistols, handguns, rifles, shotguns. This is a gun grab.
Damn sure did.
According to worldpopulationreview.com,
have to
in 2024, gun ownership percentage of the state of Colorado is at 45.1%. That's almost half of Coloradoans. Are you really willing to make criminals out of half of Colorado? What else this tells me is that 50% of Coloradoans, like myself, will defend our families, our children, our neighbors, our friends, while the other half crawls under the desk and hides, hoping that the police come. And they're not going to, not in time. The Constitution gives me the right to keep and bear
I haven't
arms.
heard anybody
It does
mention
not give
Pastor
you
Colorado.
the right to
Kinda
strip
hurt my
me
feelings.
of my constitutional rights. I ask today that you stand with the Constitution of the
Maybe Rob
United
and some
States
other
of
guys are in
America
the crowd.
and commit to voting no on HB 24-1292. Take a stand and honor the Constitution and the citizens of the United
If they
States
ever try to push
and their
that bill
right
in
to keep
Alabama,
and bear
there was a
arms.
hearing.
Thank you.
You bet your
All right,
ass.
thank you. Members, questions of our witnesses. Rev Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question is for Mr. McCluskey. It sounds like you've got a lot of history here in
I may
Colorado,
get
you and
banned
your
like
family.
the chick earlier. That
And so
basically
what the
said,
question
"Fuck
is
you,
this
Pastor."
bill talks about, among other things, transferring all of the firearms. We've heard earlier that, is potentially up to 80% of firearms in Colorado right now. But this affects the ability of folks to transfer these firearms. How does somebody such as yourself, with a family, with prior generations that I assume have probably passed things on down, how does this affect your ability to pass things on down to future generations?
It's obviously it's horrible. I mean, I have 2 kids and 6 grandkids, and my youngest grandson is
Warsaw, I
11
wish more people
in
would
May.
wake up, man.
He got his
More
first
people
shotgun
would
2
wake
years
up.
ago. And it's not because we're wild, crazy people. It's because he
But
wanted
the
one. and
problem
he's
is
taught,
most
and
of
his
these
parents
people will
are
fight you
safety
to stay
conscious.
asleep. They will fight
put him
you
through
tooth
classes.
and
He's got his
nail
hunter safety
to stay
course.
asleep.
He's already gone through all that. He takes it hunting. He's hunted, geese, and he's hunted wild turkeys. And that's our legacy. We know what we leave for our kids, and not to be able to do that, my grandkids, it's communism. I mean, it's crazy. Makes no sense. It's ignorant. Bless you.
Members, other questions?
The question is, what's the meanest and cruelest
All
thing
right,
you've ever said?
seeing none, thank you for testifying.
Goddamn.
Thanks for your patience with the process.
Okay, next panel. Do we have James
He
Stone,
said, you're just here for a meal ticket. I said, if that's the case, I'd find
William Edwards,
not PBJ. Ooh.
and for folks who are wondering,
Yeah, that
we
is
printed
rough.
this out
That is
in
rough.
ascending order
The first
sort
time it
of
was
the date and
Tuesday,
time
yeah.
when folks signed up. That just seemed the most fair thing to do to me. That's how I'm working through the list. We will keep calling names until everyone in here has had a chance.
Yeah, well,
That could
All
go
right,
either way. That's
Matt
perfect
Grosjean.
for a comeback.
I could throw a 4x4 down
Dan
my hallway
Wilson.
and not hit the damn wall. So
Kyle Howard.
again,
That could very easily be, that is open.
your sister.
That right there is open for a comeback.
Eric
There's
Lovers.
certain mud holes you don't drop off in unless you got 44-inch plus tires.
Yeah.
Just saying.
I wouldn't say
Taylor Pascal.
There's comeback material for that one.
P-A-S-C-H-A-L.
That's the end all be all.
Okay. Ron Pros.
And yeah, Warsaw, you're right. It takes less
Lucas
than 10 years
Goza.
to forget. Much like the stream we did last night with Yuri, you're talking 15 to 20 years to
All right, looks
completely
like we have
change
4 folks. We'll start on this end. Please go
a
ahead.
generation.
My name is Kyle Howard.
that is
I'm a Colorado native. I come from a deep military and
when
first
you actually
responder
think
family. I'm a firearms instructor, and 5 weeks ago, I'm the father of a new little girl. I think there's one thing we can all agree on is we all want to move the needle and we all want to save lives. But the brass tacks is you cannot legislate evil. Kane used a rock. This is a heart problem. It's a mental health problem, and this is a culture problem. Murder is already illegal and assault is already illegal. If laws like this worked, human trafficking wouldn't be a thing, and the drug problem right outside these doors wouldn't exist. Removing firearms does not automatically end violence or solve this heart problem, and many testimonies today keep mentioning kids should not have to make life or death decisions, and I agree, which is another reason why additional bills like safe spaces should not be passed. All of these bills proposed in this session are
You
doing
want to
nothing to
defend
solve the
children,
problem, but
allow
hamstring the abilities
teachers
of the
to
far,
be
far
armed.
majority of responsible gun owners, which are looking to stand in the gap to protect which that you cannot
Because
legislate.
they are going to be
Regardless of the tool
ones,
used, we know
ones that are
what
actually
stops
on
violence,
scene
and
when
that's
the
people with
shooting
a
happens.
desire to serve and a bias for action. It's clear the proposal of all of these bills in this session, especially this one, are following the Jello wall approach, which is throwing everything at the wall to see what sticks. We know that what works is standing in the gap.
No,
know it
you don't
works.
even got to
We're in
treat
the
them
lobby
like
today,
TSA
guarded by men
Warsaw.
with guns. Just walking in here, I personally walked
Allow
past no less than
teachers to have
7
something
firearms. Why
in
is it
their hand
acceptable for
other than
you,
a
but not for our
stapler.
kids?
If someone
I'd be
comes
willing to
in
bet
and
most
tries
people
to
testifying
start
today are
shooting
not
students.
criminals because nothing you pass today will change anything for them, and they're smiling knowing their future victims will be easier. If you think firearms are the problem and armed personnel are not the solution as you currently utilize, then please dismiss all armed personnel in this building, all federal state buildings, remove your metal detectors, and show us how dedicated you are to this cause and belief. Lead by example by putting
This
your
dude's
guns down
on
first,
point.
or continue to prove that the solution you use for your own safety is the answer to protect what we hold dear. Those who would give up essential liberty to preserve or purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither. The last point I want to make is many of us have taken today off, left our families, driven great distances, and waited a very long time to speak. The least this panel could do is all be present. That's my opinion.
All right, sir in the plaid shirt, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Eric Lubers. I am a gunsmith and a range safety officer. And so I have been working with semi-automatic firearms for a
what's
very
up,
long
chick?
time. And I can
What's
tell you
happening?
that the firearms themselves are not what's
I
dangerous.
heard you
What's
testify
dangerous
today. I
is
got to find
people.
video of that.
And people, when they get to a state in their life where they're so low.
Matter of fact, Brooke, if you've
that
got
they
video
think
of
the only
that, if
thing
you
they
will
need to
post
do
it
is
in the
kill.
chat, we will play it.
Is terrible that we've been able to
We'll
get
make you
our
famous.
society to that level where we have people around us that are feeling that way is the real issue. It is not whether or not we can or cannot transfer
Well, infamous
semi-automatic
if you're on my
firearms
channel. There's a
between each
difference.
other or from buying from a store. Also, just want to note from my gunsmithing background, a AR-15 was not designed to kill as many people as quickly as possible. It was designed to fire, unlock, extract, eject, feed, lock.
Cycle of operations.
And then repeat. It is just mechanics. Please do not go forward with this bill. It is not going to help anything in this state at all. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Hi, Taylor Pascal. I'm against this bill. Chairman, members of the committee, and empty seats. In the last 4 years, I've been a victim of
Good deal, Brooke.
road
Yeah, you
rage
got to
where
share
I
it
was
out.
tailed and assaulted at a gas station in Superior. I've been chased by a man attempting to mug me after a concert just down the street at the Fillmore. And a person in the area just this past week has contacted our neighborhood to provide a PSA that his cameras have been detecting people going around breaking into people's vehicles. It pains me to see that rather than enabling your citizens and local businesses with opportunities to defend themselves and harden consequences of criminal behavior, you continue to add additional restrictions that
Brooke.
infringe on my rights. I listened to
What's
the
up,
stories
Sister
of those
Brooke?
children earlier.
Hey,
and
sorry, man. I don't know how to turn off. I got to turn off my YouTube.
their parents, their teachers, people they look
All
up
you
All
gotta do is
to
mute it. You ain't
have
got to turn it off.
instilled
Just
a
flip that tab
culture
and
of
mute it.
fear.
Did that work?
Yeah, you
Sorry,
sound
man.
golden.
That's no way
Okay,
to live.
sorry,
you're,
man.
you're good.
They taught those kids to fear for their life, but my dad, a Virginia State police
Oh,
officer of 37 years, thankfully retired and not named
So what was up to what
after
was
a
up with
bridge or
today?
something because he got shot
so
in
it
line
was
of
just
duty.
suicide prevention lobby day
He taught me
at
to
the
defend life.
Capitol.
That includes my life. That
Okay,
includes
good.
lives of my friends, my family, my
So
community,
so
my
there
church,
wasn't a big bill
even
pushing
those that
through.
might
All you guys
disagree
were
with me here in
testifying
this
against
building.
this
I don't
was
care what color your
suicide
shirt is. I don't
prevention
care who
and
you vote for,
okay.
who you marry. I
American
would still lay down my
Foundation for
life for
Suicide
you, but I don't
Prevention
need a badge and
was
uniform to do that
looking
because
for
that's what
funding,
is required of
basically.
me as
So
a
there is a
God-fearing
bill, but
Christian
that we were just there
and
to
a
talk
man of
about it,
this
not
country.
testify officially.
I
Oh, well, that's still
ask that
outstanding,
you
though, Brooke.
please reconsider
Thanks.
your thoughts on this
Which I
bill
mean,
and oppose
with
it.
anybody
Do not vote for
anybody
this.
who's
This
well, when it's
infringes
time to
on the rights
testify,
of
of course, you'll
everybody,
be
and it's
there.
going to
But
cause more damage than
Hmm.
good. Thank you.
I gotta
you
go
need
look
to
and
do
see if I
your
can find that
greatest.
link
Thank
for
you
You
you.
need to
again.
pull
Go
your
ahead.
video for any
Lucas
of your
Goza,
testimony and
owner,
post it.
founder of Militia State Armory. I'm an 07
Brooke's greatest
FFL
hits.
with a Class 2 SOT. Let me be first to say that firearms are not hard to make. Even
I
if you outlaw them,
guarantee you,
people
there
are
was
gonna
one
still
chick
easily
in
be able to
the
make
in the
them.
hearings
We're
today.
talking about like 1911
Yeah.
technology,
Well, she shut the whole
1907
hearing down for
technology. You know,
about,
maybe some of it
I don't
goes
know,
to
a
like the
couple
40s, but
minutes
that's more like your small
Yeah.
mid arms. Technically,
due to the fact she
and I got a lot
called
of
someone
points. I'm
out
going to
that's
keep moving
pushing
fast.
this bill and said, "Fuck
I've heard a
you,
lot of people talking about
But I can't say
Chicago and
she wasn't
everything.
on
Well, let's go a
point.
little bit further south. Mexico, 1905 was disarmed. They have not had firearms since 1905. The civilian cannot get them.
Ooh,
Yet the
speaking of
criminals
that,
there own the country, right? They have belt-fed machine guns. They have rocket launchers, not RPGs, like heat seekers, stingers, right? They
Yes,
have
Brooke is
artillery. They
absolutely
have
outstanding.
grenades, grenade launchers, mortars, and these are these are criminals. These are
Sorry,
not
I can only do one
law-abiding
thing at a
citizens. They've
time.
been
I'm like, all right,
for
where is
100
it?
years or more.
Oh, yeah, tell me about it.
And so part of like what you guys have been hearing a
Anyway,
lot on the
Brooke, you
Second
are a
Amendment
mob
is
now. You
to
can
stop
post
tyranny and
whatever
all this
you
and that.
like.
It's also for us citizens to protect you guys. You are our government. We are
Welcome
here
to the Blue Ridge
help each
Mafia.
other and protect you guys, right? I mean, our interest
All
is
right,
your
I got
interest. At
one
least
for
it
you.
should be. On top of that, 20,000 firearm regulations on the books, federally, locally, and across state laws. Going even further, going back to like the things easy to
The link I just dropped is from last night.
firearms aren't the most deadly thing. I would argue, like bombs can do a lot more damage. And something like that, you only need an oxidizer and a fuel. You could literally take me to like a bar. I could take some salt, some water, a battery, make a chloride cell.
Hold on,
Give me
something
some
might not have happened, Brooke, 'cause I tried to maybe a mile.
napkins. We have our stuff, and boom,
Oops,
you have
hold on.
your fuel and your
And I
oxidizer, right?
didn't link it.
Go to like a
Multitasking,
grocery
not my
store where you can
best.
have access to sugar, alcohol
yeah.
sugars, stuff like that.
I'm lucky if I can count
regular
the
drain
20.
cleaner
If that's
mixed
if I
with
take
like
my boots
other
off.
stuff from garden store. Suddenly you
Oh,
have a
where is
nitrate
it?
bath and you can turn a shirt into a bomb. There's so many ways to cause damage that a firearm is not.
All right, sir. Thank you. Members, questions of our witnesses. Rep. Evans.
Hey, Mr. Chair. Mr. Pascal, appreciated you just sharing some of the stories. Sounds like you've been the victim of a couple of situations here in Colorado. And so I mentioned at the beginning, I'm going to keep talking about it. We've passed 12 new gun control bills in Colorado the last 5 years. In that same time period, crime involving guns has gone up over 50%. As somebody who's been the victim of these things, obviously we want to solve these crimes. We want safe communities. What do you think are policy avenues that can actually help make Colorado safe as somebody that has suffered crimes?
Thank you for the question.
Brooke
So
disappeared. Brooke,
the two stories I mentioned,
Wilson.
first one was actually a road rage incident. I was going to go solo the Flatirons. I love climbing. So was heading down the road and this guy blew past me and then suddenly he turned and disappeared, and I was just like, another
I think
day.
Brooke hit the wrong button.
Except he was actually looping back around this block to actually tail me to a gas station where once I had stopped to get gas, he actually pulled his car up, pinning my door from being able to open.
Brooke, you're a mod now. Post your channel
and
in the chat, please.
Looked like he was on something. Proceeded to call me a faggot, spit in my face. This was actually during COVID, right at the very beginning.
Or
So
any of you
for
other
those
wrenches
that
out there,
continue to
post-
wear masks and things like that,
channel in the
I
chat.
would say that
And Damon,
if
how
you
are
felt a little
not
bit,
Mitchell?
if you feel concerned now wearing masks, you have to imagine right at the very outset when no one had information. That was pretty scary. I didn't know if this guy just got news that, he had it and he thought he was dying and he was just going to go and tear everyone apart that he saw, but it was really scary. And, as someone who grew up around firearms with his father, who was a police officer, I was, again, unable to actually carry a firearm at the time because, so that's Boulder County, which I think, if I still remember correctly, that's a 10-round limit. I think on the city of Boulder. Boulder County, I think, and where I'm at, it was 15, and the firearm I had is actually 17 magazine, so I couldn't use it. Another incident was the one at the Fillmore down the road. I was coming back from a concert, and it was funny because I also have shared the same concerns most of the folks here have had about being scared wandering around Denver. And coming back from the Fillmore, I had actually by this point planned my route back home or my route back to my car. Like I actually looked up Google. I figured out how I was going to do it. I was going to try and go with a group. Unfortunately, the group that I was kind of rolling with when I left,
I
they
wish we had
took a
actually
corner,
a
went a
video
different
of all
direction,
this instead
and
of
I
just the
noticed
audio.
a few moments later that about 30 feet behind me was somebody closing distance extremely fast. So I knew there was a parking lot, and I tried to drop the line of sight. And at that point, I heard the sprinting. So I started darting between cars, trying to make sure that he couldn't see me. Again, I couldn't conceal carry because of the restrictions here. And also
Let me
because
crank that
the Fillmore is, I guess, a safe space. I can't carry a gun in there. I couldn't conceal that on me. So again, I had no opportunity to really defend myself. It's not like a police officer was going to just miraculously
will
appear.
check that
So
out.
I like I said, I'm so thankful I prepared and I knew exactly where to get to my car. It was as soon as I jumped in my car door,
let
he
me
came
figure out
darting
what we're doing
around
here.
and started screaming and smashing on the front
If
window.
you think you're bad at multitasking, do it.
Again, I didn't have a gun in the car either because I knew that car break-ins is pretty
Here is
prominent,
Brooks'
and I
link.
didn't want to deliver that gun to somebody, to a criminal. And so I did the only thing I could. I looked him in the face and I started the car and I kind of just gave the nod. I'm like, I'm going to drive, and if you don't move, you're getting run over. I didn't know what else to do, but that's really shaken me. And as far as like economy concerns goes, I haven't been back for a concert. I haven't gone back to any of your events down here, which is a shame. There's so many cool events going on, but I don't feel safe in this city, so I don't go unless I'm going more towards like Boulder Theater, or at least there I have a little more awareness of where I'm at, and I kind of know the spots to avoid where people, criminals like to hang out. As far as you asked also at the end there, avenues for dealing with this, I think responsibility lies in the hands of the individual. I know there was a quote about Thomas Jefferson earlier regarding, having dangerous liberty. Well, part of that means taking responsibility for your safety. I took responsibility for my safety in the case of the Fillmore, and I planned my way out, and I knew what to do. I trained for it. It wasn't something I was readily looking for action. Owning a firearm is a huge weight on my shoulders. I'm actually a type 1 diabetic, so having all this stuff in my bag and then also concealed carrying, I feel like a boat anchor walking around town. So You know, I really
Block
strongly encourage
19 down my
people
front
to
of your
recognize
pants every
that
day,
your
is that
safety is not the
comfortable,
police.
but-
And they could do the best job they can, but they're not, you know, they're not Jesus. You can't snap your fingers and he's just going to be there. It doesn't work that way. And so I really encourage a lot of folks here to lean in, go to the range, prepare yourself, like prepare for the worst and then pray for the best.
BV, they
Otherwise,
don't
you're
care
going to leave
about
it
the
to
money they're going to
legislators to
lose.
go and
They
make
don't
these
care about
decisions.
the
And
firearms
you won't
manufacturers,
like
the
what they end up
FFLs. They're going to shut
deciding for you.
down millions of dollars in commerce.
Thank you.
They don't care about that.
All right, members, other questions of this panel? Seeing none,
Mannequins
thank
and
you for
masses. What's
testifying
up, my
tonight.
brother?
Thank you.
All right, next
Damn,
panel.
all the cool kids are showing up.
Tyler Smith. Sean Meyer. Benjamin Woodland.
So they're getting this next panel together.
Craig Williams.
I guess if I was paying attention to everything, we could have figured out how many pro and how many
Benjamin
antis
Short.
have testified already, but I hadn't been paying attention necessarily to those numbers.
Matthew Mamoser. Drake Hammond.
Yeah, this is how you party on a Tuesday, Brooke. Listening to hearings in legislature.
All right, thanks for being
Oh
with
my
us. Let's
God.
start on this end. Please go ahead.
Yeah, this is how we party on Tuesday.
Hi, my name is Tyler Smith. I'm from Colorado Springs, and I'm here representing myself.
Thank G-Wedge for this whole
So
thing.
please don't tell the ATF I'm here. I'm waiting on a 6-month tax stamp right now. Where the people fear the government, you have tyranny. Where the government fears the people, you have liberty. Reason I bring that up is we have all learned how powerful fear is as a tool when wielded against the masses. We watched how politicians, media, doctors, celebrities, influencers, and so-called experts use fear to shut down a nation. This is the same technique we see when gun violence or gun control is brought up. As long as it fits your narrative,
gonna
it
be
gets
coming,
wall-to-wall
Gabe.
coverage. You
Because
would
I
use
just
fear as a
found
means
the
to strip our
links to
rights
the
away
Ninth
again.
Circuit arguments. Yes,
You would have
we're
us to
doing those.
believe that giving up some of our rights would be for the common good and the
Man,
betterment
get
of
some
our
ass. I'm
society.
drinking Yinling
By this
tonight.
logic, if we give up all our rights, we would create the perfect
Make it
society.
harder on you to
This is
switch the
foolish.
can over.
You can't legislate away crime. There are plenty of examples of this around the world and even in our own country. What you are proposing will not prevent crime or criminals from breaking the law. This will only impede on the constituents you are supposed to be representing from being able to protect themselves in the future. This morning, they were talking about how they were fearful of their life going to school. Why don't we instead fund to harden our schools? There's no
That's
legislation
Colorado.
about that. It's all about let's take away the rights of other people versus using money or bills or laws or whatever you guys think you can do to make hard targets. I think that's been a pretty big topic that everybody said today that doesn't seem to be something you want to do. My question is why? The ultimate goal here is disarmament. I mean, semi-automatic, all semi-automatic things are in this, and it's not just for us, it's for the future. This is literally people that could be turning 21 tomorrow or after this bill is passed that could no longer purchase a firearm to protect themselves.
Thank you. Please go ahead if you share your name as well. Very itchy, scratchy, dead for Scout.
Hello, thank you, Madam Chair and the council. My name is Benjamin Woodland. I'm out of Colorado
hoping
Springs,
you'd
representing
take that
myself.
with
I was
me,
going to
but-
start off with a joke by Gideon J. Tucker. No man's liberty, life, liberty, or property are safe while the legislature is in session. I think that was supposed to be funny.
Take it easy, man, against the
I'm going
masses.
to also quote something
Oh,
by
goodness,
J.R.R. Tolkien in The Lord of the Rings, in the book, that is. It needs but one foe to breed a war, not two, Master Warden, answered Eowyn. And those who have not swords
goodness,
can
I
still
can
die
goodness that I
upon
want.
them.
You can goodness all you
Another
want.
quote
my
that
love.
I wish
You
to
can.
present is by Tacitus, I think I said, from the Annals of Imperial Rome. The more corrupt the state, the more numerous the laws.
So as I see it, I believe that maybe I'm going on a sentimental tribe here or kind of run, but I believe that liberty is perishing and perhaps it will perish in our lifetime. I personally fear that greatly because I've seen this in Oregon where I moved before I moved here. And it's just, if this bill doesn't pass this time, just run it
Dude,
again.
if you move
and
from
again
Oregon
and
to
again,
Colorado,
and eventually
you are
you'll make it
playing
through the loop.
checkers
And
game
it
of
could be
gun
years
control.
before the Supreme Court finally intervenes for the people. So I just want to finish with a quote by Patrick Henry, and I'll consider it my prayer also. Is life so dear or peace so sweet as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery? Forbid it, Almighty God. I know not what course others may take, but as for me, give me liberty or give me death. Thank you.
I don't know. I've seen a lot of women without boobs.
Please go ahead.
8%.
Hello, my name is Benjamin Short. I am a graduate student and research scientist at the University of Colorado.
Granddad
Boulder.
told my cousin Cindy
I
she
am
was
a father.
fathered 2
I am a
Fridays.
legal gun owner and an active member of my church in Boulder. And this testimony is my own. First, this bill is going to have trouble with
He
Brewer
damn
and Miller.
did.
Second, as we've heard several times, the Second Amendment reads,
She didn't
"A
end up that
well-regulated
way.
militia
She ended up
being
with a
necessary
set,
for the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed." The Second Amendment
I know you got
doesn't
family in
mention
Arkansas.
hunting.
They talk about
It
Bama,
doesn't
but
even
it's
mention
really
self-defense. The point of the Second Amendment is the right of the
Can't even
people to
deny it.
have the
I can't
ability
even
to
deny it.
organize for the purposes of waging warfare. To that end, you aren't asking me to
There
give
was
up
a second
my
cousin.
AR-15. You're asking me
Those
to give
don't
up
count.
my son's AR-15, my neighbor's AR-15, and my grandchildren's AR-15s. While we live in a seemingly prosperous and free times,
Hey,
no
look,
one in this room knows the future.
you know,
I
Mike,
promise
right?
you that the
My
mothers
buddy?
of the children in Ukraine would kill for the weapons and ammo
Lava.
that are in the gun safes of some people in this room.
Yeah.
And that's the point, so that the populace can be ready
His
to
brother's
resist an
married to his
autocrat.
first cousin.
How then do we protect kids while
Yes,
respecting
I just said
Coloradans'
that.
rights? Make
His brother
schools
is married
hard
to his first
targets.
cousin.
Put Colorado National Guard in every Colorado
You
school.
can say what all
Let the ROTCs do armed
same thing
patrols
all
of
the time.
Colorado universities. Raise taxes to do it if you have to.
like that.
I understand that this idea is unpalatable to many mothers and fathers in this room. However, consider the following.
Yeah, kind of for the most
I
part.
spent some time in Paris
Mine
a
was a
few
little
weeks
spread
ago,
out, yeah.
and in the train
That's
station
some-
in which I was
that's
sitting,
some
many children were
That's some
laughing
Georgia
and playing
action.
while waiting
And
for
yeah,
the train,
apparently they ain't
giving
spread
no
out far
mind
enough.
to the 4 French MPs who were patrolling
Did they
the
know?
station with
Mhm.
fully automatic AR pattern rifles. I promise you, if the same were to happen in Colorado
100% they
schools,
knew.
shooters would think twice and
100% they
children
didn't
will
care.
feel protected and be protected.
Are their kids okay?
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Drake Hammond. I was born in Aurora, Colorado. Spent most of my life living in Denver, Colorado, and Boulder, Colorado. I work here in Cap Hill. I would like to thank everyone who's given their testimony today. I'm super proud of my fellow Coloradans and my fellow supporters of the Second Amendment. I'd like to voice my opposition
Take it easy,
to
bro.
this
Thanks
bill,
for everything
House
you
Bill
do, Chick.
24-1292.
Honestly, thank you.
For all the reasons
Have a good
everyone
night.
has been stating. I'd like to touch on a few of them. A big one is this bill is not the voice or the will of Coloradans. I mean, it's very clearly, it's been said that this
Wasn't
was
me, I don't
written
care.
by pretty much exactly by special interests, national groups.
No, at this point,
And
I
I
wouldn't
hope
set
that
most of them on
from
fire unless I could
everyone
figure out
speaking
this
today
gas
that
means
you
so.
have heard a lot of what fellow Coloradans actually think of this.
Yeah, thank.
I think it's going to put a lot of small businesses out of business. It's going to ruin a lot of people's livelihoods. And I don't think it's going to
These
solve
people
any
don't
of the
care about
issues that
really
you
anybody's
may or
livelihood
may
over their
not
gun laws.
are trying to solve. I think the overwhelming majority of people who use quote unquote assault weapons do so for completely lawful purposes. I'd say over 99% of people who own these weapons.
I'm just laughing at my wife.
That's all I'd like to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. We'll go to questions for this panel. Okay.
I never married.
Thank you all
one of those.
very much for staying to testify.
No, when you get there, I wasn't fat.
Okay, if we could have James Tearing,
My wife right now is not that.
John Howard,
99.5%.
So was her husband.
Tristan
We
Young,
can delve down to our misery together.
Yeah, but you felt that way when we got married. I did not.
Daniel Foster,
I was just being prepared.
For what?
John Dorsey,
Be prepared for what?
Reality.
Mark Mansfield, Ron Quay,
I almost got attacked by a short. Couldn't
Charlie
understand
Steele.
her midget in the gas station tonight.
Okay,
Attacked?
thank you. If
Like
you
she
would
was
start
getting
to
in
my
my
right,
face.
if you could just share your name and please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Was she really
Yes, hello.
though?
Yes.
My name is
You had
James
to kneel
Shearing.
down for her to
I'm
get
an
your
Adams
thing?
County resident
No, I moved
and a
around her
U.S.
and told
military
her
veteran.
no, and then she got in everybody else.
I had a prepared statement for the testimony, but
What
I
happened?
have heard the arguments
Like, I need
again
to
and
start,
again and
but what
again today
happened?
from the
Okay.
opponents
Story time.
of this bill.
Story time.
And
So I went
to
across
save
the
that,
bridge
I
to
want
Raspberry
to
Rose.
address one core issue
Normal ghetto
to this
ass
bill,
gas station.
and it is the entire premise of
Yeah, the one right there across
the
the
arguments that the
Circle K.
proponents have made. And that is that there are weapons that are available to me that are designed for warfare, that there are high
The one that's
capacity
got bullet holes in the
magazines,
columns out
and
there,
I don't
yeah.
even want to use the term assault weapon
Yes,
because it is
there are.
meaningless.
Oh, the one
I do not have access
Yes.
Okay.
to the weapons that I was trained to use in the
Well,
military.
the one across near the city.
There's a Simpson. Okay, I got you.
The weapons that are available to me,
Anyway,
the ones that
I go to walk in
are
the store. Dude
listed in
gets
this
me up for
bill
money when
that
before I
are
walk in. I
going to
tell
be
him
prohibited.
no, just back off. I ain't got anything for you.
Those
I
are of a
walk in the
different
store.
class. Those are
And I
the
look at
civilian
case
grade
where
weapons that are
smokes and
available
stuff
to us.
are, and I'm looking kind of dead over this chick's head because she's way shorter. And all of a sudden,
And
I
that is
got
the first
this in
infringement.
well, it's kind of down here.
The fact that we have this continuous debate
Back off.
of further infringements
Yeah.
on what is available
Six
to
pack,
us.
walk around the
is
counter. All
a
of a sudden, she's
disgrace.
getting in
It's
everybody's
disgusting.
face at the counter
Why?
because she ain't right in the fucking head.
What's she saying?
I would urge you,
You don't know?
all
I
of you,
couldn't tell because her
to
entire
strike
speech
down this
sounded
bill.
like
It is meaningless. It is built on lies and mischaracterizations.
Matter of fact, there was a chick at the counter about to
I
whip her
oppose this
ass because she was getting in her
completely.
son's faces. Her sons were in their kind of later teens, it looked
Thank
like.
you. Please go ahead.
My name is Tristan Young. I work at a
You know,
It was a
FFL.
whole.
It was an
believe I'm
absolute goat whip.
intimately familiar with the difference between semi-automatic rifles and assault rifles, which are classified as select fire weapons, so machine guns. I work them and service them on the daily. First, I would like to remind everyone that these rights we've been forced to defend today are not constitutionally granted. They're God-given and constitutionally guaranteed. The real purpose of the Second Amendment is to defend against tyrants. The realities of self-defense necessarily dictate that you have to respond to your attacker with equal or greater force. And to ban these firearms demonstrates, in my mind, nothing other than the carrying out of a plan to disarm and control part of the population that is already following the laws of the land, regardless of whether or not they agree with those current laws. Criminals do not follow laws, and they prey upon those who do.
Long pubes.
Firearms are integral to the United States. No, more than that. The United States has a heritage
That's
of
why you don't
firearms.
leave my sense of
From the
humor
very
alone,
beginning,
not for
a trait I dare to
5
say is
seconds.
entirely unique to us.
Touche.
And if
She
you
like
think
those.
you can strip us of our
Spit beer
rights without a
everywhere.
fight, you are sorely
Touche.
mistaken. Listening to other people today and to this board, question if you realize what exactly goes on with the firearms.
Yeah, Kevin
transfer
Dixon is
process.
absolutely
I do
an
background
outstanding
checks
dude.
daily, weekly. I would encourage you to research what people have to fill out, what kind of information they have to present, what kind of information they have to present when they go through the NFA process.
Actually, I could.
And the penalties that people face from the ATF for lying
Y'all
on these
don't
forms
want to know
and
what's
going
ran through
against
my head.
all of
Trust
the
me, you don't.
regulations that are currently in place. Because once again, criminals won't follow the law, and the only thing this is serving is punishing the people who are already going out of their way to make sure all their I's are dotted and their T's are crossed. Thank you.
All these gun bans are going to do is keep criminals safe from citizens defending themselves.
Thanks for having me. John
all they're gonna
Dorsey
do.
from Weld County.
That's all they ever
Been
do.
here over 35 years. I'm a husband, a father, a grandfather, a disabled vet, Navy vet.
Trust me, BB, I'm getting there,
I
man.
had a whole list of things to say, but they've been said numerous times. So I guess what I will say is, besides the bill being unbelievably unconstitutional, and if
We just
you
get all the
really
pro-gun
want to
people to testify
solve
like that one chick.
mass
F you,
shootings,
tyrant.
let's
Really
take a
get
school,
this
for
kicked off.
example. Lock the school down like you've got this building locked down. Don't hang a no gun sign on it and expect nothing is going to happen, because no gun signs means come and shoot me.
Yes.
So lock the schools down like you have here, have metal detectors, have trained individuals that can provide protection, address the mental health issue, because most of these shootings are mental health issues. I suggest, if you wanted to learn about the Second Amendment, a lot of it was covered
There's
here.
basically two buckets. A
pick
lot
up
of
the
these,
book,
well, three
The
buckets. a lot of
Founders'
these shootings.
Second Amendment, Origin
Gang
of
and
the Right
drug
to Bear
related,
Arms by Stephen
mental
P.
health,
Holbrook.
and then
That'll tell you
terroristic.
all about what our founders were
pretty much it.
thinking when they put this amendment into our Constitution, Bill of Rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chairwoman. Members of the committee, my name is Charlie Steele. I am 21 years old from Southeast Aurora. I am here today to oppose House Bill 1292. It has come to my attention that my legislators have waged an all-out war against the Second Amendment and the gun-owning citizens of Colorado. No longer will this go unnoticed. Although there are many valid arguments against gun control in this country, I'll address one that has a very powerful impact on me. Gun control in America is racist. Starting before the Civil War period, all African Americans were subject to so-called slave codes, one of which was firearm ownership prohibition across all states in the Union for all black slaves in America. The purpose, of course, to prevent them from utilizing said firearms to defend against their captors and their oppressive government that allowed for their enslavement.
Armed people are a hell of a lot harder
An
to
example of case
enslave.
law, the Dred Scott decision in 1856, where Chief Justice Roger B. Taney said, quote, "Free blacks are not citizens. If they were, free blacks would have the right to keep and carry arms wherever they went." Gun laws such as the National Firearms Act, Gun Control Act, and many more state gun laws on the books today have targeted inner city gun owners, leaving them defenseless amongst the criminals that our district attorneys let out of jail with little to no bond. So they may continue to victimize more citizens. It would be wrong for me also to not acknowledge that many of these contemporary gun laws, they don't just target Black Americans anymore. They target all Americans, all Coloradans. Banning semi-automatics, shotguns, long rifles is indeed stripping Coloradans of their right to self-preservation and their right to life. The assault weapons ban you seek to pass through this committee indeed is an assault on the very freedoms that our fathers, grandfathers, and even our great-grandfathers fought for, to protect us against the evils of man, the evils of government corruption. You have a decision today. End your assault on our Second Amendment rights, or we will end your political careers and blast your faces as traitors to this country. God bless the state of Colorado, and God bless the United States of America.
Okay,
Listen.
please. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you for
What's up,
sharing
Brother
today.
Joe? What's happening, man?
Are there questions for this panel? Rep Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for Mr. Steele. Thank you. Sorry, I can't see. I get this pillar right here. This bill is purportedly working to reduce violence in our communities. And I think that's something that we can all agree on.
pretty sure
Earlier,
in
we had a lot of
Colorado,
conversations
these
around
Democrats are going to pass
social
this
cohesion.
because they have
Basically, the idea that as society is cohesive, hangs together, you have that inclusiveness, you have that trust, violence goes down. And as social cohesion decreases, then the violence goes up. And so the question to you is, as we've had all of these discussions about how do we stop the violence, assuming that social cohesion theory is, has some merit to it, do you think that discussions like the one we're having today, do you think bills like the one we're looking at right now increase or decrease that social cohesion?
Mr. Steele.
Thank you for the question. It definitely decreases that social cohesion because it strips the ability for Americans to defend themselves with the most efficient tool that's available to them. So most people in this state, I believe, do not own firearms, right? Most people in this country do not own firearms, at least going off the statistics. However, the police cannot be the only faction that is deputized to protect us. So if we do not have protection,
Roughly
people
half
don't
this
feel
country
safe
at this point
amongst their
has
brothers in
firearms
Christ,
or admits to owning
then you're
firearms.
going to lose that social cohesion that you're talking about. We're not going to feel safe amongst one another. The criminals are going to run rampant throughout this state, and you're going to see more violence amongst innocent Coloradans.
Thank you. I have any other questions? Okay. I have a question for Mr. Dorsey. Did I get your name right in the red shirt?
Young.
Okay.
Oh,
Can you
God,
give me a sense of, I'm curious, can you give me a sense of maybe how many guns in all types? I don't want to be particular.
Over 380 million
may have been
guns. It's not
sold in the state or in the country over the last
owned
5 years?
in the United States right now.
I have no idea what the exact number would be now.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's a black race.
Are there any other questions for the panel? Okay, thank you all for your testimony today. Thank you for staying with us.
The panel has questions for the legislature.
Next we'll call
Why are you such idiot tyrants? Just want to
Ryan
know.
Fraser. Valerie Martinez.
If I can, I got to go back and I got to do some clips of the stream.
Brandon
I got to go
Herrera.
back and do when. Oh, Brandon's back up. Brandon testified earlier today.
Don Jones.
So this will be the second
John
time at least
Overmeyer.
that Brandon has testified today. And he was stellar
John
in his
Sturl.
testimony earlier today.
Aaron Kroll.
So yeah, Brandon running for Congress down in Texas. He is in
Hans
Colorado
Manley.
today.
Andres Herrera. Alexander Goodwin.
And I'm sure there are a lot of people that have bailed by now. They are so
Alice-
tired of this hearing today.
Sorry. Allison
Fuck,
Spink.
I know I am.
Christian Maldonado.
Maldonado, I think, might have testified earlier
Brian
today.
Williams. Noah Brown.
And this hearing's been going for 11 hours now.
Mark Geist. Okay. Rob Friedel. Joshua Falvey. Oh, I see someone. Sorry.
Oh, shit. Got me damn yawning.
All right. If we could start to my right, if you could just share your name and you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is John Sturley. I'm an FFL holder in the state of Colorado. We've got a real problem with, as you guys well know, with what's going on in the state. You guys trying to do this is just totally ludicrous. Being an FFL here, we got to go through so many hoops to make sure that the people that we are dealing with can own guns and are legal to own guns. We're not the problem. Your problem is right outside these doors. You know, you can go down here on East Colfax and I bet you I can
No,
find
the turkeys
two or
got to
three
go
people
live here in a
willing to
little
sell
bit.
a
I
gun,
know Dart's going to
there's
go
your
live later
problem.
on, so.
We're not the problem. Your citizens are not the problem. If we continue with this infringement on our rights, I'm really afraid that it's going to come down to the point where nobody is going to care. Well, that's the problem. When no one cares, that's when people starts getting really hurt. I could beat a dead horse because you guys heard this all day long, but our schools are soft targets, and they really are. We need to do something at our school level to keep
Yeah, as a matter of fact, Dart's on with the turkeys.
bad people with bad intentions. Guns are not the problem. Guns are the tool.
Let me share this
And
out,
it's
guys.
been stated here many times. It's a tool.
You want to go listen to something
The guy
worth
with
the
the
shit?
F-150
The tactical
and
turkeys are up right now.
versus a
Dart's
gun.
on there.
You take down here in the park, all these people down here at a rally.
And let me find
drive that
TLD's channel. I'll
F-150
post
through
him.
that crowd of people.
Probably
You'll see
will
what
not make it
happens.
to
It'll
Dart's
be
tonight.
carnage. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead if you could share your name.
All right. Good evening, legislature dudes and dudettes. I'll try and keep this lighthearted. It's late in the evening. I know we've all had a long day. My name is Aaron Kroll. I am
Here it
a
is. Here's Dart's
licensed
channel. Dart's should be
manufacturer
going
of
live
firearms.
too.
And well, a lot has been covered here, and a lot of people have addressed the concept of firearms are not necessarily to blame. They're a tool used
Those are
by
probably
people who
two
commit crime.
major
I think
streams
that
I
we
normally
have failed to
watch.
capture
Tuesday,
the
Thursdays,
true,
they're going live. So.
I guess, absurdity of that.
No, they absolutely don't
in
care.
That addressing a symptom instead of a problem will rarely ever.
The turkeys are up,
man.
and if you guys want to go listen to something that might be a little bit more
a cancer
upbeat or
patient, I pointed out that
not
they didn't have
drilling
any
down
hair.
stuff like
I
this,
put a wig
turkeys
on
are
them
where
and
it's at.
braided them around and said, "Look,
I
I
love
fixed
those
the
guys.
problem." There are probably some people who would laugh at the sheer audacity of that. But then there are plenty of other people who would probably
of
be
course, Dart.
genuinely
And
upset
Dart
and
covers a
offended
range
that
of
I would
different
pose
topics
such
in
a
his
thing.
streams.
And I don't see that this
I'm
legislation
going to
is
stay. I
fundamentally
can't stand
different than that.
And
I think it is
I'm
very
gonna
easy
because
to
Jesus
pass
Christ,
sort
isn't
of virtue signaling feel good legislation because actually addressing real problems is difficult and most people don't want to do it. And it caters to a society that is addicted to cognitive dissonance. Nobody seems to want to actually do good or be good. They want to feel good. And this is the legislation that panders to that instead of causing any sort of meaningful
is
change to
on
the underlying problems. And I think as long as you continue to approach things that way, not even this bill, but bills in general, which I see across the board for both Colorado and the country, I think you're just going to dig yourself a deeper hole and accomplish nothing.
Yeah, it's not going to stop a single gun crime. It's not going to stop a single mass
Please
shooting.
go ahead if you share your name. You have 2 minutes.
First, just to note, you've already taken my shirt, so you're not taking my guns too. Just a little joke. My name is Allie Spink. I am here representing myself as a single mother and representing my 3 school-age children. I used to be a democratic socialist, a gun grabber, someone who was susceptible to the appeals of emotion, immune to rational and reasonable thought, the prime prey for the sponsors of this bill. I thought I was such a great person for wanting to infringe on other people's rights, like every person testifying for this bill today. But I healed and freed my mind, and in that process came to know and love freedom. And in that, I came to understand why our founding fathers worked to ensure my right to bear arms was protected. They did it to protect me from you, to protect me from people who want to steal my freedom using force. I also came to understand why those that try to disarm me want me disarmed. They want to control me because their minds are not free, because they cannot control themselves. The entirety of this bill is an appeal to emotion designed to manipulate minds while ignoring the mental health issues plaguing our society. Because government is the leading cause of mental illness in our society, as well as a lack of social cohesion.
Yes.
The title of this bill is Prohibit Certain Weapons Used in Mass Shootings, yet imposes a fine for a first-time offense. I'm sure James Holmes wouldn't have shot up the Aurora Theater if he knew he'd get a fine. All those lives we could have saved if we had just fined him. This legislator has made it clear what their intentions are this session: to help criminals, to harm children, and disarm good people.
This
All
is
of
why
this,
I
in my
hang out with
opinion, due
strangers
to
like
your
this.
own lack of cohesion, your heart-mind cohesion. I can no longer sit by and witness this and do absolutely nothing. So I will be doing what I can to help heal this mind virus that has infected this body and is working to destroy our great state. But it saddens me that to have to do that, I'll have to join it. But I look forward to sitting up there with you this time next year, protecting the rights of my
Yeah,
fellow
Bradley,
citizens as the rep of
absolutely.
HD40.
As many anti-gun women have testified in this
Can I
hearing,
say
there
one
have
more
been
thing?
some
Can it be in
rock
It's a nice
star
thing.
women that have
Um,
testified against this
A
bill.
vote for this bill is a vote for war against Colorado citizens. I pray you'll choose peace.
And the
I hope
difference
every
in
single one
between
of
the two
you
is
that actually
the ones
cares
who have
about stopping
testified
these mass
against this
shootings,
bill
that cares
actually
about
use
kids, that
facts,
cares about people,
and the ones who
will
have
look inside
testified
your
for
own
this
heart,
bill
as I did,
use nothing but
and work
emotion.
with us to find solutions that are best for our society, because we are sick and we need to get better. Thank you for your time.
Appreciate it. Go ahead. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rob Friedel. I'm here on behalf of my family and fellow citizens. Pretty much everything's been said that can be said, so I'm just going to limit this to one observation here that I've gotten written down. You have to understand that whatever your impression is of people's right to defend themselves, those here in opposition to this bill correctly understand that right to be a human right owed to them both by virtue of the dignity due to their nature as a human being, as well as by the Constitution of the country of which they are now citizen. We have the right to arm and defend ourselves because such rights are owed
I'm
to
gonna throw
human
the
dignity,
hearing
not
up
because the
here
government has given us
for the link
permission.
to it, just in
And
case
here's the
anybody else
reality.
wants
One
to
does not
listen to
seek to
this.
remove a human right from
I don't know
someone whom
how
they
much
regard
longer
as
I'm
being a
gonna keep going
human.
with it.
The inescapable conclusion
I don't know how
by
much
those
longer
who,
I
like the
can take
Constitution,
this BS.
recognize armed defense as a human right is that anyone here who aligns themselves with Representatives Epps and Hernandez in seeking to deprive us of that right regard the people of Colorado not as fellow citizens, but as subjects unworthy of human dignity. A lot's been said about social cohesion. The key factor of social cohesion is shared values. And it is obvious in our modern society that we are bifurcating in a very dangerous direction right now. But the example of 600 people showing up today and giving testimony is an example of social cohesion. That is a shared
Had those
value.
before.
And you want to see the values that people share taken and fractured and broken apart.
Frag
That's
out.
loss
What's
of
up, my
trust.
brother?
That happens when the institutions whom they regard and trust as holders of those values begin to be the very people who abuse and deprive us of those values and those rights. So if you want to see the breakdown of social cohesion continue on this path, keep trying to pass bills like this, you will witness it. It is a product of your own efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, do we have any questions for this panel? Representative Evans, do you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to Ms. Spink. I'm just curious if you can just very briefly walk us through, because it seems like a 180-degree direction change. What was it that brought you from where you were to where you are now? I'm just trying to wrap my mind around that.
Yeah, well, I'll go back a little before even your question.
It's okay. I just have to recognize
Oh,
it hasn't
yes,
been
I'm
working
so- I
all day. I'm gonna
apologize.
still do it. Keep going. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I think, my path towards being a Democrat or a democratic socialist started with indoctrination in public schools. That's not to say every teacher, every school is indoctrinating our children, but they most certainly are shaping their beliefs. And I was a person
Yes.
that, because of that, as well as my own childhood,
Outlaw, what's up, brother,
being
man?
poor, living in violence. I was a child on Medicare, Medicaid, I don't even know what it.
Hold on,
which is
Warsaw check.
food
Man. I didn't
stamps,
see him
Section
check
8
in. I just got
housing.
back.
I grew up in a bad environment
up,
where
Warsaw?
I was a pawn. I was prey,
Oop,
I'll
hold on.
say, to people
I'm gonna hit the right
using
button
my
in a second.
mind to give them power.
Maybe. Kinda.
What I contribute to my full 180 and giving me that
Well,
opportunity to
where's-
change
Why
was
is it not letting
suffering.
me? Here we go.
My own
What's up,
child
Warsaw?
having a brain tumor at 3 years old, as well as finding people in my life that gave me love and that I loved. So in my own perspective, the only path forward here to solve this problem, to solve every problem that we have in our society, is by coming back to our own hearts, which is
Warsaw,
why
if you're
I
talking,
pray
you're
that you
muted.
will all look into your own hearts. The only way to solve all of this is for us to start fucking loving again. We hate each other. We Democrats, Republicans, everyone is divided and hating and finger pointing, and nobody is taking personal responsibility for what they have contributed to our current state of society. So what brought me was my own suffering, and through that, the love that I had in my life. And
What's up, Coop?
I wish it all. I wish you all suffering, so you can come out on the other side,
Good
because that's
deal,
the only
Brad.
way
Yeah,
we
what's up,
become the
Warsaw?
people we were meant to be.
Had a whole lot, man.
Thank you. Thank you for coming here. I hope
I mean,
we
you
can
see what I've
maybe
been doing all day.
refrain
I'm
from
surprised
profanity,
you're still
but I
vibing
love
this
you too,
crazy
sister.
train,
So,
man.
okay.
Oh, dude.
I
I don't know how much
am-
longer I'm going to be on it,
Mr.
but I'm going
is
to
it
ride it for a
Sterl?
little bit longer.
Sterling, apologies. I asked another
So this shit's been
witness,
going since 10
do you have a
o'clock this
sense
morning.
of how many
Holy cow,
guns we
man.
may have sold in the state or
Yeah.
across the country in the last
I
5
didn't
years?
start. I didn't actually start my stream till later. I had to wait till I had some
Oh,
other
I'm so
stuff
sorry,
done.
sir. I
and
don't think your mic
could
is on.
start it.
Sorry.
So my stream didn't start till
Without sitting at the computer, I
Nick
could
House
tell you
checking.
that.
So my stream didn't actually
There's
start till like
thousands upon thousands of guns sold in
12:30-ish.
Colorado every year.
Like,
Legal
yes,
gun
this has
owners.
been going since
And,
then.
It's like,
I
the
said,
one with also with California.
The
I was surprised
problem is
California
not
was
the
also
legal
doing the
gun
same thing,
owners.
too, with
It's
their
these guys
own
that's
art
buying them
ordinance.
off the street, buying
Oh,
them
yeah.
off of Facebook and everything else. There's the real
What's up,
problem.
Outlaw?
Hey, what's up, brother? Who we chopping
Okay,
down the side?
Representative Woodrow, go ahead.
Hey, this is just me,
Thank you,
you, and
Madam
Warsaw
Vice Chair.
hanging out,
Thank you, Mr.
listening to
Turley.
Colorado
I
trying
think we
to
have something around 400 to
firearms
450
like
million guns in
pretty much
circulation
everybody
in the
lives in
United
Colorado.
States.
So.
Yes,
sir. Good to meet you
To
guys.
me, I would suggest that if guns made us safe,
Yeah,
we'd
Warsaw,
be the
Outlaw,
safest place on the planet.
Outlaw, Warsaw.
But
cool
it turns
dude.
out we have the highest rates of gun violence.
Yes, sir. Good to meet
So
you, brother.
how many more guns do we
Nice to meet
need
you.
before the safety part kicks in?
Also,
Well,
so
it
since
isn't
it's
how many
gun
more
violence,
guns
it's
we
just
need, it's
violence.
how many more of the criminals do we need to keep them locked up more than
Yeah, it's not how
5
many
to
more guns do you
10,
need. It's how many
12
more guns do
years,
you need?
and we're
Right.
turning them back out on the street. I've got friends in
You want to take care of
in
criminals? Put them in the cell. Throw away the key.
correction departments, and they're just sick of it because they're turning out people that got arrested for distributing meth and everything else that we've got going today, and they out on parole, and next thing you know, they go by, they check on them, and they're back doing the exact same things they was doing. They cannot own guns because they're a convicted felon. They have guns. Where are they getting them? Not from us.
Yeah. HPS, what's up, my brother? Good to see you
That
again.
seems to be the big problem.
But yeah, you're right.
Guns
SCOTUS
are
needs
getting
to
back
grow a set and start
to
clamping down.
Man, they
the
know where
criminals,
these people are getting these guns. They ain't
not through
stupid.
legal matters. And
Black
if
market.
we take and get
Well,
rid
yeah.
of the gun dealers in Colorado, which that's what this bill will kill,
Also, me and Coop have actually
we're
addressed
going
this
to
issue.
take and
It's
let the
usually a
cartels
handgun
back
that's been,
in up here to the
defaced
point
and just
where
transferred
there will
onto
be
Yes.
killer to killer.
just pillaging
Yeah.
everything.
Madam Vice Chair, may I answer that question as well?
I'll go first to Representative Woodrow for his follow-up, and then go ahead. Oh, okay.
Yep.
Go ahead, Ms.
I think your question, I understand where you're coming from with your perspective, but I think it lacks the understanding or really just proves the point of everything we've been saying today, is that we are not the problem. It is the criminals that are the problem. We're not out shooting people.
No.
And the more
Yes,
zones, gun-free zones there are, the less opportunities we have to protect our fellow citizens, to love our fellow citizens when there are bad people out there trying to hurt us. There are bad people with guns. The cops can't save us. You can't save us. We
The
have to
sheriff's
save
can't
ourselves.
either.
And by taking that
Nope.
away from us,
Yeah,
you are
Brad, that's 100.
not loving us.
Well, why,
Can I follow up with that as well?
I'm sorry.
why
Mr.
are
Friedel.
we trying to
I
appeal
think
to
a little
the
bit of
government
intellectual
anyway
honesty
for this
is
issue when
due at
it's
this
not the
point as well. If
government's
we were
business
truly interested in
that
keeping
we
the
protect
guns out of
ourselves?
criminals' hands, then we would have
Well,
passed the bill
It's
that
the
would have
fact it's the
made it a
legal
felony to
system we
steal a
have to
gun
deal with
as
right
opposed to
now.
just
That's
keeping
the
it
issue.
as a low
Yep.
crime. So that's worth thinking about.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you for the follow-up. So I didn't hear any number from anyone in terms of how many more guns we need to keep us safe. I appreciate
I think we come
Miss
back
Fink,
to intellectual
Miss
honesty.
Fink,
Oh, I
I'm
was
sorry. He's
so loving
gonna have to
contact
finish.
dead in his face.
in terms of
I'm
the number
just
of mass
saying.
shootings in the United States between 1982 and December 2023, by the legality of the shooter's weapons, it turns out that the vast overwhelming majority were legally obtained. So while I appreciate you
No,
want to
only if you
divert
use
the
your numbers,
conversation
you
to just
douchebag.
criminals and other issues, I would suggest that we have hundreds of millions of
But
guns.
is it a gun
We have
problem?
more gun
of
violence
whoever's
than anyone
talking
else.
on this live,
And I'll ask one more time,
what
can
you got
anyone
planned?
on the panel tell
Or is
me
it the
how
mental
many more
issues that
guns
these
we
people are
need
dealing with? For
in the
one,
hands of the right people?
Well, the
Yep.
mental,
safe.
a lot
Can
of
you
it.
tell me
Miss
how many
Fink.
people the government has killed?
So you can't answer the question. Thank you.
I'll answer the question for you.
Dude,
Mr.
I
Friedel,
noticed-
okay, at this point,
and I
you must be
noticed they
recognized by
refuse
the
to
chair.
acknowledge
Go
the
ahead.
last few
Mr. Friedel.
shooters.
The correct
What,
amount
camp
of
they were
guns
planned for.
for me, for instance, if I were going to go look at purchasing guns, the right number of guns to have is just one more. Thank you.
Okay, I
Dude.
have a,
Yes.
okay, actually, our time is up. Thank you for coming today. Thank you for waiting to testify.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay,
Joe,
I will
I'd like to
call
buy a voucher.
now
I'd like
Mr.
to buy some common sense.
Falvey.
Can we buy that?
Thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Falvey, I'm sorry, there's a first name, Joshua Falvey. Dennis Dinsmore. Ross Klopp.
Yeah, welcome to
Earl
a Tuesday
Julin.
night kill your brain cell stream.
Glad to be a part of it, man.
James Gilman.
Oh, good God, man. All day, this has been going.
Nicholas Skaliski.
Oh shit, you've been streaming this all day?
Oh, dude, I streamed it for what 5 hours or so earlier before I got off work,
Maria
then
Bergman.
got home and started streaming it again. So we're almost
Jonathan Roboli.
we're almost 9 hours into it.
Oh damn.
Alan Koenig.
Yeah, this has been going, like I said, since
Hey.
really since
All right,
12
thank you.
o'clock
If you would start to
my
my right, and just go
time,
ahead and share your name,
10
and you have
o'clock
all the way to my right.
in
Sorry, you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Colorado.
Good evening, committee members. I am Ross Clough. I am a civil engineer practicing water resources and have been for the past 27 years. I'm extremely interested in the environment of Colorado and the parks and wildlife. And I have severe concerns with the ambiguity of this law. The 6.5 page
I can say
long
it.
assault weapon ban that is almost impossible to tell what is an assault weapon and what isn't. Several examples have already been given on this, but my concern goes
Yeah, Joe,
to
dude,
the
I've been
hunting
at
revenue
this,
from out-of-state hunters. It's $50
I
million
got up
per
late
year that we
today,
get from out-of-state
and
hunters.
G-Webs was streaming
And
the
has the
rally
Division of
before this
Wildlife
hearing,
even been contacted
and then I
to
dug up the
figure out
hearing
how
and then
much
started
hunting revenue
streaming
is going
when
to
I
be
got to
lost
work.
and how much of their revenue
So
stream
you
is going to
you
be
guys can all
eliminated?
thank G-Webs.
Eliminating their revenue stream affects
Give
our
gun
parks
websites
and our
your nasty
wildlife
grams
and
on
our,
this one.
and our endangered species protection throughout the state. So my recommendation is first, send this to the Division of Wildlife and figure out what the impact is, and then you can make a more informed decision.
HPS, yep.
Well,
also,
your president's basically
impact to
already
the parks
defined what he thinks it is.
Not only affects, I mean, it affects gun
He's a
owners,
dumbass.
it affects gun
Yep.
shops, but it,
You
if it affects the
think?
Division of Wildlife,
Yeah.
and they have to increase the price of going to a park.
They deem it
that
anything
is
with
going
a,
to be
what do you call it, a
disastrous
bump stock
for
and a-
92% of Coloradans
This
who use
bill would
Colorado
ban
state parks.
anything with a detachable
And
magazine
that
and a
is
threaded barrel.
something that
So
has a
my
huge
Glocks,
impact
my
to
P80s
our
that have
health.
threaded barrels
If we don't
would
have
be
access
assault
to our
weapons
parks
according to
anymore,
this bill.
diabetes rates go up, obesity goes up, all sorts of diseases increase, and that affects lives. So this is extremely important to get figured out. And thank you for your attention to a very important matter.
Yeah, Bradley. I'm going to blame him
Thank
for
you. Please
all
go
of
ahead,
today.
share your name, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Maria Bergman. I'm speaking today on my personal behalf and on behalf of the El Paso County Young Republican Board. We are in opposition of House Bill 24-1229. The Second Amendment is the only one that protects the other 26, and we stand by that. Let me remind you, the Second Amendment shall not be infringed upon. It does not matter what your personal opinion is. You're not above the constitutional law, and the Second Amendment is law.
Oh, wait a second. Feelings don't matter?
It cannot be more clear that this right for all people to
That
keep
would
and
be
bear
my
arms will not be infringed upon. You're not above the Constitution. You cannot bypass it. What you are attempting to do with this bill is not to protect the citizens of this state, but it is an attempt to restrict and control our God-given and constitutionally protected rights and freedoms, and that is not something we will tolerate. The people in this room and those who are standing outside at the Capitol steps today and others in support are an attestation to that fact. Do not tread on us. My family fled to this country from the Soviet Union, a communist where people couldn't protect themselves from the tyrannical and
Get 'em, girl.
evil regime of the government. By taking away our Second Amendment, you strip away the rest of our rights and the ability to protect ourselves, not only from the evil people around us, but also from the government. We will not stand by and do nothing. This is America. We have rights and freedoms, and we will fight to protect them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, and
Please,
that's
sir.
what they should be asking themselves. I mean, you know,
My name is
if
Alan
the
Koenig.
government
I live in
moves
Flyover
in
County on the Eastern
and
Plains.
starts
I'm a
taking
father,
weapons
a
away,
husband, a gun
what's going
owner.
to stop
My
them
first
from
family's
coming and just
my
doing what
family's
they
first
want with the
responder,
citizens?
and their first
Well,
line
the
of
answer to
defense.
that is
I'm here to
nothing.
represent myself and my family to strongly oppose HB 24.
Exactly.
And that's the plan.
Like others have said, I too have lost faith
If
in
you
our
think about
representatives
that
and this process.
outlaw,
I've never testified before.
she's from the Soviet Union.
And wish
You
I
ever
didn't have
heard
to
of
be
the
here
Holodomor
today
by any
begging
chance?
for you to keep your hands off my
Mhm.
rights. Sadly,
You've
I
heard
don't
the
expect to
Holodomor?
change any minds. But I
I'm
want to
sorry,
point out
brother, I
that
can't hear
supporters
you
of
over
this
this.
bill are on the wrong side of history, the wrong side of the
Can you hear me now?
Constitution, and the wrong side of
No, I
freedom.
can hear you, but I can't
I
hear
was
like
encouraged
over
to
the.
see the panel
Yeah,
of
it's
sheriffs
hard to hear
opposing
over
this
the.
bill. I must have missed the
Let me
panel
turn
of
this down
active
just
duty
a
law
little bit.
enforcement in support.
There you go. That
The
should
Second
make it a
Amendment
little
does
easier.
not grant our rights.
You're bringing up
and
the
certainly does
subject
not
that, well, you
give
know, they take the
government
guns.
authority
What's
to
next?
dictate how
Well,
we exercise
the
our rights.
Holodomor, that's a
The
prime
Second Amendment
example.
protects
They-
our
food
rights
control,
from tyrants
starve
looking
your
to
own
abuse their
populace to death
power
if you
and
wanted
control.
to.
Yeah.
The right of the
Yeah.
people to keep and bear
Absolutely.
arms shall not be infringed. This bill is a clear infringement.
And yes,
This bill only
HBS,
serves
fear the
to
government
disarm
that fears your
Americans and
guns. If your
Coloradans,
government was doing
citizens,
shit
while
that was
forcing
actually right,
our
they
subjugation
wouldn't give a
and
shit
reliance on
whether
a
the people
government
were
that
armed.
cannot and will not
Yeah.
guarantee our safety. It does not
However,
address
when
the
they
root
want to
problem
load you on train cars,
or the
they
evil
want you
person
disarmed for
responsible.
some reason.
This is just one
Or
step.
if they want to walk
It
you
alone
from,
will do
you know,
nothing to
across
curb the
5
mass
states
shootings
and then
as
shoot you in the
titled.
back of the head,
In the
wounded
coming
knee,
weeks, you'll be hearing numbers of bills
they want you
for the
disarmed.
sole purpose of infringing on the rights
Yep.
of law-abiding citizens, making gun ownership a privilege, prohibitively expensive, and at the discretion of the government. Once you've banned all the guns, knives, and other deadly weapons, and people are still dying at the hands of others,
How
what
many
will you
knife
ban
deaths
next?
are there?
There's been a lot of talk
I'd
about
have
mass
to look it
shootings
up, but
and
it's more
so-called
than
gun
long
violence.
guns.
Guns aren't violent. People
I'd say
are.
it's a lot more than
Not a single
pistol
gun
and
has
whatnot
murdered
out there.
anyone. Guns are not responsible
Handguns
for
kill
mass
more than
shootings.
knives,
A gun
but
is a
when it
tool.
comes to
It does not have
Stabbings.
murderous
knives
intent,
and long
and it's
guns,
not the
your
root of
actual
evil.
assault
Please vote no.
weapons, yeah, knives kill
Thank
more.
you. Please go ahead.
My name is Jonathan Rimboli. I'm from Littleton, Colorado. And I'm in
You see what
opposition
they're
to this
proposing
bill.
in England?
Mass shootings aren't really a
Which
thing
one?
of
No.
America. They're all
They're
throughout the world.
proposing to possibly
One of
serialize
the
every
places
play that's
would
on the
be
market over
France.
here
They banned
in the
weapons
UK.
on
Oh,
January
God.
7th of 2015. A
That
man with a
doesn't
grenade
surprise me.
launcher, that's illegal in France, came in and destroyed a building with a bunch of
But the cat's out
newspaper
of the bag. It's
article
not gonna do
writers
shit
in
over
it.
there.
Also, if, you know, we're looking at something like our
Well, if we don't pay
the
attention, we're going to
weaponry
be in the
and things
same
like that
position.
being a problem. We can go look at Japan,
Yeah.
which also banned all the weapons. And in
That's the whole point
let's
of doing a
see, the
screen like
26th of
this.
July in 2016, 19 people died to a person wielding a knife, and then 26 more were injured. So if we're going to ban the weapons, we also probably have to ban the knives as well, because it's going to be a problem. The weapons that we have
in the
has
UK,
also
they wanted
stemmed
you to bring your
invasion
knives
of
in
our
and get the
country
points ground off.
with Japan in 1940s. We were at war with them. And one of the things that one of the commanders said, one of the admirals said, is I would never invade America. There's a weapon behind
That
every
was Admiral
blade of grass.
Yamamoto.
That's very important
Yes.
to us, especially where we have very
Well,
violent people
that's
down
what's
south.
keeping the government at bay right
Below
now,
us,
because there's
El
so many
Salvador,
people that outnumbers
Guatemala,
them
and
with guns.
Mexico ranked the top 5
Yes.
of the most
What do you think
gun
Communist
deaths
China's doing?
per
They're staying the hell away from
100,000.
us.
That outranks us.
Yep.
We're not even on the top 10.
And if you think our government won't run our asses
wouldn't
over
want
when
to,
they have a complete monopoly on
party without
violence,
saying some
you're an
solutions
idiot.
instead of just ranting on things.
Oh, they
One
will.
of the solutions to this would be
You already have.
mental health asylums, as somebody else has already said.
And yeah,
we
Joe,
need
yeah,
long-term
direct
care
energy
for
weapons
people that
are
out on
just
the
getting
streets that
rolling.
maybe turn to drugs instead of mental health or somebody
My
to
house
talk
burst
to.
into fire.
And then the last thing would be
Yeah, we just
Really?
the schools. If we're
yeah, Coop, we
interested
actually
in
just
school
talked about that on another brother
percent,
stream
it affects
a while
rent and
ago about
everybody that pays taxes,
Maui,
mortgages, things like that.
Yeah.
And if we're
a directed
looking
energy
at
weapon at
something
that,
to
that
solve their
whole
public
island.
problems with schools, we can turn to school vouchers and let parents decide to bring their children to private schools.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you. We'll go now to questions. Representative Harris.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank you guys for coming and testifying today, and specifically also for answering one of my questions I asked earlier about what are some of the alternatives and, other ways to solve some of these problems we're seeing in society. I just want you to know that I appreciate you. And on this process, I am going to pause and just be really clear that a lot of folks have been assuming, I think, where people stand on this bill, and it's frustrating to think that you're talking to a brick wall. I don't know where I stand on every single provision in this bill, but so far, none of the testimony in opposition has gone into the details of the bill, and instead it's about this big rhetoric that, quite frankly, is not helpful for someone who has not signed on as a co-sponsor, has not said they're voting yes or no on the bill, and has some concerns about the way it's written. And so as we get into this night and continue on, I just would appreciate understanding
Bradley,
exactly
yes.
which provisions
They would
are
absolutely ban
problematic
fire
if you're able to
extinguishers
do
to prevent
that,
global
and
warming.
where you see that there could be benefits to this bill.
What's
or not
next?
benefits,
CO2 fire
where you can
extinguishers
see
for
we
that.
can make this bill
Not even
better,
dry can.
or clarification that's needed. And
Here's a crazy
so
idea.
I would
Ban
ask any
hardware
of you
stores.
all, if you have any testimony to that
It's
effect.
a crazy idea. We make
and if there's
murder
anything
illegal.
that you all specifically can say in the bill
That'll solve everything.
that should be addressed by this committee.
Yep.
How about we do
anyone
laws
want
against
to
rape? That'll
answer the
keep
question?
women from being sexually assaulted.
Mr.
Yep.
Rivoli.
It seems like this gentleman.
I gotta go
Mr.
back. I gotta
Clark.
find the testimony of this dude that absolutely
Is your-
trolled the
I'm sorry, can you
shit
just
out of
check if
them
your
earlier
microphone is on?
today. And it was hysterical.
It wasn't, thanks. I have two examples for you. One would be the Browning A5 hunting shotgun, was patented back in 1900, and it's been produced from 1900 to 1992. It is used almost exclusively by hunters, and under the bill's language, it looks like it's banned, but it's very unclear. Another example is it is banning revolvers that shoot shotgun ammo. Those are
Judges.
actually used for
Cars,
two
Judge,
main
yeah.
purposes that I'm aware of, but there's probably more. One would be pest control, like snakes and rats and things like that. And number
Taurus
two
Judge,
would
the
be you
Smith
can
and
actually
Wesson
reseed
governor.
property that's been like burned from a wildfire using those revolvers, because you can put seed in the shotgun shells.
Matter of fact, a few
and
Tauruses,
reseed
because some
property that's been
Tauruses will
damaged by
shoot
all these wildfires that
454,
we've been having
410, and
over the
Colt
past
40
decades.
or
That's just
Colt
one
long
example.
Colt.
Mass shooters don't use
So
either of those
those would be
firearms,
gone.
and there's
Like
tons of other examples. The threaded barrels are extremely common, and they don't affect anything to do with the lethality of the round. The round's going to come out with the same velocity, and it's the same round. The threaded barrel is just threads on the outside of the barrel. I personally have one on one of those. on one of mine just to get slightly better ballistics on it because the barrel length was slightly longer. That's the only reason I got it. So it has nothing to do with the lethality of the round at all.
Yes.
So that's another thing a lot of people have been complaining about. Those are 3 examples I have, and I'm sure people can come.
When it comes to
come up with
terminal
more as
ballistics,
well.
the design of
Thank
the
you.
projectile
Do we have any
means
questions for the
everything.
panel? Okay.
Even a hollow point.
Thank you all. Thank you
Yes.
for your patience. Thank you for testifying today.
Well, most military
Okay, I'll
rounds are going to be
call
full metal
Tyler
jackets
Anders.
because they have to fit into a Geneva Convention
Phil
framework
Murphy,
where they weren't doing overly extensive damage to
Dan
enemy soldiers.
Donner,
Yeah.
That's why the Germans had such an issue with shotguns during the end
Kai
of World War I
Hansen.
and into World War II, because the trench guns were decimating their guys in the trenches.
Mark
You're talking about the Winchester trench
Nayans,
gun?
Well, yeah, Winchester made them, Remington made them. There were a bunch.
Stephen Davis,
Much like any time in that in history, you had multiple companies making them.
Conrad Holland,
Hammer fire 12 gauge, you could actually slam fire
Brett
it.
Kahn,
And yeah, it was wrecking people in the trenches because they were shooting buckshot
Aiden
at close
Duncan.
range.
Christopher, oh, I think I have, okay, sorry. Okay, we'll start to my far right.
You shouldn't have
That is
that
you in the
gun.
blue shirt. If you could,
Oh,
to my far right, if you
God.
could share your name.
Go
and
to
you have 2
Canada.
minutes.
If
Thank
you
you
don't
so
like
much.
this country,
Yes, thank
get the
you.
fuck out.
Yeah, go to
Yes, the
Canada where
Honorable,
you were
Representative
advised to leave
Weissman,
your
Madam
car
Bacon,
keys at the
and all the
front
members
door.
of Colorado's 74th
Holy
General
shit.
Assembly. My name is Dan Donor. I am a husband, a
Son of
father,
a
Colorado
bitch.
native, residing in Douglas County, and an occasionally competitive sports shooter. House Bill
That's the thing too,
24-1292
Coop.
avoids a much
It's like
deeper
Canada. They
and
banned
more fundamental issue
machine guns
that has
of
not
ownership
yet
in
been directly
1970s,
addressed
and
here
what we see
in the
over
many
what,
hours
like
of testimony
3 weeks
for
ago?
or against,
Guy
or in the
gang member
verbiage
was
Yeah,
of
it's
the
like
bill.
3
machine
weeks
gun.
ago.
Representative Woodrow came close with his question, how many more? How many more common sense laws will it take to keep anyone safe
Common
when
sense.
engulfed in an immoral society? Outlawing any or all firearms will certainly help a narrow statistic briefly.
Bullshit.
Then will come the drugs, the human trafficking, the
Yep.
rapidly increasing mental health crisis, bombs, vehicles driven into crowds, poison, and so on.
Yeah.
And
This dude is
likewise, in a
spot on.
hypothetical society
it'll
of
cause people
uniformly
to get
moral
more
citizens,
creative
rape,
with how they
Yes.
murder,
kill
or
folks.
firearms would not need any specific legislation.
You ban guns, like you
Testimony today,
said,
we've heard
they'll
people
just start
say that
making
you
Oh my
or we
God.
vehicular bombs
cannot
and
legislate
fucking-
morality. Why
What's
not?
to stop me from loading my vehicle up with
Isn't
ammonium
that what
nitrate,
we are
diesel
approaching
fuel,
here?
and whatever else and driving into a crowd?
The American philosopher and neuroscientist Sam Harris makes a very compelling argument that humans, even human society, is a finite state machine. Garbage in, garbage out.
Garbage out.
Unfortunately, this bill is nothing more than a form of
Garbage
garbage
in.
collection.
Yes.
We can do more. We can all do
polite way
more
to put
than
it,
this
yeah.
knee-jerk reaction to a much broader and complex social problem.
Thank you. Please, if you go ahead and share your name.
Thank
and
you.
have 2 minutes.
Fuck you. I'm going to completely ignore your testimony and move on
Yes,
to the next
my
one.
name is Steve Davis. I'm a
Thanks for playing.
Roxborough Park resident down in Douglas County. Lived
You
in
know, that's
Colorado
what
44
so many
years.
people are
Grew up
tired
in
of,
Evergreen. I
especially
was
if
raised
you're a
with
parent
guns
in
and
these
gun
schools.
safety. I'm a professional airline
Will they have
transport
these
pilot.
safety or
I'm an
whatever
airline
meetings,
captain.
school meetings,
Registered
and the
professional
parents just like
geologist.
brushed
I'm
aside
educated.
the
I
next
consider
person?
myself relatively intelligent.
Yes.
God, you ever
I've
watch
heard a
some
lot
of
of
those?
smarter people here today than myself. I'm imploring you to vote no on this blatantly unconstitutional bill. I've studied the Constitution since I was a child, and I don't think I've ever seen anything quite so embarrassing as this.
I'm just
But,
playing with settings, guys.
you know,
Give me a sec.
had a battle with colon cancer in November, December. I almost died in the hospital. I'm back.
Shit,
I'm on
man.
chemo. And last thing I wanted to do was come down here, but I had to because this thing is so glaring. So here I am.
Fuck it, we'll leave it here.
It's a long day, but I appreciate you all being here, and I appreciate
doing it
the opportunity to
live.
testify. The bill is
Fucking
unconstitutional
colon
on its
cancer, dude.
face.
God damn.
It's actually embarrassingly so, but then again,
Yeah, fuck
we
it, we're
live
doing it
in a state
live.
where even our current Secretary of State and Supreme Court don't understand the Constitution, so I'm used to getting embarrassed right now as a Coloradan. I want to like you all and respect you and get along with you, but we honestly count on you to understand the Constitution well enough that you don't write legislation that's so obviously unconstitutional that it has to be embarrassingly corrected later by cooler heads or Supreme Courts. I appreciate your service. I truly do. You're all
The problem
temporary
is a
civil
lot of
servants
our
who are
state
entrusted
courts
to
will
serve
uphold
at our
all this
pleasure.
shit.
Governments, are like fire, as Washington and
Like I
Reagan
told you,
said,
they upholded
they grow and grow and grow and push
miscegenation
and always
after the Civil
exceed
War.
their
man.
legitimate authority until they
Yes.
are reined in or stopped by their citizens.
What's
I'm
them to
trying to
stop
help
them
you,
from doing
ladies and
the same?
gentlemen, recognize that you've gone too
There
far.
are a
I'm
shit ton
trying to
of
help you out here.
judges
We
sitting
all are.
on
Maybe
state and
see this
federal
as like
courts,
an intervention.
courts right now
That would be
that should be
helpful.
impeached
But,
and thrown in prison.
You have no
Yes.
But
right
they
to
won't
ban any
do
sorts
it
of guns
because they're
whatsoever. There's
protecting
no
that
right for the
power
government to
base.
do that. I
Yeah.
appreciate your time. I hope you vote no, and I respect
That or they're getting bribed to
you
do it.
so.
Well,
Thank you.
yeah,
Thank
that
you
too.
for sharing your story. Please go ahead and share your name. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Brett Kahn. I am a free American, a free Coloradan. I would like to take this opportunity to remind the
No,
members
dude,
of
you're
the
not
committee
free.
that free
You
people
think you're
don't
free.
ask.
If we were free,
What
we
people know
wouldn't
and
be
what
in this
people
hearing.
believe dictates what they do. What does our legislature know about firearms and mass shootings?
Not
I
a
must
thing.
conclude they don't know much. You couldn't be bothered to write an original bill. You copied other people's work.
Oh, bingo.
The Declaration is a
Yes.
foul stew of unrelated tangential,
This shit is written by
misrepresented, and
Giffords
deceptive
and
material,
Brady and every
seasoned
town.
liberally with hyperbole and
All day.
exaggeration.
And
That
Bond,
congealed
and
mass
Ron
of intellectual poison, along with the garnish
Oh,
of a
imagine
rambling,
that.
often
Cheaters,
incoherent
cheaters voting
definitions,
on the
takes up
wall.
12 pages, 3/4 of the bill's text. I could deduce that the legislature believes these firearms to be a scourge to be eliminated, but conveniently, you excluded everyone that you think works for you, so that can't be it. In here,
Ooh.
you were
shit.
protected by these evil
Brother
guns.
is spot on.
Out there,
He's on
you
fire.
want us to
Yeah.
be disarmed. We
Because
must
this bill is going to
be
affect
unworthy
taxpayers. It
to
ain't going to
possess such
affect the
mighty
governments
tools.
or the security
No,
guards.
hell
As
no.
our self-appointed betters,
Because they get
you
exceptions.
must be quite confident that none rising
Not
to
when
power
they
would
ban
ever
parts,
use
it won't.
asymmetric domination of force against the masses, heedless of the numerous lessons from history. The right to life and the defense of it, inalienable, self-evident, not granted by any government, recognized by the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Colorado.
Yes.
You stand on the graves of the slain, trafficking in fear, clutching at power you know is denied to you, snubbing our agency, ignoring the origins of perpetuated horrors. These are the acts of cowards and despots.
This guy's
If you
not
have a
married.
shred
I'll
of integrity,
propose to
you
him.
must say no.
Thank you. Please, if you
Even though
look to my
I'm
left,
straight,
share your
I
name
kiss
and
this
you have
guy
2
in the
minutes.
forehead, say, brother,
My name is Aiden Duncan, and something
Yes.
I've noticed so far listening to testimony today is that the people who support the banning of assault weapons have been talking an awful lot about how assault weapons are so powerful and so easy to use and hold so many bullets. And I'm thinking to myself,
kinda why
gee,
you
you guys
want
are
for
frankly making these
self-defense.
things sound really awesome. And I'm glad that you think assault weapons are so cool because the founding fathers coincidentally agreed with you that assault weapons are extremely cool. And the reason is because they just got done fighting a war with a tyrannical government that was, at the time, the British regime. And
He had the same exact
that's
weapons as
why
the
they
British.
wrote the Second Amendment explicitly to protect
I can tell
military-grade
these are
assault
people that
weapons of
think
war.
AR
So I'm
stands for
sick of
assault
hearing
rifle.
pro-gun activists
Armalite.
claim
Yes.
that the AR-15 is this
Outlaw.
harmless hunting rifle.
Yes.
No, the purpose of the AR-15
Yeah.
is to hunt
They- they-
tyrants.
they
if it's to
sound
hunt anything.
smooth-brained.
So there's only one
Dude,
conceivable
smoother
reason
than the
that
surface
you would
of a
be
marble.
banning these types of weapons, which are explicitly protected by the Second Amendment.
Like
And if
polished
you
smooth.
admit that these weapons are the
Bowling
best,
ball
most effective
smooth.
weapons available and still want to ban them, the only conceivable reason is that you want us to be easier to kill. And Why would you want us to
Yeah,
do
that's
that?
what
Well,
I
I think
want.
some of my black brothers and sisters in Christ and brothers and sisters in arms touched upon it earlier, that gun control is racist. And I, as a white man, can think of a couple reasons why you'd want to disarm us. In South Africa, they're
Yes.
confiscating farmlands from white people. Maybe you want to forcibly collect reparations from us. Maybe you want to keep this flood at the southern border of third world invaders coming on. And it's going to be an awful lot harder to do those things if we have the proper means to defend ourselves, and it's going to take an awful lot more than hunting rifles to stop those things from happening.
Oh,
Yeti
good
Man over
God,
here
Mike, I'll have to
earlier
look that
talked
up.
about how other countries without as many
Trust me, it
guns
doesn't
don't have
sound
as much of a
anything
homicide rate.
I'm sorry,
out of the
sir.
ordinary to me.
Thank you for the
But
time,
yeah.
and we will refrain from name calling.
Fuck you.
Um,
Oh, shit, we
Representative
got some
Woodrow,
name
for
calling
this
to
bill.
do.
I just want to
Oh,
know
what
we
are
have
your
a lot of
fifis
witnesses
hurt,
that we
ma'am?
also want to be heard.
I'd go straight
Representative-
out major pain on that name calling
Thank
right
you, Madam
there.
Chair. My question is for Mr. Donner, two-part question. This bill, prohibitions on certain firearms used in public mass shootings. It came up earlier, 450 million guns in the United States. And so the first
At
part of this
least.
question is, of those 450 million guns,
That's the 450
how many
million
of
that the
them
government knows
have
about.
killed somebody
Yeah.
absent human intervention or human action? And then that leads to the second part of the question, which
Zero.
is assuming human action is required for these inanimate objects. 12 gun control bills in the last 5 years, hundreds more at the federal, state, and local level. How many more gun control bills do you think we need before we're safe?
Mr. Donner.
Complete communist style. They're not
Well,
going to give you an
Please stop me
answer.
if I diverge
Because
from
they
the
know
answer to your question.
it's
I
not
will
gonna
try to
stop.
answer it, but I do believe that that is a straw man question.
How's
The
that a
reality
straw man?
is There are no amount of
How's that a
firearms
straw man?
that will keep anyone safe in an immoral society.
The
If
point
we
is
don't
they're
do
not going
things
to answer it because
encourage people
they're
to
going to
live
keep it
and
going.
behave in a way that is safe for themselves as well as the rest of us, we can outlaw whatever we want. Please remember, Klebold and Harris attempted a bombing that failed. Weapons were not legally
I think
allowed
they
to
had
be
like
carried
over
or
1,000
possessed,
bombs
but
in,
they did.
Columbine.
Was it the weapon? Was it the bomb? Was it a greater social failure?
Maybe
that we're
like
all
2,000.
talking
It was
around?
some huge number of bombs
I-
those guys brought
I
with
think
them.
we have problems
What,
that we
they-
need
they
to
were what,
address.
pipe
And I
bombs?
commend you all for trying
Pipe
to address
bombs,
these
propane
problems.
bombs, you name it.
Focusing on the firearm does a disservice to the disenfranchisement, to the mental health, to the feeling of hopelessness that drives people to do horrible things,
Be
or
right back.
who are simply too ill to know any better.
Thank you. Thank you all for,
May I ask a question? It's very brief. 10 seconds.
please. I'm sorry, did you ask to respond or ask a question?
I guess I'd like to say one thing that I forgot because I'm just tired.
Okay, quick.
I'm
quickly.
sorry.
Thank you. Go
I
ahead.
know I'm bending the rules. I appreciate your deference. It bears mentioning, we keep bandying about the term assault weapon. There's no such thing. There never has been. In the military, I served in the military. We never called anything an assault weapon. It's a term made up by anti-gun activists to frighten people. There's firearms. They're not assault weapons. And I defy you to define an assault weapon. Now, you can give a list of all these guns that you give, but it doesn't make them assault weapons. And semi-automatic just means you pull the trigger one time and one bullet comes out. Those are modern firearms. If this bill goes through, we'll only be able to own antiques and relics here in Colorado. I don't think that was the founder's intent.
Thank you.
And I apologize for my overage.
It's okay. Thank you for staying late and thank you for coming to testify.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. We'll go, Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I'm holding in my hand the Gun Digest book of assault weapons, 5th edition.
It's irrelevant.
Was this made by an anti-gun zealot and the term coined
No,
by an anti-gun
that
zealot?
came out
No, I think it
after
was made by
the
somebody who's
left
pro-gun.
started
I'm
calling
sorry.
them assault
I'm
weapons,
going to
and then
recognize you speak. So
we
go ahead. I do believe I have your
adopted
name
that,
correctly.
much
Is it
like
Mr.
the term
Khan?
ghost
Steve
gun.
Davis.
Oh, I am so sorry.
Fuck off.
Mr. Davis.
No, I think that's probably meant, that book magazine, I'm sure, is published by some well-intentioned person on the pro-gun side of the debate who has been hoodwinked into using the term. Like so many Americans are in the sea of putrid propaganda that we swim in.
If there
every day.
wasn't so much goddamn propaganda hysteria, we wouldn't
Thank
be
you.
in this.
May I answer a question asked on the
That's true.
previous
No,
panel?
not at all, Warsaw. You're
The
100%
previous
right.
panel?
Yes.
I'm
sorry, I'm
a
gonna-
representative raised a point to a previous panel. I'd like
That
to
whole
respond.
term assault weapon came around from the
I'm
left,
sorry,
and it got
we're going to-
adopted.
Real quickly,
in
ma'am, I
certain
want to clarify, I
situations
wasn't name
from
calling
Duncan, you have
earlier.
not been
pro-gun
recognized
crowd.
to speak by the
Well, you accused me of
Like
name calling. I
Ghost
want to
Gun.
I think it
clarify, I
was
wasn't
by-
doing that. It's
I'm
on, it's on his
sorry.
laptop. It's a
On my
yellow
lap.
sticker.
Okay,
My,
thank
my
you, but I
ghost
would
gun that I
also
carry every
just-
single
I
day.
can recognize you. Thank you. All right,
For the record, I
Representative Woodrow.
thank you. I thought he was complimenting my beard.
Okay.
This is a nice
You
beard.
know what? Thank you all for coming and staying to testify.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all for your testimony today. Thank you. Apologies about that then, sir. We will call now the next panel of witnesses.
Oh, it just doesn't stop.
Christopher
Look,
Dunstan.
thank you so many people that are for freedom for staying around to testify in this horse shit.
Todd Brock.
Good God, you guys are warriors.
Alex Redford.
It's literally the difference
Alex
between life and
Lugauer?
death for a lot of people.
Lugar?
It really is. It
No, they're
really
just
and
sick of
truly
it.
is.
Claudia Loya.
You know what's really doing it, guys? Take a wild guess.
What's that?
Joshua Gillespie.
The illegals. It's all the illegals coming across the border. That's what's kicking us
Well,
off.
that's a huge part of it, yes.
Patrick McDonald.
But see, for me, if you're here illegal, if you just want a good job, if you want to take care of your family, I don't give a shit if you've
Manoa
got a job.
Thomas.
You should have one. That is a natural right. If you're a piece of shit, gang banging, whatever,
Gregory Collins.
I believe you should not be in this country in the first place, so it shouldn't even be an issue.
And that's the people that were seeing
Mark
that,
Brand.
why the citizens are going here. Like MS, then was it MS-13? You got Venezuelan.
Yeah,
gangs, you got
MS-13. There's a
cartels.
bunch of them.
But
Yes.
when we offer solutions, the government criminal empire makes no money.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's the end of this list. So
Absolutely
we'll
outlaw.
have you two
They don't
testify
want
to the farthest
solutions,
to
they
my
just
right,
want to
sir.
kick
If you
the
would
ball
please
down
just
the
share
road.
your name and you have 2 minutes. Thank
Well,
you.
they want it.
Thank
They
you. My
want
name is
everybody
Joshua
at
Gillespie.
each other's throats.
I'm a lifelong Colorado citizen, Army combat veteran, and I'm here today to basically inform you that there is no rhetoric in the bill that's going to change anybody's perspective here. The idea that you guys are trying to pass this says that you're trying to infringe on our basic rights as human beings. The Constitution of the United States is not written on paper. It's not written with ink. It's written with blood. From Lexington to Concord, the blood that flowed off of Bunker Hill onto the pages that became an immortal document that flowed into our DNA and became who we are as Americans.
Dude, I
as
hate to break it to
America,
you. If that
all
document
together,
had any sort of
irregardless
teeth,
what
we
people's
wouldn't be here
political
right now.
affiliations are, race, religion,
That's
any
true,
of that.
too.
You see here, this is a very diverse group of people out here in opposition to this bill. People from all political affiliations. And if anything, you guys have made a big mistake by uniting us all, because this will be a
That is
bill that many people that
that
have come
is
here today to
very
testify
true.
will die on. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, you have 2 minutes and please share your name.
These fuckers are going to end up with,
Hello, my name is
like,
Mark Brand. I am a father
your
of two
NRA
boys,
member
15 and
united
12
with
years
the
old. I've
gangbanger
raised them
about guns,
responsibly
and it's not going to end
around
up well
guns
for
to
the
be able
left.
to
Yeah.
protect themselves, protect their rights, protect our family legacy. I was also a paramedic and a firefighter for 15 years, so I've seen the bad side of murders and gun use and blood and all that. I've also seen every other type of weapon used for horrible crimes and heinous crimes, including
There you go.
hammers, baseball bats, everything else
Yeah.
that you could possibly imagine. But we don't have any legislation for Louisville sluggers up here, which is more commonly available. And unfortunately,
Because
a lot
that
more
whole
brutal
law
than
against murder kind of covers all
my
of that.
perspective on this.
You could buy
is
a
that I know
fucking
that you've
baseball
worked very
bat at a
hard
goddamn
to be able
Walmart.
to come up with a solution.
Well,
and I commend you for
where's
that.
the
There's
ban
no
on
easy way around this.
flamethrowers, right?
And if you're on the fence,
Where's the ban
Hey,
on
hey,
gasoline
hey, hey.
bombs?
every single person.
How
that's
dare you
here is
guys
fighting
mention facts
Not just to be able to go out and shoot up a whole bunch of places. They're
and
fighting
logic
for
and
the
reason?
legacies of their families, for your families.
Damn it, man.
And the hundreds of people that are here probably own potentially thousands of guns, but none of them are out shooting anybody. Most every single one of them here would protect every single one of you protect your families, protect your children without batting an eye.
See, I'm pretty sure murder
And to
was
take
banned a
away
long
their
time ago,
abilities
brother.
To protect themselves.
Murder
and
was
their
banned a long
community
time ago
brother?
since Cain and Abel.
Is a broad stroke to a problem that doesn't really address a lot of the foundational
Consider
issues.
you can murder anybody with
Certain
any
stuff
damn
needs to
thing.
be
I'm pretty
done.
sure I could kill someone
But
with a
unfortunately,
fucking cat.
just a broad stroke of this doesn't really address the
Smothering
problem.
to goddamn
Because
death with nothing but
law-abiding citizens
dry
will follow the
pussy.
rules. We still do. It's the criminal element and the people that have
Right.
every intention
I'm
of
glad they
wrongdoing.
banned murder
If they
so
don't have a
we
gun
can
to
live
use,
peacefully
they
now.
will find a
Yeah,
vehicle.
I'm
They can
glad
run
they
to Home
banned
Depot and
drugs
drive
so we
through a
don't have to put
parade.
up with those anymore.
They will make a bomb because it's easily
I mean, these
available for
fuckers
all
don't
that
even live in
information
reality. I
online.
mean, goddamn.
And
They don't.
unfortunately, some
They live in a
they
fantasy.
don't live in
intentionally
reality.
doing
man.
evil
They live in a
will do
fantasy.
that. And it's not just on a whim. These things are
Well,
planned.
imagine criminals not doing what the
So I
law
implore you to
says.
say no on this bill
Kind of why they're called
for
criminals.
your
Yeah,
safety,
that
your children's
never
safety,
happens.
for all of ours.
Oh,
Because
cool.
that's the
I sent you that video, didn't
fundamental
I?
of what we're trying to
Yesterday?
do is keep
Which one?
ourselves and our society safe.
The one where the guy had a whole bunch of
Thank you.
marijuana on his
Thank you.
lap and they had probable cause.
Members,
and
are there
searched him and
questions
they
for
found
this
a
panel?
defaced handgun in his car.
I have a
I
question.
don't know whether you
and,
sent me that one or
um,
not. Hold on.
Mr. Brand, I'm just curious.
It was a
You sent me the
chromized
stuff on the
curious about
oral arguments that we got to cover.
Here,
your
I'll send it to you
thoughts
again.
on
Bishop on
the
there.
number of
Here, I got it.
weapons.
I got it.
Oh, was
in the
that
country.
the
We
Here's How
have
to
heard
Make a
lot that,
Gangster
people
Cry
are
video?
Yeah,
getting
that one.
firearms illegally.
Yeah, I still
But
got to
part of
watch
the
that one.
reason why I think some of us are asking about it is because they're made, they come from somewhere. They're not
Because I'm
Yeah, I sent it to you
doing
again.
shit like this most of the
manifested in the
damn
air.
day.
And so I am curious from your perspective around, being a legal
Hey,
gun
Green,
owner,
if you're
if you've
in the
heard
chat, you
anywhere in
motherfucker, you
in
didn't
the
talk about it
communities
today.
as
My
well,
feelings are hurt.
of there a conversation about the number of guns. There've
I'll
been
text you tomorrow.
conversations about melting.
By
as
the way,
many
there is
down as we
another
make, or
Galaxy's Edge
buyback or
series
anything like
starting,
that.
Green.
I know
Just so
this
you
bill
know.
is about a ban, but we've been asking
Bring
some
back
other
the
thoughts to
90s.
kind of hear the
Yes,
global
sir.
sense in the space. So,
I've got a channel
uh,
that deals with just that.
Mr. Gillespie, if you want to respond as well, I didn't mean to. I'm just a curiosity, and
There are some things in the
now I'm
90s
wasting
we
time. I'm
really
sorry.
need to
I
bring
believe
back,
that-
and there are other things in the
Mr.
90s that were
Gillespie?
complete
Thank you. I believe the
trash,
number
like
of guns
war
in
on
this
drugs.
country
Yeah.
needs to always
Yeah,
be
Gabe,
more.
it's
a
still
national
going,
security
brother.
issue. I mean, if we look at what's going on over in the Middle East right now, in Israel,
No, Z, I haven't seen
Ukraine,
the Trump
there's
gun
lots of
shop
countries
tour.
that
No, I haven't
would
seen that.
infiltrate us if we didn't have as many guns as we do, and if people
Yeah.
didn't keep buying guns
Right
and
on.
passing them to their children. It is a major national security issue. The police, the military, definitely not large enough to defend this entire nation from an attack. 100%. I used to serve in the Army. I know for a fact we can do some pretty good damage going over to these small countries, tearing up farmers, but we got nothing if we had a full-scale attack from, say, a multi-front force.
Oh, dude, I got to look it up now, Z.
Iran,
You got to wrench
Russia,
post it.
and China all working together with North Korea maybe to come at us.
Matter of fact, why
We
does
got nothing
Gabe
for
not
that.
have a
Not
wrench?
officially.
I'm
But with
retarded.
everybody in this room, with everybody out there, with every gun, with every citizen,
Hey,
yeah,
Gabe, guess what
we
you
can
get?
fight that.
Where you at?
Mr. Brand, do you have any thing you might want to add?
I do. I have we could always speculate on what if, whether it be other countries and everything.
There you
else,
go,
and we can
Gabe.
Look through history and try to analyze that. But it comes down to the basic fundamentals of using this as a way to be able to ban something that people utilize freely as a tool.
I'm going to have to check it
And it's
out
the
later,
same
Z, and I'm
thing
going to throw it
on the
over in my
opposite side of
tabs.
saying that there are chemicals in fire extinguishers that cause cancer, and they can kill people if they're used wrongly.
And I'm going to save
So do
that
we
to my
rely on the
watch
fire
later.
departments to show up if your house is on
Well,
fire?
I mean, you
Or
know,
if
if you're
you-
going
if
down
you
that
have a fire
argument
extinguisher,
road, what about,
would you utilize that
cigarettes?
to
What about
to
a lot
save
of the
your health,
pesticides in your
house,
food?
well, but if there's
Not only
there's a
that, Outlaw, how
potential for
about the
harm in
kids that
there
are on TikTok
that's
and
very
God only knows
fractional,
where they're doing that Tide
would
Pod
you
challenge?
ban those because
Oh,
of
yeah.
that versus
Well,
having
the
one in
thing
every
is,
home
if
to be able to
if
protect
you
the
use a
rights
gun
of
as
property, health, and
directed,
wellness of
no
everybody?
innocent person
It's the
would ever
same
be
fundamental
harmed.
concept that we're
Period.
trying to achieve here.
If you smoke
Like,
cigarettes
might as
as
well ban fire
directed,
extinguishers.
there's a chance of
Doesn't make
chance.
a lot of
If you
sense.
drink alcohol
You
as
say we
directed,
can
there is
rely
a
on the
chance
police,
of mind
we can
altering
rely on,
situations.
military.
With firearms,
maybe,
that's not the way it
but if my
works.
house is burning, I don't want
Nuts
to
is
have
that.
to
How
rely
about
on a fire department
crossbows
to
and
get there 10
regular
minutes
bows?
from now.
Yeah.
to have half of my house burned.
Wasn't it Denmark where dude went around with a boat, killed a bunch of people one day?
It's a fundamental right to be
I
able
have
to
to look
protect
at
your
it.
house.
Somewhere like Denmark.
No, but up in
By
Canada,
the
they actually banned the
correct
possession of
means.
crossbows.
Yeah,
and
thank you
Just
so
be
much for
like
being
Bo
here.
and
I
Luke
know
and
it's
put
been a
some
long
dynamite
day.
on that motherfucker and shoot at people.
It's challenging.
Well, this dude just
Well,
went
thank
through.
you all for your testimony. Thank you for staying.
Could have been
Well, not
Greenland,
shoot
dude.
at
It
people,
was
but
somewhere
yeah.
like
Are
that where
now
all guns are
going to
banned.
ask.
And he just went around the
Go ahead,
village
Mr.
just
Chair.
cracking people with a bow. Mass
tagging
murder.
in and out up here. All right, here's where we are in the course of witnesses this evening.
Scare a
We have now
motherfucker by
called through
shooting an
everybody who had
outhouse or
signed up,
something like
and
Bo and
at least
Luke.
that we printed out at the
Crazy
top
thing is
of
about
the
bows
day's
too, they're pretty
business
silent, and you can
in
still
any
hear them
position.
whiz though after your
Now,
arrow.
if folks have testified
Oh,
and
dude.
you are here to keep listening to
Most
proceedings, you
bows I've
100%
shot,
have the right to do that.
especially in
We're
anything
trying to
over
work
30
through
yards,
with
the
our nonpartisan
most you
staff
might
here, who is
hear
actually
is the
still on the Zoom,
scream.
who had signed up as a
And
remote
other than
witness
that, that's
to the
it.
pipeline and call those folks
And
in the
at
most
over 30
expedient way
yards, you're
possible.
not going to hear it.
Before we get to that,
Little
I
Debs,
want to ask
little
in
Debs
the
ought to
room,
be
and we'll do it by
outlawed because
position.
they're
If you are
causing
in the room,
diabetes.
you want to testify in support.
Hey,
You
look,
have
you
not
leave
yet had a
Luke
chance to
Daddy
do
alone.
so. Please indicate by raising a hand.
Hey, brother, I'm 50 pounds
Okay.
overweight myself.
And if
I
you
love
are in the
them little
room
Debs.
and you want to
good shit.
testify, yeah, thank you for being with us. If you're in the room and you want to testify in
Especially
an
them
opposed
oatmeal cream
position,
pies.
okay.
Hey, look,
And
those
in
are
case
there are
anybody has
very
signed
few
up any
oatmeal
kind
pies
of,
I will do, and that's one of them.
got it. Questions or neutral or anything like that. Any position other than for or
I
against.
like
please
them
raise your
Nutty
hand.
Buddy bars. Them things are good too.
Okay.
Hey, look, man. Yeah, you
All
can't.
right, we've been doing opposed for
Nutty
a
Buddy.
while.
Don't mess
I
with
think I
Nutty
saw
Buddies.
4 folks who had a hand up concerning
Whatchamacallit.
support. Why don't you come up at this point?
Hey, them strawberry shortcakes is my crack.
Against. Okay. So a few
Well,
minutes
we
ago,
call
if you
those
just raised a
rednecks where
hand
I'm from.
indicating that you wanted to testify in support, you can come up to the table.
I'm married to one, so I know.
All right.
Them Christmas
Okay,
tree
thanks
cakes.
for being with
God
us.
dang, them things are good too.
All right. Did I have a few hands up for neutral questions?
That was
amend any of
Gabriel. That was the
Okay,
Tide
please,
Pod challenge where
sorry, I
these
think you
kids were
testified already?
eating Tide Pods.
I can't believe we lived in a culture at that time where children were actually eating
Yeah,
soap.
sorry. So we can't have people come back.
I ate soap a
gentleman
lot of
with red
times
hair,
when I
if you
was
wanna come
growing
up.
up, but it was force fed to me because I used a lot of curse words.
Okay.
Before
I had
the
the
time-
My mom's
Is
in
any
the chat,
position
which,
other
believe it
than
or not, my
signed
mom
up
will be in the
opposed?
chat. She could attest to that.
Okay,
Ivory
we have
soap.
2 more seats.
Before
show
the
of
Hey, I
hands
know
for
about the
opposed.
bar soap in the
Okay.
mouth.
Gentleman in the gray
Before the
and in the
Tide Pod
back
challenge,
with
there
the
was the
mustache. I saw
corner of
your
the
hands
cob
first.
challenge, and people were losing their teeth.
Okay.
I
Well,
know
at least
about
they
the
were
bar
shoving
soap.
that in their
Sir in the white
mouths.
shirt, please go ahead.
With the drill.
My mom would get a
Thank
big
you.
bar of that
I'm the
Irish
Libertarian
Spring or
candidate
Dial
for
soap.
Colorado's 3rd Congressional District and the Executive Director of Libertarian Party of Colorado.
Mountain
My name is
Fresh.
Me, it
James
was
Wiley.
Ivory most of the time.
You asked us to speak directly to the
I got to
bill.
where I
and
like the
I'll
taste
do
of
that
that
for you
shit.
now. Your bill specifically identifies that certain weapons don't need to be used
Hey, look,
for hunting or self-defense.
if you
Neither
got
of
a
those are
mouth like
actually
mine,
the purpose of the
you
Second
might
Amendment,
as well
and it
enjoy
is
the
not the
soap.
constitutional
I
problem
can't
that
remember
you'll
what
face
that
from the
yellow
legal
bar
challenges
soap
that
was.
will be brought against you the moment this bill passes.
Usually see
Oh,
it in like
God.
bathrooms at like
In order
church.
to make
or-
this bill constitutional, I urge you
Normally that
to
was
the committee
Dial.
to
Dial
amend the
was
bill
the kind of yellow
from
soap.
prohibit certain weapons
I had that.
to
I've had to
mandate
put
certain
that in my
weapons.
mouth before.
I believe this is
Irish
required
Spring was
to amend the
green,
bill in order
Ivory
to
was
fulfill
white,
the
Dial was
purpose
yellow.
of the Second Amendment in defense of people's liberty and the free state, which
Hey,
is
them
to
Irish
assemble
Spring
a
bars,
well-armed
the others.
militia to overthrow tyrants,
That Mountain
such as the
Fresh
British
Irish
or
Spring
these
smells good
bills.
as hell.
Oh, dude, I love me some Irish Spring.
Oh yeah.
And you could blow
It
bubbles
is
with it if you
essential that
chewed
the
enough
sovereign
of it.
people of the state of Colorado have
Coop, you know what's
sufficient
better than
means
Irish Spring?
to resist
Yeah, it
the
might have
violence of
been
the state.
Dove. Yeah,
The weapon
think
I
it was
urge you
Dove.
to mandate.
Coop, you know
What, Warsaw?
You know what's
The
better than Irish
embodiment
Spring?
of the monopoly of violence,
that?
the state
Duke
would be
Cannon.
more appropriate target of your prohibition
What?
instead of the sovereign peoples
Duke Cannon.
and peaceful people of Colorado. The
You
state
got me on that
is the
one.
primary cause of violence
Hold
against the
up, hold
people
up.
in all times, particularly for unarmed populations. As the
Zest.
government
Yeah, Zest
seeks
was another
to
kind of
arm
bluish
our
green
supposed
bar.
allies overseas.
Yeah,
What
like
does
a
this say
Dub
about
was a
our
white
government
bar.
trying to disarm us? This bill echoes Jim Crow. racist
Freaking
gun
Z's
one-
out here posting all
the
the different folks.
sexism against wisdom.
The one that
and
was
against
yellow would
minorities
break
and
apart
most.
real easy, like it
Finally,
would
and
crumble.
quote Julius Caesar, if
That
they are
had to be
trying to
dialed.
take your
It
guns,
had to be
they're
dialed
about to
in
do
yellow.
something you would shoot them for For example,
think it
close your
is.
church, tax you, or inject your children with gene
That's
therapy.
the best shit right there, Coop.
And Tim Hernandez, please be on notice.
Shamrock
It is
Pit.
illegal to block
I
people
actually
on
have that
Twitter.
stuff. This is the best
Thank you very
shit.
much.
Hell yeah.
Okay, in the red shirt, please go
Get
ahead.
you some Old Spice body wash. That's what
Please
I
make
use.
sure the mic's on. Gray button on the stem.
Oh no,
Gray
man,
button on
not
the
the
stem of
Old
the
Spice.
microphone.
Come
Thank
on.
you.
Apologies, sorry.
I'm
My
an
name is
old
Carrie
man when it
Farbrough.
comes
I'm
to my
here
stuff.
on behalf
I
of
like the Old
myself and my
Old
family,
Spice.
including I'm the mother of a 5-year-old daughter. Her name is Cecilia, and our family has enjoyed the opportunity
I
this
will
year
say
to
this:
join
I
one
don't
of
think I ever
Denver's
had to eat Old
wonderful public
Spice.
school communities. And I knew that this day
And
would
Ivory
eventually come,
burns
but
for
more
the
than once
first
this
minute
school
or two.
year,
Just saying.
while we sat at the dinner table and I asked her about her day
Especially
and
when you gotta
expected her
take
to
a
tell
big
me
bite
about
out of it.
reading, she got on the floor
Yeah.
next to the table,
That's why you
got
don't
down in
call
the
a
fetal
girl a cunt
position,
like the third grade.
clasped her tiny hands
Just
Oh,
behind
saying.
her head,
shit.
and explained to me how her
Okay,
poor
maybe it
teachers
was
had to
before.
teach
It
her
was somewhere around
how
there.
to sit there and be as
Well, I got
quiet
in
as she
trouble for saying Jeff
and they
Gordon
told her,
is a
if you make
fag
a
in front of my
sound,
mom when I was
then
young.
we're going to start over.
And
And,
she's
Well,
like,
the
no.
Rainbow
unbeknownst to
Warrior
her, she
was a
doesn't
fag.
understand what this is all
Yeah.
about.
I
But we're
said,
teaching
Mom,
our babies
what
how
do
to
you think
protect
about Jeff
themselves in
Gordon?
an
I
active
think he's a
shooter
fag.
situation.
And she's like, oh, no, we're
And
putting
I
the bar
looked at
soap
my
in your mouth.
husband in
So
that moment with the same
now I was
despair
like
that I look
10
at all of
or
you.
11.
And I
Hey, look,
think,
if
is
I
this
was on
really
your
the
jury,
plan?
you would not have had to eat soap.
This
That's
can't
all
be
I'm
the
saying.
plan. And so I'm
Well, Dale
strongly in
Earnhardt.
support
Hey,
of
look,
this
we live in the
bill
South. It's
because
Dale
I want
Earnhardt.
common sense change.
I've been like, I
And
can't
I hear
convict.
you when you say that there's been all of these different gun
Like, Jeff Gordon
regulations
is,
and why
where'd he
isn't
come from?
gun
California or
violence
Illinois? I can't remember.
decreasing? And I think
I
it's
can't
pretty well
remember either.
known that there hasn't been
I was
sufficient
never
data, that
huge
this
into
hasn't been
NASCAR,
sufficiently
so I can't
studied.
remember.
And I think by passing
Yeah.
bills such as this
I
one,
just remember the
we
Rainbow
create the
Warrior.
opportunity to refine and improve
And
and
that
make
goes into a
Colorado
whole
and our
different story
communities
these
better.
days.
And I
Who
think as
does
the
that?
adults in the
Rainbow
room,
Warrior.
that's all of our job. There's been a number of people that have spoken today about how guns make them feel safer. Guns make me feel less safe. Guns in the arms of people other than police
Then you're a
officers.
fucking
Guns
pussy.
in the hands of people who have not
Yes.
been trained to use them
You're a pussified
in
woman, and you don't have the
challenging,
balls to defend your own
difficult
family.
situations. They do not make me feel safer.
You're a pussy.
Thank you. In the brown shirt, please go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
In the brown shirt.
Sorry, it's been a long day.
That doesn't fit at all.
Evening, Mr. Chairman. I am Jared Peary. I'm a Navy veteran. And as much as I want to
Fear
talk
is
on a lot of
natural, my
things,
friend.
I'm just going to
Everybody's
do my
afraid
best
of
to
getting hurt by a
produce
firearm.
facts because there has been a lot of things about this bill and
If
surrounding
you
this bill
don't
that
have
have
fear,
been
then something's wrong
utterly
with you.
butchered, and I will
Nice
do my best
boy.
to set the record straight,
No,
like I
no,
said.
that-
So, the United States is the third most populous state in the world. We are the 76th leader in violent crime, and I think that, and a lot of other people agree with this, you should look at violent crime as a whole rather than just gun crime,
Well, I
because
can agree with him
like
there.
a lot of people have said, 80%.
I might change my mind on brown shirts.
About 80% of all, gun crime is produced by people that have illegally obtained firearms. It's not an overwhelming majority of the legal gun owners
Yeah,
like you've
Brad.
seen today.
Yeah. Move
They
to
are very,
Venezuela. Tell me how that gun
amicable
control's
people,
working at this point.
at the very least.
How about Brazil?
Most
Yeah.
violent criminals that do this are first-time offenders and people that end up in jail often for violent crimes, and there's an 80% return rate back to being in incarceration. It is an absurdity that we have to even talk about this. It's not about the guns, and I will kind of allude to some of the features listed in the bill. Again, it's 80% of firearms. It's not just about it's not the tool that you're worried about. It's the individual. And again, it's something that we
Well,
need to look
it's
at
the
for a mental health
number of
crisis.
individuals
It's not the pistol
that
grip.
own
It's
them.
not the magazine.
Yeah,
They're also
happen.
getting rid of people's right to defend
Well,
themselves.
it's
And
a
I
very
have
small
sold
percentage of our
firearms and
population
trained
that
women with
commits
firearms
crimes with
that
guns.
are
A
abuse
very
victims.
small
And I would
portion of
rather
our
not
population.
have them see the light of day without a firearm to defend themselves. And I'm going to cut myself short because I'm basically out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. At the end, please go ahead.
Chairman, Vice Chairwoman, members of the committee, I'd like to thank you for giving us this time to bring forward our opposition to this. I want to start off by saying that I've heard a lot of numbers thrown around here today. The sheer number of gun owners, the sheer number of firearms in this state makes this, in my mind, fiscally prohibitive to enforce, investigate, and prosecute. If you're going to go after and pass this bill, you're not going to be able to physically sustain the enforcement of it.
One poor bastard
The
who never
sheer
heard
number
of
of firearms
and pull
in
him
this
over,
state
search his
makes
car,
that
find his
impossible.
gun, and
When
make
you
an
look
example.
at how much money the federal government has spent, the Department of Defense has spent, trying to disarm populaces all over this world, we don't get to the point where we've ever succeeded at it wholly. Unfortunately, I'm a veteran of multiple wars, and we've never been able to fully disarm a populace. No matter how hard we try, the trillions
And
of
you're not
dollars
going
we throw
to.
at it, at an
Dude,
unarmed
look at
or an
prisons.
unarmed, uneducated
Look at
population,
Afghanistan.
you just can't do it.
Look
I'd
at how
like to
many
see a world
people
where
are
there is a
aware
violent
of what the
person,
government's doing over here
but
just
it's
right
just not
now.
possible. I believe that we need to go back to the criminal
Putting them
justice
back.
reforms that we saw in the 90s. Democrats sponsored these bills. Even our current president sponsored a very strong crime bill
If
in
you want to see
1993.
what a
We're not
disarmed
going to
populace
see
looks
any
like.
true results
Seriously,
against
look at
violent crime
prisons.
until we see
They're pretty much
criminal
completely
justice reform
disarmed by
in
the
our country
government.
and
They're
in our
supposed to
state.
be protected
I'm
by
going
the
to yield the
government
rest of my
all
time back
time.
because I know it's getting late. for
Look at their
everybody.
rape
Thank you.
statistics,
All
their
right, thank you.
robbery, and their
Members,
violent
questions of our
assault
witnesses.
statistics.
All right, Rep Evans, and
They are
as we
off
close
the
in on 10:30,
charts.
which is the end of 12 hours, I'm really going to encourage members to err on the side of hearing from as many members of the public as possible and being restrained in our questions. Rep Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Farrow, I hear everything that you're saying. I got kids in the school system. My question to you is, we always talk about, what we're against in these things. What things, to your mind, can we do to keep kids safe outside of, this particular piece of legislation?
Let teachers carry their guns.
Honestly, so I'm a scientist. That's what I do during the day.
Yeah.
So
Fuck your
I'm not an
science.
expert
Let
on
the janitors conceal carry.
gun policies, gun legislation, but I think I've largely tried to read, defer to the experts, understand. I'm open to conversations about and understanding the data and the implications and making data-driven decisions about, whether or not having an armed police officer, an SRO, is an appropriate thing to have at school. I think that it's tied to, largely tied to funding, and we have heavily underfunded schools. And so, understanding how to appropriately
carry a
train if
gun
you're
in
going
every
to
other aspect
go
of my
about
life.
that route, I think is an
Shopping,
important
my
component of
normal
it. But
day,
I'm open to
why shouldn't I
compromise.
be able to
I
carry
would
it when I'm
say I don't see much compromise around assault weapons. I just don't see them as being something that that we need to give on, that the benefits
there's no compromise on it.
outweigh the good. I don't think anybody
No
is
more.
protecting me with these kinds of weapons. So I think
How about you
finding
fuck
the
off?
places that make sense. But to me, largely, I feel like my daughter would be safer at school if there were less untrained civilians with guns, and the less violent the guns that they
Okay,
have
but who
are,
gets to
the
define
better I feel.
trained?
Ultimately,
And who gets to define and decide my way of life?
yeah, I think
Yes.
that's it. I don't know if I
With the amount of information
All
in
right,
front of your
members,
average person these
questions?
days,
Okay,
anybody
thanks for
could
being
be
with
able
us
to get a
tonight.
firearm and train
All right. A member
proficiently
of our
with a
nonpartisan
firearm
staff has walked around and
without
invited
ever
folks to sign
going
up.
to
I now
a
have that list. I'm just going to call remaining
class.
names in the order in which they are in
Well,
front of me.
Uvalde,
Jason
Texas
Silverberg,
proved what happens
Adam
when you
DeCamp,
have a police force told to
Stephen
stand
Goldberg,
down while an active
Yes.
shooter is in the school.
and looks
So,
like
you know,
Carlos Aleman.
apparently our police are useless when it comes to these school shootings. So it would have
All
to
right, thanks for
require
being with us.
somebody
We'll
on
start
the
on this end.
inside of these schools to take care of
Not the,
business.
My name is
it's not the
Jason
police,
Silverberg.
it's the fucking
Thank you
higher
for
ups
hearing
that
me
are
tonight.
useless.
The higher up, yeah.
I am a husband and father
Well,
of two young
it's
boys.
definitely the political end of it.
I want
It
my
really
kids
is.
to
Yeah.
grow
The
up in a free
political
state
appointees.
where they have all their rights and nothing is taken from them. I want them to be able to defend their children, their wives, and the way this bill is written, the bill doesn't say it's going to take my guns from me, but it says I cannot give my guns to my kids. And since my kids are 8 and 11, they will never be able to
Yeah,
buy
at least
a
Alabama in
viable
their
self-defense
assault weapons
weapon
ban, you can
to protect
transfer your
themselves
firearms
and their
when you
family
die.
from what they need to be protected from. So
if your kids could afford the transfer,
I oppose this bill.
fee, I'll
Thank
say
you for your
that.
time.
Okay, please go ahead.
Working, yeah. First, I'd say thank you. I mean, I've been here all day since 6 a.m. and it's really awesome that we live in a country where you are actually taking the time to listen to all your constituents, and that's
Well,
very
no, they're not
important.
listening. They're
So I just want to say
ignoring
thank you.
at
My
least
name's Adam
half of the
DeCamp.
testimony.
I'm from Colorado
Yeah.
Springs. I'm a naturalized citizen, and it just kind of, it's funny. Someone's talking about the Constitution, and when I went to my interview, they asked me, what's the law of the land? And I actually, embarrassingly, I was a sergeant at the time, and I actually said, I don't know. But the answer is the Constitution of the United States. And as we're here, debating the Second Amendment, like I said, it is the law of the land. And I think that's very important. I've had the privilege of serving United States Marine Corps, Army, and I actually retired from the Colorado Army National Guard. You know, I moved here. We love it
Oh
here.
shit, Warsaw
We love it
disappeared.
here. And I sold my first house so we could buy a second house because to find a forever home. But then unfortunately, like this legislation, makes us, take a pause. Run through this real quick. I know we were talking about some of the technical merits of the bill. And I can say that as a taxpayer, I would expect better. Like if the intent is to ban weapons, it needs to be clear. There are provisions in there that ban things that don't actually add value. And that should be something that should be addressed. So like I said, it's a waste of taxpayer dollars. Like you guys are here all day. I took a day off work, billing a government customer. We're wasting a ton of money, maybe evaluating a bill that was not, provided due diligence. As for solving some of these problems, I think we have a parenting problem. We have a culture problem. We got this cell phone, like people are raising their kids the wrong way. And we need to hold people accountability. In Newtown, Connecticut and Oxford, Michigan, like their, parents were at, they did not do their due diligence. And there is now accountability for that. And it's just we need, and one more thing.
All right,
like,
sir, thank you. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, esteemed members of the Colorado State Capitol. My name is Stephen Goldberg, and I stand before you today not just as a Second Amendment activist, but as a citizen deeply concerned about the preservation of our constitutional rights. I'm not here to talk about firearms. I'm here to talk about our fundamental principles that form our society, the right to protect ourselves and our loved ones.
I'm gonna have to disappear for
I think I
just
can
a second.
confidently say that both sides of
Hopefully
this
just a
argument
second.
want the same result, to protect innocent lives. An assault weapons ban might seem like a solution to some, but I believe that's an emotional
I'll be
reaction.
listening, but apparently
Not
I
only
gotta
doesn't
go
solve the problem at its core,
rescue
but
my
it's one
wife
that
real
strikes
quick.
at the heart of what makes America different and greater than any other country on this earth. Our individual freedoms. It's not about firearms. It's about my right, your right. It's about our right to defend ourselves from harm. Every law-abiding citizen in this room understands the importance of safety and security. But let us not forget that these rights are integral to the very fabric of our nation and cannot simply be stripped away at a moment's notice in the name of perceived safety. We cannot allow knee-jerk reactions to overshadow the profound significance of our rights. The Second Amendment wasn't crafted out of convenience or hunting. It was forged to safeguard our liberty in the face of adversity. The very unfortunate reality is that criminals who commit heinous acts like murder simply do not care for any of the laws that are put into place. At the end of the day, the only people disarmed by these types of laws are law-abiding citizens like you and I. As I look around this room, I see individuals who are committed to upholding the law, individuals who are dedicated to the safety of their communities. Let us not punish the innocents for the actions of these monsters who had no regard for law or human life to begin with. So I urge you, esteemed lawmakers, please, to consider the ramifications of this bill and the countless lives it will affect in a negative manner. Let us work together to find the solutions that address the root causes of this violence while still preserving the precious freedoms that define us as Americans. Thank you for your time. May God bless America.
Thank you. At the end, please go ahead.
Hi, hello. Chairman of the board. My name is Carlos Aleman.
I am a first-generation American. I am the first of my family to be born on U.S. soil. My family comes from Cuba. As you all know, Cuba is a communist country, probably one of our closest neighbors, 90 miles from the south shore of Key West. In 1965, after the revolution, Castro initiated the removal of all firearms from the civilian populace that assisted in the revolution, stating in that time that why would these people want to go against the popular government of the time? Following that, there was assassinations of key journalists within Cuba. There was closings of non-government supported journalism. And after that, they came after the people, anyone who did not stand or agree with that government. As you all know, in 1980, Jimmy Carter initiated the Mariel boat lift. My family was on that boat lift out of Cuba. Hundreds of people fled communism, fled that they could not fight against anymore, and still flee from to this day. I was a student during the time of the Parkland shooting. I was in a school within the same district as the Parkland shooting. I knew many of the people that were affected by this shooting. And I can tell you that in no sense would any of the gun control laws that we are putting into effect have changed that. It was a legally acquired firearm, and if it had not been an AR-15, it would have been any other firearm. And simply removing them from the possession of law-abiding citizens will not stop that from.
All right, thank you. Members, questions for our witnesses? Seeing none, thank you for waiting with us into the evening. Okay, we'll invite the next panel. Laura Hall, Richard Schuster, Troy Teepen,
God, it just doesn't stop.
Larry
They
Olson.
keep going. I'm glad so many of these people are testifying against the bill, but shit fired, man.
Yeah, no joke.
All right, ma'am on the end in the white, we'll start with you.
Thank you for recognizing me. I'm Laura Hall. I'm born and raised Colorado taxpayer. You cannot ban guns, period. We're not allowed to. You're not allowed to. You're fooling yourselves to even try. The
Man,
right of the
I
people to
love
keep and
the
bear
fact
arms
that
shall
this many
not be infringed.
testifying against
All gun laws are infringement, and this bill is an
100%.
infringement on my rights to self-defense. Unless the government is providing armed security to a given area, guns cannot be banned. Supreme Court has already ruled that cops have no duty to protect anyone. Per Bruin, this bill would need to identify a historical analog prior to 1820 where guns were banned. The only such laws that can be found are laws that ban guns from people based on skin color or
Yes.
tribal affiliation.
This
Such
chick is
laws are
on it.
obviously unconstitutional. Gun control laws have their origins in racism. The 1967 Mulford Act in California is an example. To make this bill have a chance of surviving the Supreme Court, you need 38 states, 268 congressmen, and 67 senators to agree to repeal the Second Amendment. Banning guns on school grounds makes them soft targets. The police have proven in Uvalde and Parkland that they would rather hang back than neutralize a shooter. The same people who think cops are racist and cannot
yes,
be
Warsaw,
trusted
nice
are the
surfer
same people
versus
who
Brew.
think cops should be the only ones with guns. Make it make sense. Everywhere that you have gun violence, you have
There's no
strict
way
gun
you can
laws.
make this make sense.
Colorado and Illinois both have
There is
strict
no-
laws, but Chicago averages
Yeah.
2 to 3
There's no
gun
sense
homicides per
involved
day.
in bills.
It doesn't matter how many guns there are. It matters that law-abiding people are not allowed to carry guns where they are needed most. Criminals don't buy guns, they steal them. No universal background check is needed. No law will stop that from continuing.
Yeah.
Criminals
Let me get
must be
some
taught
crack
to fear
rock
their
in that
intended victims instead.
Glock 40.
Gun bans require gun
Where's the background check?
confiscation,
I
which
really
is
need
dangerous
one.
for law enforcement as it is for the target. If you don't understand
Well, I
the
would
irony
slightly
of
disagree with
guns
it. They
coming
do purchase firearms,
from
but
the
on the
people,
black
you
market.
don't understand the purpose
Yeah.
of the Second Amendment.
Well,
This
she
bill
just
is
said
not
they just
about
don't
saving
purchase them with
lives,
a
it is
background
about
check.
civilian disarmament. There are already 8 assault weapons ban lawsuits.
I
This
know
is
good
just
and
made
damn
one.
well I can go to places right now. I can go
Maryland,
buy
California,
illegal
New
guns
Jersey,
all day
New
long
York,
if I wouldn't
Washington,
get
Delaware, and
robbed
2 in
all the time.
Illinois. One or more of those
Yep.
cases will soon be heard by Supreme Court, rendering this bill unenforceable, possibly before it even takes effect, and setting the precedent that assault weapons bans like this bill can no longer be enforced nationwide.
All right, ma'am, thank you. And I'm informed that you have a dog with you in your car. If you need to leave before
do.
questions, that's fine, given that.
Okay, well, waited this long. I'll wait, see if there's a question.
Up to you. Sir, please go ahead.
Fuck that dog. Just saying.
All right, first for me too. My name's Troy.
Fuck
I'm an
your
FFL
dog.
owner, small business owner.
Fuck you and your dog.
Again, dead horse stuff,
I'll
guys.
get
right?
you, my
Dead
pretty,
horse,
and
dead
your
horse,
little
dead
dog,
horse.
too.
It's been said 1,000 times today. It was said 1,000 times last year over a very similar bill.
For those of you who aren't hit to
Okay.
Wizard of Oz, there you go.
Look, I run a very small
By
shop.
the way,
I
the
make
tornado was
$30,000
pantyhose.
or less a year, and where I come from, that's a success.
So there's been plenty of us who have been
With
wrapped up in
this
pantyhose.
bill, you're taking 90% of possible transfers away from me, sales, products. I'm out of business. I'm 800 square feet total. I'm out of business.
800 square
And
feet
that's
is
gonna
a
have a
shoe
trickle-down effect.
box.
I'm gonna have to get on the
But the
government.
dude's
dues.
making a living
Maybe.
doing
I
it
don't know.
right now. You are going to put him out of business.
You know what? Let me just go back to last year on Friday, April 14th. You guys like Governor Polis? Everybody know who that guy is, right? At this very Capitol, Friday, April 14th, 2023,
100%
Governor
Wilson,
Polis
yes.
said, and I quote,
And those are
here in
all
Colorado, we
outstanding
value individual freedoms.
That's like what, a
and we
20
stand up to
20
protect
foot by
them.
40 foot building?
I'm excited
Yeah.
by the work of advocates
Yeah, that ain't
and
big at all.
legislators.
Nothing. It's extremely
Further
small. 800
Colorado's
feet.
reputation as
That's
a
like a
beacon of
paint booth.
freedom,
Yes.
a beacon of choice, a beacon of individuality, where we live in our own lives, in our own terms, in a Colorado for all. Well, I'm sorry, guys. Where's the beacons of freedom and choice and individuality for small business owners and employees in the firearms industry?
They proved to
Where's the
you that you
beacon for
didn't
their
matter
employees
during the
and their
COVID-19
families?
pandemic.
Yes.
How are
Outlaw.
Coloradans
Yes.
supposed to live our own lives according to Mr. Polis?
They've already
Liquor
showed
stores
you
matter.
what they think of your small business.
If our terms, and
Yeah.
if we're going to be voted out,
If
of
you were a
line,
liquor store, you were
that's-
good. If you were a
it's out
church,
of
a gun
control.
All
store,
right, thank you.
your
Sir,
average
please
mom and pop business, no, you didn't.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Richard
And they
Schuster.
also told you who was essential and who wasn't.
I'm also an Army veteran,
Yes.
as was my
You are an
grandfather,
essential
my
worker. You
father,
are a non-essential
and all of my
worker. You
children,
can go to work.
one
You
who's
can't.
still currently serving
Yep.
and just got
Yes.
selected to the Sergeant Major's Academy. I strongly oppose this bill. I want to admonish the committee members who speak out of one side of their mouth and say they support the Second Amendment, but then they sponsor a bill that eliminates 80% of the firearms that are sold in Colorado.
If you
I
support
don't
the
have
Second
any much
Amendment,
more to say
but
than that. But
let me
if
be
you
the
wanna
first to say
reduce-
you
it
don't
seems like a
support
lot
the
of us
Second
have the
Amendment
same
at all.
idea of reducing gun violence, especially towards children in their schools. And it seems that by your own admission, this won't stop school shootings, right?
Of course it won't.
Your own admission, you've admitted that. But have you addressed any other issues that would be more effective?
I got about another
protecting our
20 minutes
children
of
while
this,
they
and
attend
I am
school?
gone.
Like
I am
guards?
done with this.
That's something else that's that you guys
Shut it
wanna
down
take
whenever
away
you
is
need
school
to, brother.
resource officers. Why is
No, I will, man.
you want to put them in more harm? I don't understand your logic. It doesn't make sense to me. I yield the rest of my time.
All right, thank you. At the end, please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Larry Olson. I'm a resident of Aurora, Colorado. I'm a businessman for 25 years in Aurora and Centennial, Colorado, and I'm a native of Colorado.
Yep.
To the proponents,
Bradley.
I'm opposed to
Tap
this
them
bill.
shoes. Gun
To
violence
a
doesn't
couple of the
exist.
proponents today. For the lady
where
with
these
the
leftists
small
live.
child that's afraid that she's having to learn how to hide from possibly a shooter. Well, I went to Stephen Knight Elementary in the 60s, and we had bombing air raids where we had to go in the basement kitchen of the basement, and we had to hide under a desk in the dark and be as quiet as we could. Yes, it was a scary thing.
Yeah, because being
Everyone
quiet
had to
was going
do
to
it
stop
in
a
my
bomb.
class and all the elementary
Right.
schools and grade schools
A
in
nuclear
Colorado.
bomb, by the way.
Mass shootings are not going to go away
Man,
by
if I
having this
whisper.
bill in place. As I walked into the Capitol today, I said, wow, we're wasting all of our money here today on this bill when we should have.
Just like
the
a
same thing
textbook's going
that
to
you
stop
have
a
here in the
tornado from destroying a
Capitol.
building
The
and hitting you in the
security,
head.
the armed security, the metal detectors. If the metal detector goes off, you're searched. So those kind of items, you guys are looking at this bill and wasting time and money when you could be spending money in our schools, our churches, our theaters to put those things in place and do away with this bill. I ask you to vote no on HB 24-1292. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Members' questions for our witnesses. All right, seeing no questions, thanks for
Can we
testifying
go
with us.
back to the fuck you tyrant lady from earlier tonight?
Okay, next
That was the
panel
best
of witnesses,
testimony I've
Bennett
heard so far.
Rutledge, Roderick Rees, sorry, a bit of a handwriting issue here, David Bruch, Brouc. Okay, please come up. Okay. Harlan Archer.
I did my damn headphone case.
Okay, let's start at this end. In the black shirt, please go ahead.
Thank you for hearing me out. My name's David Brocht. I'm a resident of Morrison, Colorado, and an IT engineer too. I'm here today to oppose HB 24-1292 as a legal, responsible, independent, and safe firearm owner in charge of his own security and his family's security and well-being. It's not a right, or it's a right, not a privilege, an individual right ruled by the Supreme Court in 2008 and doesn't define characteristics found in every modern firearm this bill affects. If we allow the government to break the law during an emergency, they will create emergencies to break the law.
No.
This bill is
Heller,
nothing more than a
Bruin,
confusing
McDonald,
blanket
all
ban
refer to
and a generalization
arms
shotgun
used
approach
for
on
legal
banning and
purposes,
fearing things people don't
period.
understand. Please oppose this measure.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rutledge. We'll just go down this way. If you'll please press the gray button to activate the mic.
I'm Bennett Rutledge from Centennial, Colorado. I'm willing to talk about reasonable gun control laws. I'm even willing to set aside what I have to say about the Second Amendment and look at the 14th Amendment in particular, the
Find me a reasonable gun
protection of
control
the
law in the
laws
first place.
requirement. So, what have you got to protect your family from rogue law enforcement with high-capacity detachable magazines on their automatic?
That's
their,
the neat part.
assault
They don't
weapons
want you to have
and,
anything.
oh yes,
Yes.
armored
The
fighting
state wants an
vehicles.
absolute monopoly on violence.
The illustrations I've asked them to pass out now feature Ruby Johnson of Montbello back in November of 2022, looking at a unit of 8 men, armed uniformed men, and their armored fighting vehicle. And I asked, what is it about this law, the 1292, that will protect her in a situation like that? You see, this particular bill you've got lists 8, maybe 9, depending on how you count them, exceptions, people who will be, groups who will be exempt from the requirements of this
Yes,
law.
Sam. There's no such thing
This
as
bill
reasonable
will
gun
actually cast
control.
warfare in Colorado
Because
statutes.
it is all about control.
Don't go
It's
there.
not about
I beg you, do not
safety
trick us into
or
a civil
anything
war.
like that.
Colorado
Well,
versus Coloradan
Once they
Our
get a
tax
foothold
money
in, they
accessorizing
don't stop
police officers
and they don't give it
living
back.
in war on
That's
Colorado.
why
We've
they're
been dealing with
tyrannical.
it. We've been dealing with this
All right,
since
thank you. Sir, please go ahead.
1934, and it just keeps getting worse.
Hello, my name is Harlan Tanuke Archer. I am a mixed blood native of the Cherokee Nation, and
Absolutely. Any
I'm here representing
gun
myself
control is
and
unreasonable.
Coloradans.
That's their foothold
This
in the door.
bill is
Yes.
against everything in the Bruin decision, in the Heller decision, and in the Second Amendment of the United States Constitution. I've read through it several times and looked through all of the different variations of weapons and the attachments that go on them, and most of them have not been used in any sort of shooting. And on top of that, I'm also a current active Army member, and the M4 that I use, it has many of the attachments that you have in this bill, and all it does is just allow me to be able to control the weapon without harming my fellow soldiers. If I were to
Which comes in
be
awful
on gun
handy in
range
self-defense when I
with
don't want to
just
shoot
a
the wrong
straight
person.
weapon, I would be able to control it. But someone who was shorter length of draw of me is the length of my arm. The telescoping stock would allow them to properly aim and shoot the weapon. The foregrip on the weapon would allow them to be accurate to a certain range at ranges or hunting or in need of defending themselves. The handguns that are laid out, the terminology for handguns, would prevent many people from being able to use them or pass them on or buy them to defend themselves from
100%,
others.
Sam. But this kind of bill is
There are
coming
many people
everywhere.
in this world and in Colorado that want to harm them. And the
Like I
fact
said,
that there's
this
a
kind of bill is
that is
introduced in Alabama
out
right now. There's
to
no
ban
chance of
most
it
of these
passing
items
this
that are
year. But if that
intentionally made
legislator
to help
changes a
defend
little
people
bit,
and their liberty and their lives,
then it could pass.
It's an insult to the Constitution. That is my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Roderick Reese. I'm here representing myself and my family. There's been a lot of interesting arguments today. And one thing that I've been sitting pondering is we're debating
Pinky, are you
making
pondering
a
when I'm
certain
pondering?
type of weaponry illegal. And that weaponry right now is being deployed throughout this building, protecting us and our freedoms. To do this right now, it protects you guys every day. Everybody deserves to feel safe. My children deserve to feel safe and be raised in a household that can protect them. And they deserve to inherit my firearms when I die. And I don't feel like they should be restricted on what they can use to defend themselves.
100%.
I mean, it's ridiculous. I'm sure you folks own firearms to protect yourselves when you're not here and you don't have, who's present to protect you. And if you don't, maybe you should get them because things are getting a little weird out there.
Get them and
that's
train
really
with
all I have to say. I'm very disappointed. And I'm really proud of everybody that's
Pun
come out
intended.
today
Let me give you a little scope of
sat down
what I'm seeing here.
and donated their time.
People
to
are
fight
worried
this.
about guns while the
Because it's
government's got laser
unconstitutional.
weapons and
And it's not
energy
right.
weapons and
yes,
I
all
yield the rest
kinds
of the time
shit.
I have left.
All right. Thank you. Members, questions of our witnesses? Seeing none. Thanks for being with us this
You
evening.
know, people are over here worried about guns. We should
Okay,
be worried
we'll keep
about the
calling
weapons
folks
the
who have
government
signed up
has
from
that
the
they're
room
not telling people.
here. Kyle Wesser,
absolutely.
Graham Barker.
Now, you already know they
If
have
you want to
laser
worry about
weapons.
if you want to
Randy
worry about
Boss.
something that actually causes the deaths of millions of people, be worried about government.
Yes.
Okay, we'll start at this end. Please go ahead.
What about their
Thank
ability
you so
to
much for y'all's time. I know
manipulate
it's been a long
weather?
day for everyone. My name is Kyle Wasser. I am a
They
registered
do that.
attorney in
They have
Colorado
that.
and in front of the Executive Office of Immigration Review.
Well, that's been
I run
going
a
on
law firm
since
which I shut down to be here
World
today.
War II or
where we represent
Vietnam.
criminal victims.
Yeah,
About 90%
cloud
of my cases
seeding,
are U visa cases,
somewhere
and I have to
about,
thank the
yeah.
legislator for passing the U visa certification law a couple of years ago because it's really helped my business and helped criminal victims in Colorado. That's not why I'm here today, though. I'm here today because this bill is wrong. I actually wanted to address misheard here.
In other words, if
because
people
you
were
asked what was
smart,
wrong
they
with
should
the
be
bill
arguing
specifically. A lot of
for
people talk about the
everybody
Fourth
to
Amendment.
keep
There
the
are
weapons
other
they've got
constitutional
and get
deficiencies here
more.
I see as an attorney.
Yes.
One is that it is against the Fifth Amendment because it's cruel and unusual. This punishment of $250,000 fine is just ridiculous. There's no other way to put it.
Well, what
The
happens
second
when
thing
you
that's
can't pay the
more
fine? Well, when
curious
they
to me
can't pay the
is
fine, they
nobody's
put
talking
you in
about property
prison.
rights that are being taken from people
Yeah.
without any compensation
What is a
whatsoever. Like I
prison?
have a property
It's a
right in
business.
transferring my firearms to my
The more
children and my
people that
Very
family
much
goes in,
to other people.
yeah,
That's a
the
real
more people
property
that
right.
goes in, the
And
more
I
money
would
that
urge
they make.
all of the people here in this committee to read Article 5 of the Constitution, the Takings Clause, and specifically Article 2, Section 15 of the Section 15, yes, of the Colorado Constitution, which states that you can make a taking. You're allowed to take my property as the government, but you
If
have to
you
have a finding
compensate me.
by a
And you
judiciary,
have to
by a
have a
judiciary, not
finding.
by the Senate. If you can't come out here and say these firearms are dangerous, therefore we can't compensate you. I'm actually allowed to have a jury trial and go in front of a judge and have them tell me whether or not you have to compensate me. So with the millions of firearms that we have in Colorado, I feel like we're creating a very bad budgetary problem here because we're going to have to compensate people for their property right loss. I'm pro gun, I'm pro AR-15,
Yeah, at a
I'm pro all
fair
this
market.
stuff. But like there's smarter ways to do this stuff. And there are ways that aren't just so blatantly I wouldn't even say anti-gun, but anti-people who just want to protect their family and do it legally. I say that as somebody who has threats from cartel members, who deals with criminal victims constantly, who has to carry a firearm, not because I want to, but because I have to. Thank you, and I hope you'll have a nice night.
Thank you. We'll go down.
Thank
this one.
you,
Sorry,
and I hope
Fisher.
you all burn in hell. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Graham Barker. I'm
Why don't
a
do a whole lot
Colorado
of
native,
testifying?
Army veteran. I was born in Inglewood, raised in Denver. I went to
Where's
school at
home?
Inglewood High School during the Columbine shooting.
Sorry,
What's up,
Cooper. I
what's
had
up?
to take a
I
shower.
have friends that were there when it
Nah,
happened.
dude, you're good.
What I
I'm
haven't
gonna
heard
run this
mentioned
till
is that
I
during
got about
the
another
federal
8
firearms
minutes, and then
ban,
I'm bouncing
Illinois Clinton
regardless
ban,
because
Columbine happened.
damn,
still.
even my brain can only take so much.
And there hasn't been much mention about the
I've
explosives
heard so
they
much
tried to use
stupidity in
either.
this stuff, man.
Nobody's trying to
Oh, dude,
ban
trust me,
propane
dude.
tanks.
I've been trucking on this since probably
Beyond that,
12
I
o'clock.
am willing
today.
to have a real discussion about
I couldn't
helping
put up
kids.
So,
I don't
yeah.
want to disparage.
I'm reaching that
people's
pain
concerns because they're real
tolerance. And I've got a
concerns.
hell of a pain tolerance.
And the people, they need to feel safe at school. And how we do that is what we should be discussing. Getting rid of rights and making people angry on either side and just, passing things that are just cut and paste.
And they will probably keep going till I don't know, at least another hour
obviously
or
don't
so.
work. And
I ain't going that
obviously show
long.
a great
can't take it.
ignorance to firearms in general is not the answer. We need to discuss what we need to do about mental health, why that's even happening, and what we do
I
to make our
admire their
kids safer in
patronage,
school.
but they're talking to a brick
Understand
wall.
completely why they feel.
Oh,
the way
they are
do.
absolutely
I can't even
talking to a
imagine what
brick
it's
wall.
like to lose a child.
Especially when you
lose your
consider, I
parents,
think
you're an orphan. You
Colorado's
lose your
legislator
spouse,
leans
you're a widow. You lose your child.
quite
you're
hard
empty.
Democrat these days.
So I get
Yeah.
it. I
Yeah.
do.
They're talking to
it's
a brick
very
wall.
serious. But we have to come up with real discussions about it and real answers and conclusions. What do I lose my place here? Yeah, I guess that's all I really have.
Thank you. Go ahead.
You get to testify 2 minutes for them taking
Hi,
your
my name's
liberty,
Simon
your
Walton.
freedom, and your
I'm an
property.
atheist. I'm pro-choice. I've been a Democrat my whole life. I've lived in
How you
Colorado
like
my
that?
whole life. But then suddenly Democrats
Yeah.
stopped caring about the border and First Amendment and Second Amendment rights. It's plain to me a larger and more diverse crowd turned up against this bill than for it.
Yeah.
If this is a sample size of the state, then I think you ought to do your duty and do what the will of the people want.
I bet you
Because
$100
it's clear to me
Scoop, they're
it's
going to
not.
pass this, and they're not
This
gonna
bill
get 2 fine
particularly,
bucks, and it's going to
Yeah.
go straight to the Supreme Court.
the ignorance
We're
and
going to keep
anemic
an eye on
knowledge
it,
base
trust
on
me.
display in this bill
Because this is just the
embarrassing
House
and shameful, and
Judiciary
there's
Committee.
nothing common sense about
If it passes the House
$250,000
or
fine
the
for handing
Judiciary
down
Committee,
Granddad's
then it's got to go to the
1911 to help
House, then it's got to go
ensure
to the
a
Senate.
freedom to keep that 1911. One of the first
So yeah,
autoloaded
we're
pistols
going to
ever
keep an
made
eye on this.
and in service till the 80s.
And this is just
Absolutely
one. Minnesota's
never
got some
mind
shit
misleading.
coming down the pipe too.
This bill is ableist,
Oh, God.
divisive, tribute to
See,
ignorance
I
and
told you,
emotionalism.
they're doing
We
it
are
in multiple
going-
states. They don't give two fucks.
We are not going to.
Oh, it's all over, man.
And just
All
turn tail
over.
and get out of state. We're going to dig in, fight.
Alabama's
State
got
destroying-
pretty much this same
draconian
law
legislation.
sitting
I
in
heard
the
someone testify about
judiciary right now.
ARs as a weapon of
It
war.
won't see the light
It's
of
not a valid
day in
argument because,
Alabama right now. But
the whole
what
point
about
of the
next year?
Second
What
Amendment
about
is
the year
to,
after?
ensure the right that we
Yeah, because they'll keep bringing it up.
be bullied
Yeah.
by a
Yeah, they're gonna
tyrannical
keep
government.
they're gonna keep throwing it.
I don't know much about the social cohesion stuff, but this is the
They've been
this ugly
monopolizing
dogmatic
this, and like I said,
nonsense. is the
moving state to
opposite
state is
thereof.
not going to solve and resolve the issue.
I've heard the gun crime has gone up with the advent of new legislation. And
This
what
is them trying to get
and
their
what
foot
do
in
we
the door.
suggest
This is
seems
what this
apparent
is.
To me, reverse
Yes.
said legislation.
No, what this is so they can keep getting voted in for power.
Well, that too. Yeah.
Well, yeah, the more they continue that power, the more they submit bills like
Also,
this, the more
Australia
they
is the size
continue
of the
that
US,
power.
approximately, with a population less than California, and no Second Amendment, nor philosophy, nor a border with Mexico.
All right, thank you. Sir, at the end, please go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you
turn
for
it
letting me speak this evening. My name is Randy Boss. I have been shooting guns and hunting since I was 5 years old. I've been shooting competition for the last 35 years. I have a huge collection of firearms, which in this bill, 99%.
And yeah,
of
you're
them
right,
would be
Bradley. They have
illegal.
no idea how to enforce this.
And
Well,
I detest
let me
anybody using
reel
the term
back in on that.
assault weapon. I have
They will
AR-15s,
find people
I have
and make
AK-47s.
examples of them
None of
to
them have
enforce this.
ever assaulted anybody. So you cannot put a label on something.
As far as the
that somebody
entire
made up
bill,
to
no, they've
put
got
fear
no
into people's minds.
plans to enforce it. However, they
Everything
will
has been
trap
said
you.
tonight, so I'm not going to repeat
Some
everything.
poor guy headed
that's
to the
all you've
range
already
one
heard.
day, pull you over,
My
search your
children did not
vehicle,
have to
and
go
then
through this insanity
prosecute
that
you
is
for this shit.
happening now.
How
My
about
Or your
grandchildren are.
range
and it
control
scares
officer
the
will
hell
turn you
out of
in
me
for having an illegal
that
firearm,
one
and
of
then they'll
them
come
may be
get you.
shot. Who
Yeah.
knows?
no, Coop? How about knife laws? It's the same
This
thing.
bill
All right, say
that
if
you're
I'm in
trying to
a
pass
I
pulls
state that
all of
prohibits
the
me for carrying a butterfly knife, but I
protection out
bought
of
it off
schools.
eBay and I didn't know.
We pay guards to guard banks. We pay
But it
guards
falls into the
to
same,
airports.
same category.
We pay guards to
They'll find
guard
someone who doesn't know anything
Walmart.
about the law, who has
We
the
pay
wrong weapon
guards
on them,
to
and they
guard
will
you.
run them
Why
through the
cannot we
ringer
pay
to make an
guards to
example.
protect our children?
Yep.
Who cares if it looks like a militarized zone in a school? I would rather see guards walking around with fully automatic AKs, ARs, whatever they need to use, than to get a phone call and somebody tell me that my grandchild is dead because of some lunatic with a gun. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Members,
100%.
questions for any of our witnesses? Rep. Soper.
And he mentioned
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for our attorney on the end. I appreciate you getting back to the text of the bill that's before us that we're contemplating as a panel. So looking at page 14 of the bill, you said a couple of things that really provoked some questions that hadn't really been asked this evening, or actually all day, which is the taking of property by a government entity. And certainly as I'm looking at the penalties involved in lines 21 through 27, if another person attempts to sell the assault weapon after July 1st, 2024, they shall be assessed a civil penalty in the amount of $250,000 for the first violation, and then for a second, it'd be $500,000. What happens in a case, I guess,
DLD is live
where it's
now,
deemed
so.
an excessive fine or penalty? I mean, is that only for criminal law, or does that apply to civil law, because this is a civil penalty?
You know, honestly, I'm not a constitutional scholar. I'm an immigration attorney, so I'll say that to begin with. A penalty is a penalty as far as I'm concerned. And so if you tell me
Here
you
is
got to pay
DLD's channel. He's
$250,000 and it's only
right
civil,
now,
don't
guys.
worry about it. I still got to pay that
And I am-
$250,000, and I'm still
I'm
having
fixing the
that
That sounds like
property
another
taken from me.
There's only
It's
so
a
much
full
of
and
this.
civil punishment. I believe the Eighth Amendment applies
That
to
sounds
civil
like
penalties
another
because then
loophole to
otherwise
get more and
legislator
more
could
people into debt.
You think?
Yeah.
Oh, and Coop?
Yeah.
any legislator that's promoting this shit, I think they should get sued up the ass, and also they have to pay for all the court fees when they lose this in court.
Oh, absolutely. Anybody who goes to jail over their unconstitutional law should be able to sue these people for any time of loss of revenue from work, pain and suffering, legal fees, and then they ought to go to prison for the same amount of time that the people went to prison for. So if you got 37 people locked up for 25 years a pop under your unconstitutional law, guess what? You're never getting out of prison. We will bury your fucking bones in your cell and dig them up in 300 years because you're the one who wanted it. But no, I am gonna get out of here. I'm gonna freaking part 2 now. Well, technically it'd be part 3. But no, I just posted Dark's link in the chat. You guys go follow Dark. Dark's a cool dude. I'm gonna get my happy ass a shower and try to wash off some of the filth I've been listening to all day and try to get some sleep. I'm gonna be in the shower scrubbing like a rape victim just from listening to this shit.
My
Oh
advice,
man, it's been that bad.
My advice: look at a PSA catalog or something, my friend.
Something, man. It'd be like when you were a kid looking at the damn Sears catalog or granny panties and shit. For those of you not old enough, you don't know. You guys had the internet. I didn't.
Oh, I know about the Sears and Roebuck, but that was my grandmother's issues that she
Hey, look,
in.
I didn't care where I got it.
Yeah.
Oh, let me chat with you a little bit before you head off, Coop. All right.
Dude, I'm gonna bounce, man. Seriously. We'll get together tomorrow. We're gonna try to stream tomorrow afternoon.
All right.
And yeah, we'll hook it up then. But I am gonna try to bounce tonight. I'm gonna try to get some sleep. When you have a 4-year-old who was up all night last night, and then I did this all day today. Yeah, I didn't get a whole lot of sleep. So
he was up all night.
Oh, dude, he was partying like a rock star at 1 o'clock this morning.
Oh my God.
Yeah. The kids got my nighttime, daytime circadian rhythm. So yeah. Fully expect it. Yeah. But yeah, I am. I'm gonna get out of here, guys. I love each and every one of you guys. You guys take them easy. Warsaw, Outlaw. If you haven't posted already, post your stuff in the chat. That way everybody can kind of find you, kind of give them the spiel about what you do.
I am basically a red pill MGTOW channel, but I do other kinds of content. I do nostalgia, and I also do urban exploration. So if that's appealing to you and you want to come over and hang out and support the channels, whatever, feel free to do so. Coop's a fellow Alabamian. We met through a goddamn bacon stream. So
yep.
Shout out to Mr. Goddamn Bacon. Yeah, always glad to see another fellow Alabamian, man.
Heard that shit, brother. And
Yeah.
like I said, one of the reasons we're covering stuff today is because we've got a bill very similar to this in Alabama right now in the House. I did a video on it a little over a week ago, and it's the same insanity. So if people are sitting back and thinking, oh, this will never come to my state, yeah, it will. It's already there, more than likely. In Alabama, will it pass right now? No, it won't even see committee in Alabama right now. Will it do it next year? Kind of depends on how votes go.
Yep.
It could very well, be there next year and actually start getting some votes behind it.
All it is just hovering and it's just being re-edited.
Yeah, it's a retread, which most of our federal bills. People said, "Oh, this federal bill will never pass," and it doesn't. And then you watch it for like 3-4 years, and you watch it go from one sponsor to 2 sponsors to all of a sudden it's got 100 and something sponsors, and then all of a sudden we're looking at it being a serious threat.
Yep.
It's the reason I spend time doing stuff like this. Because trust me, I would rather be, and I told my wife the other night, I'd rather be doing like a catfishing channel where I leave work, I hook up the boat, I go to the river, we go catfish all night. Anything other than doing the shit like this that's causing me a fucking aneurysm, I'd rather be doing something else. However, this is kind of the sphere that I'm in. So that's why we spend all day listening to goddamn dumbasses.
Yep,
oh,
yeah.
holy shit.
Oh, yeah.
And Coop, you always have that question in the back of your mind. Like, if nobody else is going to do it, then who else is going to do it?
Well, yeah, I mean, that was the reason to start up my channel. It was merely for me to have a voice, and then in cases like tonight, give other people a voice at this shit.
Mhm.
So, and in some cases, hell, people in the chat, people in the panels and stuff will keep me in check and throw other ideas at me, and then I kind of have to improve my ideas or my points.
Yep.
And that's the entire theme that goes on with stuff like this. That's why I love doing this, and I get to meet fucking tons of different people. Like used to, it was playing Xbox, and I gamed with people from Jamaica and the UK, and I got to meet a ton of different cool ass people. And we were just goofing off back then, and now it's something kind of serious where I get to meet all sorts of people from around the country, and it's just about spreading that message, man.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, I wish we didn't have the infringements. I wish we didn't have the politicians pushing this shit, and we could just go do something cool. And there going to be streams sometime in the future where all we're doing is just hanging out, listening to music. I've got a couple plans for stuff like that. To do anything other than this, but when stuff like this cranks up today, we're going to spend some time on it because you got to call it out. You got to spread the word.
I can tell you, I've been on YouTube for over 2 years now, and that's what I did when I first got on here. I was like, I didn't want to be a one-trick pony, so I started doing like the urban exploration stuff and the nostalgia stuff. So I mean, variety.
You were doing stuff on Canon the other night, which was great. And anybody not canning their own vegetables and stuff like that, it's not the hardest thing on the planet to do. It can be a little hard to get right, and to do it properly.
Well, when I first got into Red Pill, I mean, the government stuff, all that was part of the very first part of the Red Pill journey for me. The MGTOW stuff came later, but the red pilling of the government that's where it started. And learning about how much control they are over everything and the tyranny and all that. I mean, food is one of the biggest things. Yeah,
it really is an eye opener to watch what's going on. In Warsaw, you don't have your own. Well, you got your own channel. You're just not posting much and stuff right now. Me and you should be doing a stream tomorrow night, starting probably about 5 o'clock or so, just depending on when I can get home and get stable. In Warsaw, I'll let you know by text or whatever. When we'll get it rolling, but we're gonna do another stream tomorrow night and hang out.
And you've known me over the years, man, and I'm a former Democrat. I used to support Obama. Yes, guys, I was an Obama supporter at first term, but second term I regretted it because that Ukraine conflict really sparked volumes. Not to mention what really got me as a kid. It wasn't really into history, but what got me into politics was, believe it or not, Coop, Star Wars. Because the very same thing I was watching in Star Wars is the exact same reflection we're seeing here in the States.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah. And I'll say this, like a lot of the audiobooks I listen to. So there's a series called Galaxy's Edge. And if you like audiobooks or if you like real books, because all their books are text and then they have them done into the audio format.
Mm-hmm.
If you like books like that, imagine Star Wars with actual balls that doesn't become politically correct and that's Galaxy's Edge.
Hmm.
Awesome. A buddy of mine, he's military, combat vet, medic. He's the one who got me turned on the Galaxy's Edge. Matter of fact, I follow Jason Ansbach and Nick Cole on X. Now, it used to be Twitter, now it's X. But excellent books. I mean, imagine R2-D2 with kind of a serious homicidal bend. And that's one of the characters in the book. It's fucking great. Death Destroyer of Worlds. That's the name he goes by. It's fucking great.
Oh yeah, that sounds awesome.
Oh, dude, I didn't think I would get into the book series when dude told me about it. And like he said the first line of the first book, the galaxy is a dumpster fire, and after that, I was hooked. Like the first line in the book. And it's 3 seasons in now. Fucking killer. They just need to get R.C. Bray to fucking read faster, and I can have more books.
Yep.
Anyway, guys, let me get out of here, man. I love each and every one of you guys. Bradley, Joe, Gabriel, fucking Man Against the Masses has been in here. I still got to do that damn stream. Sam of Anarchy, Sam of Anarchy's got a channel. He does a lot of video game stuff. He's a cool dude. Of course, Warsaw's in here. Z, fucking another great dude. Love each and every one of you guys. In it, like I always do. You guys be cool. You perps be cool. Keep that thing on you at all times. And shit, we'll be doing another stream shortly. Like me and Warsaw will have one going tomorrow evening. So you guys be cool. Get you some sleep. Remember all this dumb shit tonight, but try not to let it like infect your soul. Unlike me. I love you guys, man. You guys take them easy, and I am out.
All right, guys.
Later, brother. Later, War.